We've got more people from the left than usual today. It's a surprise.
Good morning, and wow.
Jim will balance it. Jim alone could fight all of y'all. Jim alone's got this.
Jim's gonna be.
And you all would be surprised by where I stand. So on this topic specifically.
We'll see. We'll see if we're gonna be surprised.
Well, if that's the case, that'll be fun because Dinesh, I think you're a great man. I disagree with you on a lot of things, but I really like you. So that would be fun.
So let's Nick is going to be joining us in a bit as well, but let's get an idea of what's going on. Maybe Slayman or Jim, you guys both read it. I don't know about the rest of the crew, the rest of the panel, but who'd like to summarize it for the audience?
I just published a story on this. What happened?
Oh, well,
maybe
that was quick.
Maybe.
Well, Andrew, do you want to tell us about what happened? What's the post?
Yeah, writing on True Social, former President Trump has said that he expects to be arrested on Tuesday, and he is also in a sort of a macabre echo of the days before January 6th, called for people to protest and take our nation back. This is a strong indication that his legal team has been informed that there has been a true bill returned from the New York City grand jury that has been meeting, or that there will soon be a true bill returned, perhaps on Monday. I don't know the meeting schedule for the grand jury, and I don't know if they have been asked to vote on anything yet, although Michael Cohen, his former attorney, was in there as recently as Wednesday. So what we have is only from the former president, who is blaming what he describes as highly illegal leaks from a corrupt and highly political district attorney's office for this information, although I don't see where it has been leaked that he will be arrested on Tuesday. The only reporting I've seen is that various law enforcement agencies are making preparations for the possibility that he will be indicted and will surrender himself, just given what happened on the 6th. What he just said today is probably pretty smart.
So I want to kind of break down the claim of him being arrested on Tuesday. Now, I remember me and Slayman were talking about me tweeting something about him getting arrested next week. I'm like, hey man, it's over exaggeration. He's like, probably, but it's good for it's good for getting engagement. I'm like, all right, cool, we'll do it. Start with, can someone explain to me in the audience what the charges are? Because I was reading about it. Go ahead, Brian.
Yeah, so we don't know for sure what the charges are going to be, right? Like we don't know the totality of the evidence. We don't know if it's just what the public understands it to be, or if there's additional information, which I'm guessing there's probably nothing that the public doesn't realize yet. But there's a possibility of a misdemeanor, which would be falsifying business records of the Trump organization. Basically, when he made the $130,000 payment through Cohen to Stormy Daniels, he didn't report it as that, right? So he falsified his records. But the felony charge would come in basically if during the falsification of those business records, he was doing it in a way that had the intent to commit another crime, to cover and conceal that intent. And that other crime would almost certainly be campaign finance violations, which Michael Cohen already pled guilty to, and he pled guilty to that and served time for it because he was directed to make these moves by his client Donald Trump. So those are the likely charges that will be against him.
Okay, so we have.
There's also been a multi-year investigation into Mr. Trump's businesses. His two of his companies were convicted on tax charges late last year. So there could be something that is not related to the hush money case, but at this point.
So we don't know. Hold on. So we don't know. The charges are not public, so we don't actually know what the charges are.
We don't know if there are charges at this point. We don't know what, if any, charges exist. Once the grand jury votes on the charges and the foreperson of the grand jury signs the indictment, that's immediately put under seal.
Okay, so if we don't know about it,
we don't know.
If we don't know about charges, I don't understand why everyone's talking about next week, something coming next week, and Trump potentially getting.
Because the guy just said he's going to be arrested on Tuesday.
No, ignore.
Let me throw in there on that. So here's the issue, and people can harken back to what's been transpiring, even with folks that have worked in the Trump circle in recent years. Take Steve Bannon, for example. So they made a big play to indict him, put him in shackles. Of course, there's this connection with the Peter Navarro's a better case. So Peter Navarro lives almost right across the street from the FBI, the Hoover Building in downtown Washington, D.C. He had been talking with prosecutors on his case, and which is a nothing case. But anyway, I won't go into that. But he had talked to them. They could have very easily he told them he would be glad to work it out. They could have just walked over to his house, arrested him like they were planning on doing, and then taken care of it from there. But they waited until he ran over to the Washington National Airport. Point being, these discussions happen between prosecutors and those being prosecuted, particularly in high-profile cases. So Donald Trump saying this is an indication that it's happening, in my opinion, because they've already told him that what they're.
So just to confirm, Jim, before we continue, just to confirm, the what we know for a fact. Just I want to get the facts out, and then I want to get who's saying what. What we know as fact is we don't know of any charges. Like if we, excluding what Trump said, if we don't have that information, we don't know that anything's happening.
That's not public, right?
Oh shit! Okay.
What we know is what he has said, and if he is saying it, and if he is giving a date, that most likely reflects discussions between him. Between his attorneys and the Manhattan District Attorney's Office about a self-surrender, because they have informed his legal team that there has been an indictment issued by the grand jury.
Yeah, that's why it's very credible that there actually are charges forthcoming. One, it's not in his interest to make it a big deal, and having lied about something like this, that would just be really stupid on his part. One. Two, it is in his interest to try to set this up between now and then.
Okay, so
and I think this is something Trump likes to do. Is he likes to get out in front of things. He likes to set his own narrative before something takes place. So I think that's him doing that right now.
Well, of course he's trying to do that. But Ed, that anyone would. Like, he's not the only one.
I know. Jim, yes, Jim's already on the attack. Just quick question. So what we're doing now is we're trying to predict what the charges could be, because they could be related to anything. They could be related to Stormy Daniels. Could they be related also to what happened on January 6th and the financing allegations, are unrelated? For this New York.
That's not within the purview of this grand jury one. They would have to go grabbing information from somewhere that they really is not the scope of what this grand jury is about. And frankly, that any case like that would be taking place in the Washington D.C. area. It wouldn't be.
Georgia's looking into the whole fake electors thing. So
yeah, but that's not January 6th related. So that was the question. January 6th stuff is going to happen in Washington D.C.
And there's an investigation into that as well.
Yes, that's federal though. That's being handled by a Department of Justice special counsel named Jack Smith. He's a former war crimes prosecutor and ex-federal prosecutor who was brought in by Merrick Garland late last year. He is working with a grand jury, and actually yesterday it was reported that he had won a minor-ish court battle to get one of Donald Trump's attorneys to be ordered to testify before the grand jury about certain matters that he had sought to shield under attorney-client privilege. Chief Judge, well, not anymore, former Chief Judge Burl Howe ruled that Evan Corcoran, who is one of Mr. Trump's attorneys, has to testify before the grand jury under something called the crime fraud exception, which as a matter of law means that she found that it is more likely than not that a crime occurred and that the legal advice, the discussions that otherwise would be privileged were used to either commit or further this crime. Not that the attorney committed a crime, but that a crime was committed. So there is a separate federal investigation going on by this guy, Jack Smith. He's also looking at January 6th stuff and document stuff. Basically anything federal and Trump goes into his desk. And then the Fulton County stuff in Georgia is completely separate and was done by a special grand jury that wrapped up last year that was not permitted under Georgia law to issue indictments. So you've got 4 investigations, 3 prosecutors.
And by the way, keep in mind, the distinction here is this is a state court in New York that is pursuing this charge, not a federal court. And so the whole January 6th issue is not only out of their purview, likely.
So I'm just gonna to understand all 4 of them and for the audience to understand, because I don't know he has 4 ongoing investigations. So the first one is the New York investigation we're talking about today, which is the one that Trump posted about, where he could get arrested on Tuesday.
Yeah, that's the oldest. The oldest one by far is the New York investigation. That has been about both his business and his personal conduct of how he ran his business, and that's actually resulted in convictions, although not of him, of 2 of his companies and of his former chief financial officer, who's still a current employee, a guy named Alan Weisselberg. That's the New York investigation.
Andrew, what do you think the chances are that this could have something to do with his businesses and be outside of the whole hush money payment?
I think there is a non-zero chance of that, but not being in the grand jury room and not being particularly well-sourced in New York City, I'm not going to speculate, but because there has been an active investigation looking into his businesses, and particularly one that has resulted in at least 3 convictions and has talked to a lot of witnesses, I'm not going to say that could not be on the table. But just go back to my rundown here. Fulton County, Georgia, that is only related to what Donald Trump did in Georgia in the run-up to January 6th. That includes now 2 recorded phone calls that we know of between Mr. Trump and Georgia officials trying to pressure them to overturn election results. That could also be ensnaring some of his former attorneys, including Mr. Giuliani, and some of the fake electors that signed paperwork that was submitted to the National Archives without any sort of validity to it. So those are the 2 state investigations.
Okay, before you continue with the federal ones, Andrew, because I want to go through them one by one. I'm glad you know so much information about them. To finish the New York one. So the New York one is more likely related to his business conduct and less likely related to the hush money to Stormy Daniels, correct?
Well, the hush money is a business matter because it was paid with business money. The way it happened was Michael Cohen took out a home equity line of credit and funneled the money to Miss Daniels through an LLC he created called Essential Consultants. Michael Cohen was then reimbursed by Mr. Trump through the Trump Organization or his revocable trust that he had when he was president. I think the trust still exists, but I'm not quite sure how that's going. But it's a business matter because he was paid back. Cohen was paid back with business money, and that was written off as a legal expense. It was not a legal expense, but that's how they categorized it. So he falsified business records to disguise reimbursing the hush money to the lawyer. So
that's the claim, by the way. Just be
right.
clear.
This is all alleged. Although Cohen has testified about it under oath, and he has reportedly provided documentation. These are things that we will find out in an indictment as to the exact evidence that they have. So I want to make clear that everything I'm saying is Hicks and Kellyanne Conway, because what they can testify to is the connection between the payments and the election, because the campaign finance crime that Michael Cohen pleaded guilty to and served time for was a federal crime, but there is a New York statute, very little used, but there is a New York statute that could be roped in to make this a felony. But again, I just also want to add the caveat that while I did attend law school for a time, I am not a lawyer, so I'm not necessarily the best person.
Okay, so this one is relating to the New York investigation. I do want to say,
yes.
Representative post just now. Of course, as soon as our oversight committee comes out with real proof that the entire Biden family was getting paid by China for influence and favors from Joe Biden, which we're going to cover later tonight, these communist thugs decide to arrest Trump, impeach Joe Biden, and it's not even political like Trump impeachments. It's actually deserved. So, yeah, we're going to...
Well, so in fairness to folks against my opinion, this thing with that's apparently coming out from the New York grand jury is something very long-standing. Now, there might be some concern about the timing, but I think it's also very possible that they just happen to be coinciding rather than planned. But it will be perceived that way in the public, and that's an important part of the discussion of the fallout of all this.
Well, also, I think it's important, like they couldn't have gone after him after the crime happened immediately, like they did with Michael Cohen, because he is president, and you can't convict, you can't indict a sitting president. So I think that they needed time. So like no matter when they were going to do this, there's going to be people that are going to say, "Oh, it's political in nature." I mean, the guy he told to do it, his lawyer, already pled guilty and served time for it. So I think
his lawyer, so you're talking about Cohen, yeah? Yeah,
Michael Cohen.
And he went, so Michael Cohen so he pled guilty and went to jail for a few months, didn't he?
It's important to note that was on the federal level, though.
Couple of years. Michael Cohen spent a couple of years in jail?
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
A lot of it was on home confinement because of COVID, but he was sentenced to a period of years, yes.
But see, that was a federal crime.
And that's related to what? So Brian, that's related to what Ed, that's related to the hush money.
So it was related to hush money payment, but it was basically a violation of election law on the federal level. So this is a state level, and the laws aren't the same.
So because of the hush money to Stormy Daniels, he went to jail for 2 years.
Well. By the way, Cohen's crime was not an FEC violation. His was related to the appropriateness of the money transfer. So let's be very clear on that. There is no clear.
No, the violation, the campaign finance violation is that a person cannot exceed the limit. And with Cohen paying off Stormy Daniels, that was considered a donation, an in-kind donation.
I get it. That is true. That's true if it was. That's true if it was considered. That's true if it was considered a campaign finance payment. But that is not why he was convicted. That was what people have called.
No. So based on this, what you're doing, Andrew, what you did is based on these allegations. You kind of linked it to So you think that Trump could be arrested for those same charges? It's a very likely.
Hey Mario, can I just correct one thing real fast? I'm sorry. So Cohen actually pleaded guilty in federal court to 8 counts. That included criminal tax evasion and campaign finance violations.
Okay. What are the rest of the counts?
I don't have them. I can open the document.
If you can, that'll be good.
I'll get back to you.
Curious to see what the
there was a plea agreement.
It's tax fraud,
tax evasion,
making false statements to a financial institution, unlawful corporate contributions, and excessive campaign contributions.
Okay, so next question.
What they have to prove Donald Trump is that he had this intent. What they have to prove with Donald Trump is they have the same intent. He pled guilty to it, but they still have to prove, and this is a state case, so they're not doing FEC stuff. They'd have to prove that it was his intent to bypass the campaign finance laws, which, by the way, we'll get into this later, but by the way, that is like the worst possible crime to be charged in this case. Money changes hands for various reasons. It's a private matter for his public perception as well. The campaign finance thing was the stupidest claim.
And that's a misdemeanor, right? In New York State.
Not if
but they don't have any authority over federal election law.
If you falsify business records to cover up that misdemeanor, the falsification becomes a felony, which is the whole
that would be the more significant
legal theory behind what is possibly happening on Tuesday.
Yeah.
Again, we don't know because we haven't seen an indictment yet. Although
I can't see him just being indicted on a misdemeanor. That would just be stupid.
Well, it's not.
That would
it's not. If you falsify the business records to conceal another crime, it becomes a felony. And now that, as I just said, that's a bit of a Rube Goldberg, but it gets you your felony indictment, and prosecutors, their job is to prosecute. And if Alvin Bragg can get a felony indictment this way, he'll go for a felony indictment this way. Is it the strongest of any of the 4 cases, 2 federal, 2 state, that could be potentially brought against the former president? Not even close.
Andrew,
but is it?
If he's so for him to be arrested, obviously they have to have enough evidence to arrest him. Like what do the prosecutors need to be able to arrest someone based on charges? And then, so that's the first question I have, and I know a lot of it is speculation. The second question, especially, but the second question is, how many years could he face? How many years imprisonment could he face?
I'm not an expert on the New York State penal law, but to arrest him, you need to indict him, and what that means is that a grand jury has to vote that there is probable cause that a crime was committed. And once that happens, you can arrest him. It does not mean that it's beyond a reasonable doubt that the person committed this crime. It just means that there's probable cause. That's the standard. It's not the same standard that we use for conviction.
Did this catch you? Did this announcement by Trump, if he does get arrested, would that catch you by surprise?
Well, no, because he just said he's going to be arrested on.
No. I mean, before him saying this, these developments in the last few days.
No, I don't think so. At least not for those of us in the press who pay attention to these things, because you've had Michael Cohen go before the grand jury, and when you start to put witnesses before the grand jury like Michael Cohen, that means you're getting very close. Mr. Trump himself was also offered an opportunity to appear before the grand jury, which is something unique to New York, where if you're the target of a criminal investigation, you have the right to go before the grand jury and explain yourself before they vote on whether or not to indict you. He chose not to do that, but usually that offer comes very close to when the grand jury is going to be told, okay, vote on an indictment, please. So that's usually a very good sign that that indictments are going to start rolling out of that grand jury room. And the fact that he didn't testify means he's probably listening to his lawyers, at least on that point. But it shows that Bragg was very, very close to the end of his presentation to the grand jury. So after that, there's not really much to do except wait for the grand jury to vote. And if you get a true bill, you have an indictment and you go pick the guy up. But the fact that this is a former president with the Secret Service detail does make it a little more complicated, which is probably one reason that there have been ongoing discussions between Mr. Bragg's office and Mr. Trump's legal team, since you don't normally, you've never had a former president under indictment. So the logistics are unprecedented. But Mr. Trump's attorneys have indicated that he will voluntarily surrender. There will not be, in his attorney's words, a standoff at Mar-a-Lago. And it means that Mr. Trump will be putting himself, at least for a very short time, into the custody of Manhattan District Attorney investigators who are usually retired New York City police officers who are still detectives who work directly for the DA. That does not mean that he will be handcuffed, and it does not mean that the Secret Service will not be with him every step of the way.
Okay, so I've got, we will ask, and Jim, I'll go to you. I just got one more question and then we'll go to you. But so I've got a few questions afterwards about what everyone expects the response from his supporters will be, because he does say in his post, protest, take our nation back. So I want to dig into this, and we saw Marjorie already tweet something, it's a bit, bit aggressive, linking this to the Biden revelations from a few days ago. But before doing that, I want to quickly go through two more questions for you, Andrew. The first one is a rough guess, and I know we're speculating, but how many years do you think he could face just from this investigation? Because I know there's 3 other investigations. What would you say is the worst case and the best case scenario from what you know? Because I know we don't know much yet.
I know very little, and I'm not an attorney or an expert on the New York penal law in any event. I'm guessing probably maybe 1 or 2 years. I mean, a felony usually means a year. So it's not.
Yeah, I do know. I do know that the minimum for the charge of lying on your business records to conceal a felony is a 1-year term. That's the minimum.
Thank you, Brian.
Go ahead, Andrew.
And what was your other question?
So the other question I had is, what are the other 3? I want to just quickly clarify the other 3 investigations that we know. We know about the other state investigation, which is the Georgia, the call between
Fulton County,
Trump and Georgia.
any role in inciting the riot itself, and the federal side of some of the things that the Fulton County grand jury has been looking into, specifically the submission of false documents to the National Archives in the guise of those fake electoral certificates, forged really electoral certificates, because there is a section of the federal criminal code that covers causing a false instrument to be submitted to anywhere in the government. So that's where he would be on the January 6th investigation, either the violence or the forgery. And then there's the documents investigation, which most legal experts I've talked to poses a lot more of a clear and present danger to his liberty, simply because there's physical evidence. It's a property case, And there is also a significant obstruction of justice element to it, which
Into that's the federal January 6th investigation, yeah?
no, that is the federal documents investigation. It's a little confusing because both the January 6th stuff and the document stuff are being handled by the same.
Okay, let's do the documents one, because that's the fourth one we haven't talked about yet. So the documents one, can you tell me what those which documents you're referring to?
The classified ones.
Okay.
The couple hundred documents with classified markings
Mar-a-Lago
that have been pulled out of Mar-a-Lago at various points over the 2+ years since Donald Trump left office.
Is it a fair statement to say, based on those 4 investigations, the federal investigation relating to this January 6th events is the more serious one?
No, I would say
I would argue
I would say, well, I would say of the 2 federal probes, the documents one is the one that is more of a danger to him at this point. Looks like it's going to bear fruit in the form of an indictment, but in terms of seriousness, I think the Fulton County one deals with a lot more potential serious crimes. I just want to add something, because what kicked this discussion off was the former president's statement on Truth Social. And something that a number of legal experts have suggested to me is that the shortest distance between Donald Trump and a jail cell is not necessarily a conviction on any of these charges. When you are arrested for a crime, you are put in front of a judge who decides whether or not to release you. In New York, there's no cash bail, so he will be released. But every person who is released is given conditions of release. And what legal experts are telling me right now, some as we speak, is that what Donald Trump put out today makes it much more likely that the New York City judge who he appears in front of is not going to be very happy because of the call for protests, and B, as a result of that unhappiness, is going to impose release conditions of some sort. And those release conditions could be up to and including a gag order forbidding Donald Trump from talking about the criminal case against him out of court. And what that means is, if he continues to truth or tweet or make public statements about the case, he could end up in jail for violating those release conditions. The same thing could happen in the federal system also, or in Georgia. When you are arrested and you are released on your own recognizance or on bail or in any manner, you are under the supervision of the court. And when that happens, the court can say to you, sir, you are not allowed to talk about this case. And Donald Trump has a hard time not talking about anything. So I think we're all missing a possibility here that he could find himself in a lot more trouble just by continuing to talk and continuing to post and doing things like calling for protests.
And do you think his because he came back onto YouTube and another platform, I think it was YouTube and not Twitter, Facebook. He came back onto YouTube on Facebook just a few days ago. So what you think, Andrew, that relates to what you're saying, is that indicates that he could be pretty loud about all this, and that could.
Yeah, but Mario, there's a million things he can talk about without talking about the case that will enrage his fans and people in America that don't want this to happen. I believe that if they put him in handcuffs Tuesday, his popularity will go to heights that he never even dreamed of.
But that's more about, does that say more about the GOP than it does the legal system?
All right, Mario, are we ready to go into this part of the discussion, or do you want to set things up? Because I've got something to say.
One second, sorry, sir. Just
Mario.
So I just want to give my initial thoughts on this issue because I just jumped back in.
Yeah, Jim. Yeah, Slayman is speaking. You can't hear him. So I'll bring you down and back up, Jim. Yeah. Go ahead, Slayman.
Yeah. So I just feel like this is this specific issue that they're trying to arrest Donald Trump about is a whole load of drama about hardly anything. I think it's just an over exaggeration, and it does seem like from reading the information, it is a witch hunt. I mean, what is the issue? So essentially what's happened is, and I'll just go through it, just so people have a kind of type of timeline of what happened. So you have a scenario where allegedly he meets Stormy Daniels in 2006, and she claims that they had relations. And then in 2011, she wants to go public allegedly, and she gets in touch with the magazine. It's called In Touch magazine. And because Trump's attorneys get in touch with In Touch magazine and say that they're going to be suing them for defamation, they don't publish it. And then what happens is another woman called Karen McDougal also makes the same claim about that something happened in for the interview, but they again don't publish the story. Now the claim is that Michael Cohen basically makes a deal with National Enquirer for Karen McDougal's non-disclosure part of the story, and he offers $125,000. So he goes to National Enquirer and offers them $125,000. And then what happens is Stormy Daniels, she retains the same lawyer as McDougal, so they both now got the same lawyer. And then allegedly Cohen agrees to pay McDaniels $130,000 for her story and to also sign an NDA. So that's what happens in terms of story. So then what does Cohen do? He opens a bank account under a company called Essential Consultants and takes credit out on his own house and pays Daniel's attorney $130,000. And based on that, so then that's what happens. And then what happens is Trump pays Cohen $35,000 a month, which totals $420,000. Now, the claim is that this $420,000 is linked to the $130,000. At the moment, from when I've read it, there's no explanation why there's a disparity in the numbers. Why is it that Trump's paid Cohen $420,000 when the alleged payoff is $130,000? This could add substance to Trump's claim that this payment, that's what it is in terms of the numbers. But then what happens is Cohen pleads guilty to 8 federal charges which include tax evasion, fraud, and campaign finance violations. And he spends 3 years in prison, 18 months of which are in house arrest. He claims that Trump is the one who directed him to make the payments. Trump on a tweet is very clear, and he says that the payment to Cohen was unrelated to the campaign and it was a retainer. And so basically the claim is that did Trump pay this money out of the campaign and it was unrelated to the campaign and it was some kind of campaign violation. And so the overall claim, Trump's claim, is that this is a witch hunt against him. And in order to stop him from becoming basically the president of the United States. Just based on what I've read, or obviously we need to look at more information, this does seem like this has been an over-dramatization of an issue in order to stop him from becoming the president of the United States. Because they're afraid, obviously, they don't want him to be, which is obviously the establishment is against him. But when you look at the specificities of it, I mean, let's say this did happen, it doesn't seem like it's a major issue. And even if and we'll have to look at what evidence comes out later, because obviously Cohen is the main witness against Trump. We have to look at what evidence they have and how much of it is just based on his personal claim, because he also claimed that. So there is a lot of factors that need to come into it, but that's just my initial thoughts.
We also have to remember that there's other witnesses like Kellyanne, and there's Hope Hicks, and people who were in the room when Trump and Cohen were having some of these conversations. So I would find it very hard to believe that Alvin Bragg got an indictment, convinced the grand jury to indict him. And I know that's pretty easy to do, but I find it hard that the Manhattan DA would actually go forward with something unless there was overwhelming, convincing evidence that Trump did commit a crime. It would be political.
Guys, hold on, guys. Before you all jump in, and Jim, before you jump in as well, just wanna, because I know Sebastian doesn't have a lot of time, so just wanna, introduce Dr. Gorka and get his thoughts on what we've seen before we continue the discussion. Sebastian, pleasure to have you. Sebastian, you there? Oh, Jim, you're lucky.
I mean, there may be, but don't that is not obvious here. I mean, Alvin Bragg has potentially political reasons. It looks like Sebastian lost, and he's coming back in, so you can bring him up. But anyway, Alvin Bragg has political considerations for himself too. Again, I'm not saying there isn't a strong case, and certainly as a prosecutor, you must make enough of a case to a grand jury and then to a judge. But please, if you think it's obvious that there's something strong here, you're wrong. And Michael Cohen pled guilty in his cases because he didn't have the means to fight it as well, and Trump does, and he has the incentive.
What do you mean?
To do it. And lastly,
Michael Cohen doesn't have the means. Mike, just quickly on that point. Michael Cohen doesn't have the means to fight it.
He had been cut off from Trump world by that time. He may have had some personal means, but the thing is,
$63 million.
But he had more. Remember, he was Trump's fix. He had more potentially against him that he also might not have told Trump about. That put him at a bit greater risk, and further, so much has come against Donald Trump, and the guy seems like Teflon, not because he's working the system to his benefit. The system's against him. So, we have to be patient and see what's going on here. But to presume that he's guilty is stupid.
Yeah. And Jim, I just want to add to what your point is. And I think this is important because a lot of lay people assume that when you pay someone off, it means you're guilty. But having known a number of people who, and it's well known about this as well, a lot of celebrities and rich people actually do have a pot of money set aside in scenarios where they're going to get accused. So even if it's a false accusation, sometimes it's worth it to pay someone off as opposed to get all the information going through court and having all of that hassle and it all going through the mud. Now, I'm not saying he didn't or did, but I'm saying just because even if he did pay someone off doesn't mean that he partook in his actions.
And I would agree with that, and I would make the case that, by the way, for those that are going to hear me defend so much about Trump, I personally, for almost all of my Christian life, have had severe misgivings about Donald Trump's personal character. I stand amazed at the entire force of government that's come against him, and nobody has found a crime. And that amazes me and would have shocked me in 2016 when I was supporting Ted Cruz. It would have blown my mind to know that we'd go through this and be where we're at. That having been said, just to the point, listen, if someone's going to pay off someone they had an affair with, I have serious problems with that being a federal crime at all related to federal campaign finance violations. That's a personal matter. And yes, it may accrue to political benefit, but for him to seek to do that, to me, it seems absurd. And you're being picky with the law to even come up with that. I really have a problem with the Stormy Daniels thing. If there are other issues here that are solid that the grand jury has not said anything about, then we can consider that then. But if it's the Stormy Daniels matter, this is destructive to the American system, what they're doing. If this is only about a payment to someone he had an affair with, that will destroy so much of the fabric of this political system that it's absurd, and it's actually
Can I ask you a question? The statement on this not being as major as other allegations against Trump went through all four of them, all four investigations. But the law is the law, no? If there's enough evidence, and if you see that he did break a law, even if you think it's an unfair law, and there's a good argument.
No. I'm not talking about unfair law. I'm saying that they're making up law if someone is paying a payment. I mean, I think that's evident on the outset. Now, yeah, if they can work it. See, this is the thing you got to remember about any judicial system. If you can convince a jury of anything,
then you can get a conviction. That does not, in most cases, it means that we found the guilt of the individual. But when you have a politically charged, situation,
Jim, I just want to add to your point because you just made a very important point. What people don't need to realize is and any lawyer will tell you this, whenever something goes to trial, you could be the most innocent person in the world. As soon as it's in trial, the trial risk occurs, and therefore you could be convicted. And that's why it's important that we have a legal system that is fair and honest, and it's based on evidence as opposed to agenda.
Yeah.
As soon as Trump goes to the court, he could be the most innocent person in the world. And this is not just Trump, this is about anybody. You could be the most innocent person in the world, but something goes wrong in trial, you could be convicted.
and
hence
and,
why
let me all right, guys, let me
staying against. Go ahead.
All right, let me Jim, let me just go to Sebastian. Managed to come back up. Sebastian, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Is it a good time to speak now? Because I know you're on the move.
Yeah. Look, I just want to be the sanity check for a second. I mean, I'm listening to people talk about President Trump being in handcuffs on Tuesday, about judges issuing gag orders. It's never happening. I mean, the idea that a man who received 73 million votes in the last presidential election is going to be put in handcuffs by Alvin Bragg. I'm sorry, you're living in an alternate universe if you think that is happening. By the way, let's look at the cast of characters who are arrayed against President Trump. You've got Alvin Bragg, who we know was funded by George Soros, hardcore left-wing radical who has made open statements as a prosecutor about taking down President Trump. Number two, Michael Cohen, convicted felon. He is the star individual in this case. And then Stormy Daniels, what is Stormy Daniels' claim to fame? It's not having sex with President Trump. It's that she's a porn actress who was hanging out with Michael Avenatti, who was celebrated by the left, including numerous hosts on CNN, as the next Democrat presidential candidate. Michael Avenatti, who is also now a convicted felon, who tried to bilk Nike and others of tens of millions of dollars and is sitting in prison and will rot there for several years to come. So on the one hand, we've got a man who's received more votes than any incumbent president in U.S. history, who they've tried to take down with lawfare for 6 years and failed again and again and again, including the Mueller probe, including impeachment 1, including impeachment 2, including the assaults on the Trump organization. That man who has survived every single assault for 6 years on one side, and on the other, a avowed radical left-wing individual. Even Michael Cohen has made a small business, a cottage industry, on going on CNN and MSNBC talking about how the walls are closing in and President Trump is going to prison. That's your star witness and a porn star as well. So, hey, here's the bottom line. It's not happening. And B, even if it were to happen in that outre, bizarro world version of reality where it happens, I guarantee you this. If it does happen, President Trump will not only be the Republican nominee for the presidency in 2024, he will also be the 47th president of the United States. That's the sad reality of politics in America today, that political persecution is real, but one man will reap the benefit, and it will be the 45th and potentially 47th president.
You know, and Sebastian, I have to.
So Jim, just before, Jim, it's good not to add to that, just because I do want to balance the discussion, and I'll give you the mic in a bit. But Sebastian, just 2 questions on what you've said. Trump not being in handcuffs on Tuesday. So I'll read out. You probably read it already, but just for the audience to know what we're referring to, I'll read out the post by Donald Trump, the second part of the post, on Truth Social. Now, illegal leaks from a corrupt and highly political Manhattan District Attorney's Office, which has allowed new records to be set in violent crime and whose leader is funded by George Soros, indicate that, with no crime being able to be proven and based on an old and fully debunked by numerous other prosecutors, fairy tale. The far and away leading Republican candidate and former president of the United States of America will be arrested on Tuesday of next week. Protest, take our nation back. So, Sebastian, just on Trump's words there, because you don't believe he will be arrested. What do you think is the intent behind the post? Is he just preparing the narrative because of there is a leak and he thinks he will get arrested? Is it political? Is it fear? Is it what misspeaking? What do you think?
No, it's a political statement. He had to say what he said as a clarion call, as a wake-up call, because people need to understand that this is what's happening in America, that there is political targeting of individuals for political purposes. We know that. I mean, this isn't about one individual. It's not even about the 2022 elections. When you have former FBI agents turning whistleblower, saying that there was a threat tag, a .edu threat tag used inside the Hoover building at FBI headquarters to label parents who spoke up at school board meetings who didn't want CRT or, trans ideology to be shoved down the throats of their children. The FBI created a new threat tag like jihadi terrorism for parents. When you have Mark Houck, a pro-life individual, a preacher, who has 20 FBI agents with loaded M4s, raid his home. The president is trying to make a connection between political.
But Dr. Gorka, just his particular will be. So he says he's talking about himself will be arrested on Tuesday of next week. So do you think that was there just to make a statement, and you still don't think he'll be arrested on Tuesday despite that statement?
That's what we've been told. That's what we've been told for the last 24 hours. That he will be arrested. That the press reports are clear. That allegedly, according to the mainstream media, the local the authorities, the law enforcement authorities in Manhattan, in Alvin Bragg's office, have been allegedly, now I can't confirm this, but this is a report of the last 18 hours, have been consulting with the Secret Service on how they can physically arrest their protectee, the 45th president of the United States. So President Trump has to respond to that. If we have reports in the mainstream media, not InfoWars, not kooky tunes, but we've got reports that the Secret Service that is meant to protect all presidents are negotiating with Alvin Bragg's office as to how they physically cuff the president. Well, he has to make a statement, and it is a political statement.
Yeah, and by the way, I find it very...
Jim, I'll give you the mic. There's just Tammy, Allsource, and Bree. Been waiting for a while. If you don't mind, I'll give you the mic in a bit. Last question,
One thing, Mario. I got a former federal prosecutor in the background that had a quick question from the Southern District in New York. That had a question for Sebastian. May I throw that out there for him?
Yeah, of course you can. Yeah, go ahead.
This guy's no Trump friend, Sebastian, but here's what he asked me. He said, "Is it not likely the indictment came down and got sealed, and Trump is just trying to threaten protest?" And I just throwing that out there for you to answer it.
Well, that's not the way the story has unfolded. So if you look at, and I can only go upon the press reports, I haven't spoken to Mar-a-Lago in the last 24 hours, but the stories were that this leaked from Bragg's office, and then once that leaked, we were told that they were, and again can't confirm this, the Bragg's office, who is this absolute radical who's made open statements about taking down President Trump. His office is in consultations with the Secret Service on how to physically arrest the president. So, no, I mean, I don't see how President Trump started this if the mainstream media says they're getting leaks from Alvin Bragg's office. It doesn't, the chronology doesn't work.
Last question I have before going to Allsource and Tammy, Doctor. So in one of the statements you made is someone with 70 million votes being in handcuffs is ludicrous. So the question to you is, if there is enough evidence, if we the case goes on, and if they do find him guilty, and you're like, okay, there's evidence we didn't know, I'm sure you agree no one's above the law. Would your perspective change then?
But that's the trouble. Your presupposition is incorrect, that nobody's above the law. Well, clearly they are above the law. When Michael Sussman forges a CIA document to obtain a FISA warrant to spy on Carter Page, a member of the Trump campaign, and he serves no time in prison, and within 6 months of forging a CIA document as a DOJ lawyer, He's back in good standing with the DC bar. When we have the then director of the FBI, when we have Jim Comey, for 13 minutes in that ominous press conference, talk about the 112 top secret SCI emails that were on Hillary Clinton's server, which if I had copied onto my private server, had I had one, would mean I would be in prison today as a result of the Espionage Act. When Comey, after the 13th minute, says, without any authority to do so, because it's the DOJ's call, he says, no reasonable prosecutor would bring a case against Hillary Clinton. Well, then there is no equality before the law. When you look at the fact that, Paul Manafort, who was a former AP, that's an assistant to the president, that's the highest ranking position you can be outside of the cabinet, he says that the January 6th committee is illegal. It does not have the GOP nominees on the committee. Therefore, it is not a legally constituted committee. I will not comply with their subpoena for me to become a witness. What happens to him? An individual who lives 1 block from the Hoover building, literally a block from the FBI headquarters, who could have been informed by his lawyers, hey, could your client come in tomorrow? We want to serve him a subpoena. Instead, an FBI fly team is sent to Reagan Airport in the heart of DC, and he's arrested and put in not just handcuffs, leg irons in public, and then frog marched to the Hoover building, where he is locked in the same cell after a strip search, the same cell that Hinckley, the attempted assassin of Ronald Reagan, was kept. Then there is no equality before the law. Mario, I would love it if, the blindfold on Lady Justice on top of the Department of Justice building, if that blindfold were actually, not translucent, but it is. We have a 2-tier system. If you're a Republican, if you work for President Trump, if you are President Trump, justice is not blind. So in principle, I'd love it to be, but the last 6 years have demonstrated, no, it's not.
So can you answer the question? Do you think that if he's found guilty, he should be dealt with appropriately?
I'm not going to answer your stupid questions because you're a left-wing.
Yeah.
No, it's not a stupid question.
Sebastian,
it's just a question.
Do you think he would be better off driving himself in? Let's say this is true, driving himself in, or do you think he's better off waiting for them to come pick him up and put him in handcuffs? Optically, what would be better?
Honestly, neither, because I fear for the future of this nation. I mean, this doesn't happen in banana republics. Even Fujimori got to, leave the country and go into hiding. But the idea that a man who was in the Oval Office,
but it happened with the Tate brothers. It happened with the Tate brothers, and their popularity has exploded.
Can we be serious here? We're talking about a man who had 73 million votes. Okay, I'm not interested in pseudo men who think that having a lot of women is cool. I mean, let's stay on message. Okay, I am seriously worried. I am very worried that the idea that there's 73 million people who voted for this man. He can't be put in handcuffs. The danger of what would happen as a result is unthinkable. I don't care if it's a former Democrat. I don't care if it's Jimmy Carter. I don't want Obama. I mean, I detest Obama. I detest Clinton. But the idea that for anything they would be put in handcuffs for political purposes, no, and thrice no. It is absolutely nuclear level of threat to the political fabric of this nation.
Dr. Gorka, may I ask you a question?
He violated the law. He broke the law, and he should be conducted with accordingly. And Paul Manafort pled guilty to 8 counts of conspiracy. So, I mean, here we have a government, a committee that is full of Harvard, Yale, and all of the law schools. Some of them are professors. So to even suggest that they don't know what they're doing and they do not know the law is completely false. But my question to the group is this: do any of you Trump supporters do you see that he has done anything wrong? Because if you cannot see that he has done anything wrong, then you are by definition in a cult. I'm just curious if you think that
Do
he
you
has
see
done
that
anything
Biden has
wrong,
done
or
anything
that
wrong? Because
he
if you
has.
see him doing nothing
You
wrong, then you
answer
are
my
in a cult. I
question.
mean, is that where we're going
Discussion
here?
is about Trump, and so with the Trump question, the question is: do you think he's done anything wrong, or do you think he's capable of doing anything wrong? I want
Do
to know
you
the
think that
answer
Joe Biden
to
did
truth.
anything wrong that's on the Hunter Biden laptop, Tammy? Do you think that?
To be fair, there is no evidence of a crime by Joe Biden on the laptop.
Guys, no, this is the point I'm making. That's
We're
the
not
most
talking
absurd.
about
Tammy,
Trump's
that
son.
is
We're
the
talking
most.
about
Tammy,
Trump and things
hey,
that
Tammy,
Trump has done.
Tammy,
We're
I'm not a
talking about
Trumpster.
Jim.
Hey, Tammy, I'm not a Trumpster.
Just got Jim
And I think that this entire thing that's taking place with Donald Trump, who has gone through the full force of the federal government investigating him, and nothing has been found, even if this one thing is there. Do not tell me how there is all criminal behavior on the GOP side and that every person that supports Trump is some sort of cultist. They believe in him just like you believe in Joe Biden. And don't tell me that there's nothing on the Hunter Biden laptop that isn't potentially criminal. There is. And
So I
Tony
have
Bobulinski
let me
was
ask
in
you.
on
Hold
the
on,
deal. So,
guys.
folks,
Tammy, yeah, Tammy,
guys.
There are other people
Jim,
in this group.
Tammy, I'm just going to ask Danish. Danish, you said before going back to Dr. Gorka. Danish, you said you have a very interesting take on this. Maybe start with that. What's your position? Because you said I'll be surprised.
Yeah, so I think right now we're seeing selective justice, and the greater good is more important. And I think that ultimately, New York is well known for having very lax enforcement of the law, but for this, we are now talking about going way above and beyond. You know my position on Trump. I think he's awful for the country, but I think that ultimately we have to do what's right for the greater good.
So
that's where I agree with Dr. Gold.
I want to go to Brian and Ed. You guys obviously not fans of Trump. Where do you stand on this?
Well, I think the question would be, what's your definition of the greater good? To me, if you have someone that has done all of the things that has being accused, that Trump is being accused of, for the greater good of the country, he needs to be charged. We have to hold people accountable when they break the law.
So
The
Tammy, it seems
just
point
like
of hold on. It seems a point of polarization here, Tammy, is that did he break the law, or we just don't know what the evidence is. So like my question would be like, Brian, Ed, I know you guys are not fans of Trump at all. What do you think? Like, the law is the law, but then again, corruption does exist. Could this be politicized?
I think that the doctor, I think he brings up a good point. I do think that in New York's justice system, they don't go after a lot of people that maybe they should. With that said, I wouldn't say that's a reason not to indict somebody if you have clear evidence that a crime occurred. I think that especially somebody that is as powerful as Trump, I think it's important to hold them accountable. And because this is going to be, you got to make an example out of people that the country knows of, so that they know that, hey, you can't commit a crime. I think if you let it go, I think it provides more fuel for criminals to say, hey, he wasn't.
Are you worried, Brian? Are you worried about what will happen with his supporters, whether he's guilty or not?
I'm not. I think a lot of it's blown out of proportion. I think that the indictments that took place around January 6th is a clear warning to a lot of those people that if you do break the law, you are going to be dealt with. I think that this case in New York is probably the most mild out of all the possible criminal cases against Trump. The three other ones, Fulton County and the two federal ones, I think those are definitely have much more possibility to lock the former president up for a long time than this one would.
So I
just want to add something. Mario, I just want to add something. The issue I see with most people is this: whenever they've got a person that they support or they like, they'll just support them no matter what, irrespective of what the wider context of the issue is. So Grant actually made a very valid point, and it's twofold. First of all, I agree with Grant. When you get arrested, or if he does, that will have an impact on his popularity, whether it increases or not. So his comparison that he made was fair, even though Sebastian diminished it, because again, he doesn't like, for example, the person Grant mentioned, but then likes Tate. I mean, and then likes Trump. And similarly, when you look at it from a holistic point of view, like I said, the issue is this: when it comes to Trump and this specific issue, it's not about whether there's, it doesn't prove, the fact that they want to charge him does not prove anything. What it shows is that there's actually a political agenda to try and attack him. And so it's not just Trump, but even when people go after Biden, you see people get very defensive. When people go after Trump, you get very defensive. But no, you need to have a holistic position about an issue and then apply it each way. So for me, whether it's Trump, whether it's Tate, whether it's anyone, my argument's always been the same. The evidence needs to be strong enough. There needs to be a situation where, it's all based on evidence. It's not based on emotion. It's not based on your like or dislike of the person. And when I'm looking at the evidence when it comes to Trump, just based on what we have out there could be information that's not out there. But based on what we have out there, it seems very weak.
And to kind of give you a point of to give Simon a point of credit before I give the mic to Nick to summarize what we know so far for the audience. So Slimane, bias or not in relation to the point I'm going to make now, he did cover the Andrew Tate in depth, and he found information that most people haven't found. So he's done a pretty good job investigating. I think he led the investigation, other than the investigators themselves, into Andrew Tate. So it's you're doing the same thing now with Trump, Slimane. I want to read out what Matt Gaetz said before going to Nick. I'll read it out now. He tweeted it about 20 minutes ago, I think. Virtually every campaign finance violation involves either 1, spending other people's money illegally, or 2, taking money into your campaign that you shouldn't. Trump did neither. He used his own money to resolve a private dispute, irrespective of any campaign. The impending indictment is based on an untested, tortured legal theory. This is an absurd abuse of the criminal process in our politics. It must be seen for the partisan, pathetic ploy it is. Trump 2024. So before going to Nick and other panelists, Andrew, I'd love your take, because you've been breaking down, and we do have prosecutors that will be joining us in a bit. You've been breaking down the allegations, and would love your take on what Matt said before going to Nick. So that's Matt Gaetz. Andrew, you there?
I don't think the congressman's wrong about the legal theory, but novel or tortured, as he put it, legal theories get tested in court all the time. That's how in our
but we're
common
testing,
law,
but we're testing it. We're testing it with a former president.
And who better to test it with then? I mean, he has the resources to litigate it. If he's convicted and wants to appeal, he can appeal. I mean, it's better test a novel legal theory with the really rich guy who can afford the best defense in the world. Supposedly, I won't get into his troubles with finding a good lawyer, but better that guy than the homeless guy with no money who's overworked public defender. Can't do a damn thing. I mean, and I know
Andrew,
that's a little callous.
Is that something we want to do when
it's
the political ramifications are so large as we're going into a presidential election? I mean, I hear your point, but this seems incredibly novel and really potentially harmful to our entire way of doing politics.
That's it. I agree. I agree with that argument. I agree, but this isn't. Can't you say the law is the law, Jim? Isn't that statement that nothing's above the law? I'm not implying that the allegations are true, etc. I'm just making the point.
I believe that.
Mario,
listen,
can I just jump back in for
answer your
question? Hold on,
second,
Jim. Hold on. Sorry, Andrew, and then we'll go back to Jim, and then I want to go to all source.
I just want to jump back in for a second with something Jim said about the timing with respect to the presidential election. In this country, for reasons that are, I'm just going to say, ridiculous and bad, the cycles start earlier and earlier and earlier. So to go by that standard, it's really impossible, by the way Jim and some others are talking about it, to ever investigate or prosecute anyone who is a potential or declared candidate for president. The way some folks are talking about it, of an FEC declaration would be the same thing as a self-declared grant of immunity. And something Dr. Gorka said earlier caught my ear. He was talking about the effect on the supporters and how it's going to anger the country. What if, and I'm just spitballing here, we were in a world where instead of riling up his supporters and screaming witch hunt, witch hunt, witch hunt, Donald Trump said, the district attorney has secured an indictment. I am innocent. He has to convict me beyond a reasonable doubt. Let's go to court. He's going to lose. Until then, stay calm, because the American system of justice is the greatest in the world. That's not what is happening here. We're getting the opposite of that. We're getting something that is echoing what things looked like in the run-up to January 6th. But I bring this up because I hear this a lot from Mr. supporters. They talk about how this is going to inflame his supporters and it's risking tearing the country apart. Well, frankly, that I think is on the former president, tearing the country apart, because how his supporters react to this is entirely in his hands. He can call for calm. He can say, we have the best justice system in the world. I'm really rich. I have the best lawyers he can buy.
Andrew,
they're going to win. But he won't do that.
Andrew, the issue is this, and I guess what you're saying is appeal to authority, but when authority seems like it's not following principles guided by the very fabric that made that authority the lead of the world, then it's on the people to speak out and disagree with
sir, the reason the people feel that is because
he's not following
the guy has been screaming about witch hunts for multiple years and delegitimizing the authorities.
Well, let me. Do you mind if I answer that?
My question, Andrew, my question to you is this: so based on what I just said, you have a scenario where if there's a situation where you think legally the country is going down the wrong line, or from a moral point of view, or from a various other point of view, do you not agree that it's incumbent on the people, or it's important that people have the opportunity to disagree, voice their disagreement and protest?
I think in theory you're not wrong, but I there's also past precedent to look at. And this man has not, objectively speaking, encouraged his supporters to exercise those rights responsibly. And in looking at things through that lens, it's just hard for me to look at all the people saying this is going to tear the country apart, and not think to myself, okay, but whose fault is that?
But Andrew, so my concern with what you're saying is this: look, whenever we try and stop protests, and we do agree that protests can occur, and there can be, unfortunately, people who go above and beyond the line, and they should be remanded, and they should be face legal charges.
There was
any scenario where you're stopping any kind of protest is leading to a totalitarian and fascist society, and that's
Mr. Trump ordered a protest stop in June of 2020, but was that Jim who was speaking up?
Yeah, but you're challenging my point.
Yeah, so let me get. Also, has been waiting.
Mario, he challenged my point here.
You will challenge it, guys. I know you got a question.
You're just gonna have to speak up. You're never gonna get called if you don't just speak up.
Okay, everyone, hold on. Slayman, can you hold on? Can you all stop? Thank you. Also, so you've been waiting patiently, haven't never spoken up yet. So I'd love you to jump in before Slayman asks Tammy a question. Go ahead, man. And then Nick is preparing, and just for the audience, Nick is preparing an overview. Slayman gave one earlier. Nick's preparing an overview as well that we'll give again to everyone, refresh the audience on what the potential charges are and what the investigation's about. But go ahead, also.
Yeah, so I just want to touch upon the protest, and then another quick point is that there's going to be protests. The question is interesting is at what level, how many people actually come out to protest? Because I think I don't think it's fair to utilize this space to kind of judge Trump political power, but I think this is a good indicator, right? I mean, how many Republicans come out to protest? But I do not believe in the notion that the Trump protests and Trump supporters come out to protest this decision that's going to come of his indictment. I don't think it's going to be violent, and I don't think it's fair to trade it that way. I think there's a fundamental difference with January 6th, where there's this build up and there was a lot of concerns, and I guess people would disagree with that. But there was this huge buildup, weeks and weeks, and we talked about that, Mario, in your previous spaces. A lot of people, a lot of accounts were monitoring, a lot of rhetoric was concerning. I think this is just so quick, and let's be honest, the first confirmation we really got was from Trump today on his post on Truth Social, right? So would come out to protest. It would be interesting to see the numbers. They have the First Amendment right to do that. I don't believe it's going to be violent. I don't think we're seeing a lot of the rhetoric that we have because it's so quick. And it's the First Amendment. They have absolutely every right. And if they want to say that this is a witch hunt, that the U.S. justice system broke, and et cetera, it's well within their constitutional right. I can understand, Andrew, your point of how Trump can frame
I'll let you wrap it up. Also, I'll let you wrap it up because you're cutting out. So that's why if you could wrap it up, it'd be good. Your connection's not great.
Oh, yeah. Sorry, man.
Thanks.
Yeah. So I would just say is that the Trump, I think he is not going to do as you're saying, Andrew, but I don't think he has any obligation to do so. I think we can love for one way or another for him to do that, but he is under no obligation to do it. And if he wants to frame this as a witch hunt, we have to wait for the grand jury indictment to come out, or the indictments to come out, and then based on that, I think we'll have a better idea of the evidence. I think it would be a better way after that to have an argument: is this a sound case with legal experts or not? Thanks, Mario.
Mario, can I summarize something before you go to Benjamin? Because I just want to, Andrew, I appreciate you following me, Andrew, and I do respect you. I think you actually are trying to think through these things. I have severe disagreements, and this is one of them. The reality is this: what you have said principally is absolutely correct. Like, we need to get back there in this country. The problem is we are not there, and it's not Donald Trump's fault. Now, and I just want to reiterate, I find sometimes Donald Trump to be a boorish prig, and I do not like his personal life prior to his marriage to Melania, which seems to be okay. I mean, I don't think he's the philanderer he used to be. I have a lot of personal negatives with him, and some positives too. I mean, there were things I supported with him, so it's not like I'm a non-supporter. But we want to go back to what you're talking about, Andrew. But with Donald Trump coming on the scene, not his fault, because he says what he says, he is who he is within what was the normal political process up to 2016. We have just gone through, and I posted a tweet describing some of this, a tweet thread. We have just gone through 7 years of the full force of the federal government and every political actor on both sides of the aisle ganging up on one man who, at least to his credit, had the courage to stand up against it. Now, when you talk about Donald Trump's reaction to this, which, by the way, I agree with all sources, is going to be more restrained than people realize, at least, and I'm hopeful for that too. But even if it's not, we have just gone through 7 years of a witch hunt against a man, every claim of which up to this point has been unsuccessful in finding any wrongdoing with him. I'm amazed by that. I would never have predicted that in 2016 if I knew it was going to be precisely the way it was. I'm sitting back in amazement, wondering how this man was seemingly so clean in his business dealings, in a business in New York City area in particular, and certainly other parts of the world where he's worked, is one of the most shady kinds of operations that you could do, real estate. And
Jim, I just want to point of personal privilege here, object to your use of the phrase witch hunt, because as everyone who has seen Monty Python's Quest for the Holy Grail knows, it is not a witch hunt until someone takes Donald Trump and puts him on a giant scale to see if he weighs the same as a duck.
Okay, well, we can quibble over the terminology used, and in 30 years of working in every political cycle since 1992, working in every political cycle. I just have to say, to your other point, the fact that, yeah, we have this every 2 years and then someone can make a claim and suddenly they give themselves carte blanche. Well, that's true to an extent, but keep in mind, individuals do not, particularly for president, because we term limit it, do not show up in every political cycle. And
so let's get Jim. Let's get some responses.
Enough.
Yeah, go ahead, Brian. Yeah, I'll let you jump in. And we do have.
Whoa.
And by the way, Jim, you've spoken more than anyone, my friend. I love you, and thank you so much for inviting Benjamin as well, who we'll go to in a minute. But I'd love to get some responses as well, because we do have a lot of panelists, and Nick is preparing as well. So just for everyone, Jim did invite Benjamin on stage. Benjamin is a former federal prosecutor in the Southern District of New York. So appreciate it, Jim, and welcome to the stage, Benjamin. But first, Brian, I'll let you respond. Bree's been waiting for a long time as well.
Jim,
so go ahead.
Jim, I love you, Jim. But you keep saying things like Trump there's a witch hunt, and that he ran this huge organization, and nothing happened. All these investigations, and they've proven nothing. Trump organization was actually convicted of 17 felonies: tax fraud, falsifying business records. They're forced to pay a fine. There's a $250 million investigation, or $250 million lawsuit in New York against the organization. So I think when you say things like these are witch hunts, the Mueller report wasn't a witch hunt. It found that he obstructed justice.
It
they couldn't
did
charge
not
him
in any
obstructing
way.
justice. Yes, if you read the report,
I've read
says that yeah, and it basically alleges that he obstructed justice. It also said that they can't prosecute him because he's sitting president. Now, I get it.
No
get
prosecutions have come up since on it.
Well, so there's 4 criminal
not related to the Mueller report.
No, not related.
Okay,
to the Mueller
report. But you're bolstering my point, Brian.
But hold on, Jim. He didn't bolster. Hold on, Jim. He didn't bolster. Hold on, Jim. He didn't bolster your point. The first point that Brian made about he's saying Trump. He's doing, Trump is a clean businessman, never done anything wrong. But he still has a whole bunch of felonies against the Trump organization. So I don't think that bolsters your point.
Well, listen. It's a large concern, and you have legal challenges coming to organizations all over the place. And yes, I get that. I'm talking about the personal man. I'm not talking about the Trump organization. And he runs it. I get it. But that very well may be the case. But the reason I'm making the point that I am is that if that is a substantive argument about Trump not being clean, then it's going to go all the way up the line. And then one will say, well, he's really good at using people to blah, blah. Maybe not. But the reality is you have had the entire, and the reason I do call it a witch hunt is you have literally had the entire force of the federal government and every ability to do criminal prosecution go after the guy, and he's still clean.
So
Brian, let me just finish really fast.
Yeah, please do.
So the point I'm trying to make. So if you go back to the Trump organization, the 17 felonies, one of those felonies was falsifying business records. Now, what is this case in Manhattan over? It's partially related to him falsifying business records related to this payments to Stormy Daniels. So I think
but Brian, let me ask real quick, why was the Trump organization found guilty of these charges, but charges were never brought against Donald Trump himself?
Well, we don't know if it's going to be the case or not. So this was a civil case, but it is possible that a criminal case could be brought. We don't know that yet.
Can I just chime in very, very briefly? I'm literally just walking up the door right now. Mario, thank you for having me up. So I think it's very important. In a previous life, I was a assistant U.S. attorney. So I think it's important that we don't know, like, look, there's media leaks and so forth. We don't know what exactly is contained within the alleged indictments. So we have to wait for them to come down. We can all speculate about it being about, the campaign finance and income tax.
Sorry, just a quick question, and then I'll let you continue, Benjamin. You said there's media leaks. Can you tell us quickly what those leaks are before you continue, if you don't mind?
Yeah, so I mean, there's media leaks on all the major networks have been reporting that, Michael Cohen, Stormy Daniels, Kellyanne Conway has been going in and out. And it's been the media which has been saying, well, and all the legal experts, right, on CNN, Fox News, NBC, everything, they've been saying, well, it's related to campaign finance and it's related, and it becomes a felony by income tax. Now, we don't know. We're not going to know what the, actual charges are until we see them. That's number one. So I would urge caution, right? It's possible that the scope is much broader than we realize, first of all. The second thing I wanted to say is I think it's possible, I can't say with what level of certainty, but I think the indictment probably came down, a couple days ago. It's been under seal, and they've been using that time to negotiate with the Trump Secret Security and Secret Service and his lawyers and so forth. And while I am not, this will be my final point, and I do have to run. I can come back later if you want, though. My final point would be this. Look, Donald Trump was known, at least in my opinion, the Trump Organization was known to do not kosher business, and yes, there were federal charges and so forth and blah, blah, blah. But at the end of the day, if this simply comes out, if the indictment is returned and it simply revolves around, paying money to Stormy Daniels and the campaign finance violations, if that is the extent of it, I think it's disastrous, right? I mean, look, I think we can all agree, whether you are a Trump supporter or not a Trump supporter, and I am not, this would not be the most egregious or horrible thing that Donald Trump has done in his life. And it's probably not even the worst thing that he's done this week, right? So you have to be very, very careful in this, of selective justice. Look, there are plenty of people, especially in New York, that do horrible things every day, and most of them don't get charged. Let's just, when you're dealing with white collar crime, a lot of them don't get charged. The last point is I don't know exactly the details about Joe Tacopina. I know him in passing, so he's a good lawyer. Now, if it is true that Stormy Daniels came in to have a consultation with him and he's not able to represent Donald Trump at trial, if this goes to trial, he's going to go with Susan Necklace, right? I mean, I'm sure a lot of people in this room know who she is. She is a top-notch trial attorney in New York. So I don't think it's going to be such an open and shut case. I really don't. And I think that Michael Cohen, personally, that's a nightmare for prosecutors. That's a nightmare. Whether you like Donald Trump or not, he is afforded the right to a vigorous defense, the best defense that he can afford. And if Cohen is indeed the star witness, we're under the assumption that these charges simply are surrounding by what's being reported in the media. Michael Cohen is a disaster for prosecutors. It's going to be nearly impossible to overcome that for prosecutors. He is a convicted felon. He's an acknowledged liar. It's just a nightmare. So I don't know if this was such a wise decision, if only it is surrounding campaign finance and income tax stuff. I don't know if this is a smart decision, right? And somebody mentioned earlier, sorry, I'm long-winded, the other investigations. So yeah, you have Mar-a-Lago, you have Georgia, you have J6. I personally don't think that he's going to, nor should he, be charged with the actual, whatever you want to call it, insurrection or riot. Now, the events surrounding January 6th, that's a different story, but this is on a scale of 1 to 10, this is like a 1. This is not a huge deal, right? There's just no situation that Donald Trump is going to go to jail for this. In terms of him being in handcuffs, I know people have been speculating. Look, if he is in handcuffs on Tuesday, that's going to be of his own free will and something that he's wanted, so he can be photographed to fundraise off of it. There's no way a former president is going to be in handcuffs over, what amounts to white collar crime. It's ridiculous. So
Mario, if I can break in,
yes, please do.
Benjamin, I know you have to go. But my name's Bree Dale. I'm with the Daily Wire. I would really appreciate your input on this. Regarding these particular charges, we don't know what's going on, but I would say fair trial. At this point, what chance would, if there's a jury, would a jury be considered objective, considering the political leanings in New York? And following on that, how difficult is it for prosecutors to prove intent? Thanks.
So, okay, as to your first question regarding the jury, that's going to be a nightmare. That is going to be a nightmare, and that's a valid consideration, right? I don't know how he would get a fair trial, especially in New York. I mean, he is probably the most hated man in New York, so that's a very valid point. Now, in terms of intent, look, again, we don't know what evidence the prosecution holds. That's very important, right? So we do have a clip of Rudy Giuliani a couple of years ago, I believe it was on Sean Hannity, talking about money being funneled through Michael Cohen. That will certainly be touched upon. But again, everything that everyone in this room and listen, all over the world right now is doing, we're engaging in speculation. We don't know the strength of the case. We don't know the strength of the evidence. Normally, I would say, my gut feeling is, look, if they've made the decision to bring it to this level, that evidence has to be overwhelming. However, the political considerations do have to be taken into account. You are dealing with Alvin Bragg. I would never speak ill of him or of any prosecutor or lawyer or anyone in general. But at the end of the day, if this is not an open and shut case, if the evidence is just not overwhelming, this is a disaster, not only politically, but legally, right? Because this will be the epitome of selective justice. And I'm sorry, it will look like a witch hunt, right? One of the speakers in this space made a point, look, he's been through all these impeachment, all these investigations, this one little man. And as much as I have a lot of disdain for the man, but that's a very valid point, right? This has to be.
Ben, can I just ask you a quick question?
Yeah,
what do you think the chances are that Alvin Bragg would go forward with an indictment if he didn't think he had a really solid case?
Exactly.
Well, so I hear your point. The answer is I don't know. I mean, I don't practice in New York or anything like that anymore, so I feel comfortable saying this. The answer is I don't know. I don't know what his calculation is. Look, I would like to say that, absolutely it would be evidence-based, there'd be merits on the case, but I just don't know. There is obviously a lot of politics a lot of politics comes into play here. So I don't know, but again, what I can tell people is, look, let's just wait to see what happens on Tuesday. If he indeed is indicted, look, we have to look at the indictment. We have to view the merits of the case. We don't know. We are all speculating here. Donald Trump is the only one thus far who has said, well, I'm being arrested on Tuesday. I do tend to think that he probably will be. I don't think he would send that out if he didn't have a heads up on it. And like I said, that indictment already might have come down. It's just under seal. And they're, doing last minute coordination based on the unique situation of having a former president, having a mugshot, being fingerprinted. So the last thing I will say, and I appreciate everyone listening, is, look, we have to wait and see what's contained within the indictment. But if it is simply these, what I view as very small, in the grand
I know
Thank you,
you've
Benjamin.
done your overview. By the way, Bree, I know you've been waiting for a while as well. So, Bree, actually, I'd love to get your thoughts on all this before Nick gives the audience a quick overview. We have Dr. Gorka back as well. Go ahead, Bree.
Thanks, Mario. I'm a journalist, and I'm and believe in ethical reporting. So I'm gonna not provide my own opinions on things that are conjecture right now. I would ask though the panel a question. Do you believe that now that we've seen Trump go on some of the other platforms, do you think he will be coming on Twitter prior to this, presumption that he's going to be arrested on Tuesday? And Mario, I appreciate this has been a really interesting enlightening conversation. Thanks.
Yeah, so from what we've heard, people I've spoken with, it's very likely that he'll be coming back on Twitter, and it makes strategy-wise, it would make sense. But I appreciate you being on the panel, Bree. I want to go to Nick. Nick, do you want to give us a quick overview, because I know Tammy's got her hand up, and we've got Dr. Gorka back and new speakers joining us. Nick, are you there?
Sure. Yeah. Well, I'll give a quick overview here, real quick, and then we'll go into a more detailed timeline here in just a bit. Obviously, this morning, Donald Trump said on Truth Social in a post that he expects to be arrested on Tuesday. It seems to be that the charges will be related to hush money, the hush money payment to porn star Stormy Daniels, who in 2016, during the campaign, had accused him of having an affair with her. Apparently, what had happened is Michael Cohen had wired her money to shut her up. And what's being alleged now is that this was a totally illegal payment. We don't have a lot of details on that just yet. But the New York District Attorney, Alan Bragg, apparently earlier this year, he presented evidence to a grand jury about it was $130,000 payment. And Michael Cohen, who was the attorney that arranged the payment, pleaded guilty in 2018 to federal campaign finance violations related to this. It's unclear why Donald Trump was not brought in and charged with crimes at the same time that Michael Cohen was, and is now being, looks like he's going to be under indictment, because prosecutors have repeatedly examined these long established details, but decided not to pursue charges in the past. So that's sort of what we're looking at today. And like I said, we're going to go into a timeline here pretty deeply shortly.
Wait. So Nick, you said you don't know why Trump wasn't brought in when Cohen was, but he was president when Cohen was indicted, or when he pled guilty. So I think that's probably the reason.
So you can't indict a president?
Well, it's likely that the Justice Department viewed it as they will not indict a sitting president.
Tammy, I've got a question for you. Tammy, I've got a question for Tammy, specifically on what Nick said. And you got your hand up as well, so you can give whatever thoughts you wanted to as well. But from what I've read, the claim is that Donald Trump gave $130,000. So Michael Cohen gave $130,000 as hush money to Stormy Daniels, and Donald Trump paid Michael Cohen $35,000 a month, which in a year equated to $420,000. Now, how is that link being made? Because the numbers don't match up. So what's your thoughts on that, Tammy?
Oh, I'm so glad you asked me this question. I'm sure there were other women that they paid off. I mean, 23 women came forward and said that, I think it was 23, that he sexually assaulted them. So we don't know who was paid off or when, or, anything around those things. But what I would say, people keep saying that the country will protest if they arrest him. Well, the other half of the country will protest if they don't, because it is important, going back to what Andrew said earlier, we have to hold, wrongdoers accountable. I don't care what side of the aisle you're on, but we have laws in place for a reason. And if we overlook those laws and don't, prosecute people who violate them, that in of itself is the beginning of the breakdown of our democracy, and we cannot have that. I don't care what side of the aisle that you're on.
But Tammy, isn't that an assumption that you're making, that the 23 women the other 23 women were part of the payoff? There's no evidence to suggest that, is it?
I said, who knows what happened? Those women came forward. Who knows if they 400. Yes, you asked me my opinion. That is my opinion, that maybe that's why the numbers don't add up. Maybe they paid off other people. I do not know. But what I did want to say is that they would not be bringing up charges on Donald Trump, a former president, if they did not know that they had something that would stick. I think it is just crazy to think that they would have spent all this time doing all these investigations with thousands of people, and then they finally bring charges, and that it wouldn't be anything substantial.
Right,
So
like
I
the
just
Mueller
wanted
probe.
to say that.
Prodigal.
Exactly like the Mueller probe.
Prodigal, Just a question. Actually, yeah, Prodigal. That was the question I was going to say. So, isn't it more of a almost Disney, almost like a Disney version of looking at how the authority is, that they don't always take. There's no political motive. There's no agenda. Everything's by the law and of the book. Is that always the case, Prodigal?
I mean, it's clearly by the law, not by the law and by the book. I mean, it's hilarious. I agree with Sebastian in regards to, this is multiple witch hunts. We had the Russiagate. They hid that the CIA under Brennan knew that this was hatched by the DNC and paid for by the DNC and the HRC campaign. They found nothing. People mentioned the Mueller report. Guess what? There's a lot of stuff redacted and blacked out that when we've shown what's there, it looks very bad. When you talk about the law, none of these cases have been to fruition. If people know how grand juries work, the accused can't even present any evidence. This is New York like DC. It's a show trial. Letitia James ran for office before she even had any charges, claiming she would imprison Trump. This is a woman who was funded by George Soros' daughter. Alvin Bragg, Manhattan DA, is fully funded by Soros, and he couldn't even bring charges in regards to the real estate. Everybody talks about the real estate. Let me tell you something. I'm in real estate. You get your appraiser, your banks get your appraiser. There's major underwriting. They're trying to look at technical stuff that Trump doesn't. Look at the crimes Oracle and other companies have done, whether dumping, discrimination, etc. Like it's laughable to say this and speak about this when President Biden has been credibly accused of sexual assault by Tara Reid and other people. Like, to hear these people talk about it, Trump has litigated this. There's a reason why Stormy Daniels had to pay $300,000 plus for a failed defamation suit. You people have been wrong all the way. You've divided the country. They're doing this because Trump, regardless of what you think, he's probably going to win the primary because the base is still behind him. The witch hunt's still going, and it's not going to go anywhere because there's nothing there. They're just trying to harm him. That's all this is. It's political. Everybody knows it. And when you talk about crimes,
Lots of
right?
opinions
This
there.
is a man who was impeached while the own FBI had a laptop they authenticated and verified showing the crimes. And this is the type of person who will come up on stage now and say, well, Hunter Biden's justified for going after the pawn shop over because he left his laptop there and was with drugs.
Okay,
these people are
thanks for that. So, Brian, I want you to respond to that because obviously Prodigal's made a number of points. Brian, go ahead.
Well, I mean, you're making it was very opinionated, saying that there's nothing there. You don't know what the indictment's going to even be about for sure. So I think that's a little bit irresponsible.
No, I didn't say there's nothing there. I'm saying we'll see what the defense people are acting like this is justifiable. I saw police cars get bombed. It's selective prosecution. When you have the head of the state running and saying, I will indict Trump and make sure he cannot run. When she doesn't even know the crimes who are there, she's running for office, and Cuomo's free with $6 million in his pocket after destroying the city and bankrupting countless businesses. Where are people's priorities? Well,
let Brian respond.
The same thing. You're chasing him because you hate him.
Let's have Brian respond, please. Prodigal, it's good to have others respond. We've got a lot of people on the panel.
You got to let someone respond. Brian, go for it.
Yeah, I mean, so this isn't Letitia James. It's Alvin Bragg, the Manhattan DA, and I feel that any crime that is committed should be indicted, and that person should be imprisoned if he's convicted. So I don't think it matters if you feel that maybe others should have been convicted, because ultimately there's law and order in this country. I would argue that the Republican Party pushes for law and order a lot more than Democrats do. So I think that if a crime is shown, if he's indicted, and if there's evidence to convict, and he's convicted, he deserves to be in prison or whatever sentence the judge gives him.
Brian, what's your thoughts on what somebody mentioned earlier? I think it was the lawyer who came on, who seemed quite balanced, actually, didn't like Trump. And he felt like that Trump in New York wouldn't get a fair trial.
Well, what about all the black people that don't ever get a fair trial? I mean, that is our judicial system, unfortunately.
Hey, guys, this is something I wanted to talk about real fast. So he might not get a fair trial in New York. That's the argument. Where would he get a fair trial? Would he get a fair trial in a Republican district where his supporters get to decide? Would he get? Would a Republican DA be the correct person to indict Trump? Either way, there's going to be a bias, right? But that's where the courts decide.
Yeah, jury pool voting patterns have never been a reason to change venue, and that argument won't fly in New York State court, and it won't fly in federal court if the former president is ever indicted in the District of Columbia. So people's voting patterns just, you can't say, oh, my client was a Republican president, he can't get a fair trial because New York votes for lots of Democrats. You have to show that you have to show more than that, and the judge.
Andrew, there's
but we just had a federal prosecutor say that is a problem. I mean, we're talking about a former federal prosecutor who just said it is a nightmare. And you're right, Andrew. You're right, Andrew. We've got to go through what part of this whole thing in choosing a jury is asking specific questions of the jurors, which is probably going to be more substantive in the eyes of a judge in terms of fairness than making a case for this is a Democrat city. Nonetheless, we are beginning to see, and it's the right of jurors, by the way, to be jurists. Like they're not bound. They certainly should be guided by the law, and we all want them to be guided by the law. But the jury is a challenging thing because we actually have right as citizens to make our own judgments.
Jim, you just hit a very important point. Let me just ask a question on that. So what Jim is saying and what Ed is saying, and
arguing for jury nullification.
You hand up for a while. What they're basically saying is that irrespective of where Trump is indicted and irrespective of where the trial is going to be, most likely there won't be a fair trial, and that's even more the case when there's so politically charged persons such as Trump. Is that a fair? Is it fair to even go down this road?
But I think why this particular thing is so.
Jim, let Maze answer. Let Maze answer, and then you can come back on it. Come on, Maze.
Yeah, no. See how charged it is? It's definitely a fair statement. And to be honest, I mean, if I was Trump, I would be a little bit worried. I don't think that there will be a motion to dismiss that's going to succeed. The jury pool that was stated, I think, is going to be very much against Trump. And I think that the judges are going to be very much against Trump. And, I mean, today, is there a judge that has courage when they run for election, as prosecutors run for election, to do something favorable for Trump in a city that's overwhelmingly that despises him?
Judges aren't elected in New York. They're not elected.
Oh, they're not? Okay, well, my bad. But I mean, nonetheless, I think it is going to be just a very sticky situation in New York for Trump. Now, it's interesting to me, though, the timing. I just want to highlight this real quick. But the timing, it's like we get all this news about Biden, who's our sitting president, for much more egregious, I would say, allegedly, the crimes that he is being accused of committing with taking money and his whole family. And then we get the Putin drop real quick about him, and then now this. It just seems like the timing is really interesting for this, and I was curious to know what you guys thought about that.
Yeah, Andrew, look, I want to ask you this question, and that's an important point to note, because one of your points was that this is ripping up the American people. Do you think the fact that there's many people such as Mays and a number of other people have mentioned the same thing, who feel like, guess what, Trump is being charged or about to be arrested possibly for something which seems quite minor, and yet we have all these stories about Biden and all these other stories about various other people, and nothing's happened? And do you think that has more of a chance of dividing and breaking America? The fact that people have lost trust in the law and lost trust in justice and equity. What's your thoughts, Andrew?
Can you repeat the last 30 seconds of what you were saying?
So I'll just summarize it. Do you think the fact that people think that there's double standards, and people have mentioned it on the panel, various people are messaging it, between what's happening with Trump and what's happening with Biden, and that has a greater chance of ripping up America and American society because they don't trust the justice system?
I don't think. Well, I see what you're saying. I don't think it has I don't think it's going to be ripping up America any more than the former president and previously current president screaming that everything is corrupt for years. I don't think it's going to have more of an effect than that. If for no other
one of them got a special counsel over a fake investigation started by a British spy funded by the DNC. And the other one's being. How much money did Biden give his son to buy drugs?
Could one of the hosts?
Andrew. Yeah, of course. I don't know why. I don't
The
know why no host doing anything. Yeah, go ahead, Andrew, please.
Yeah, thank you. Sorry, where was I? In terms of what you're saying about tearing the country, you're asking about tearing the country apart. I don't think what you were suggesting about news about Biden is going to have more of an effect, frankly, because it's the people who.
Yeah, then going after parents and school boards, going after Catholics.
Prodigal, we'll come to you in a second. We will, but we just need to let Andrew get his point across. Go for it, Andrew. Andrew, you can unmute your mic.
Now I can. Okay, wonderful. What I was trying to say before this, pseudonymous guy started yelling at me.
Okay, Andrew. Okay, Prodigal. For God's sake, Prodigal. Andrew, I'll let you make your point and please finish it off quickly because we do have a lot of panelists to go on. And Prodigal, we'll go to you right after if you don't mind. Please waiting.
Pseudonymous, not fascist. But anyway, the reason I don't think it's an effect is because I think the audience for those types of things are exactly the same. The same people who already think this is a witch hunt are the ones who are lapping up everything from the oversight committee, which from what I've seen, I've seen a lot of smoke, but I haven't seen a lot of fire yet from House Oversight. I'd like to see the underlying documents they're talking about, like all of them, but so far I there isn't the kind of there that I think would be there if what they say happened actually had happened. So I don't think it's gonna. I don't think the people who are looking at the stuff coming out of oversight are people who don't already think that that investigating the former president means the end of democracy. It's the same audience who's saying both of those things.
Okay. So Andrew. Let me get Prodigal. What's your view on what I just said, which I think has a strong contention in terms of the specific ramifications of this?
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to disparage Andrew. He's with the Independent. I'm curious how many false headlines they push regarding Russiagate, regarding the Ukraine phone call, etc. He's talking about whether there's division. I mean, there's division, right? He's saying, I don't believe so. You have Biden going after parents who are concerned regarding what's being indoctrinated to their children in school when test scores are at all-time lows. They had a letter going out about Catholics. They have pushed mandates. I mean, this is something where it's been divided for ongoing. And to act like this has been a party or a group that has cared about the truth. I mean, how many depositions has Adam Schiff kept declassified? Like, you want to move on to this? We still haven't even settled the Russiagate hoax, the Ukraine impeachment hoax, the false Russiagate bounty hoax. I mean, we can keep going. I mean, this is, you're talking about corruption. It's there, right? You were literally pillorying U.S. employees' pension and benefits to send it to Ukraine. People are not doing well. And you think that they're just doing this to harm Trump. That's really what it comes down to. They want to pretend they care about law and they care about justice. These are the people who lie to you about vaccines, lie to you about the effectiveness of lockdown, lie to you about everything. And they say, well, listen to me now. Why? What have you done? How have we improved? How are we closer? Biden came into office saying he was going to unite us. This guy has done everything to attack anybody who's populist in any manner. And they have tried to demonize and weaponize the government to go after anybody who might have a differing position about Ukraine, about COVID, about Biden's corruption. So nobody's against people going away if they broke the law. But people don't realize how trials work. This is a grand jury. No evidence is presented. He'll be exonerated a year or two right now. But this is just to harm him as the campaign ramps up. That's the only reason. Letitia James ran on this. And yes, she is the AG of New York.
This isn't Letitia James, though.
Alvin Braggs is underneath her. Is he a U.S. attorney or is he a New York Manhattan?
This is the DA, though. This is the DA. She should have no influence over this.
She just ran on it. She just ran. There was multiple ports when they were trying to get him on real estate. They couldn't do it. So now they're going to try this, and that's fine. The election's coming up.
They convicted his corporation of 17 felonies.
Yeah, a multinational corporation had nothing. We can look at everything from Microsoft to Oracle. Look what Oracle just did. Like, if you want to look at what the U.S. government did, you're pointing to a big organization. You're saying, ha, 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 he did it. Well, I don't know. Then I can look at the federal government. I can look at them bankrupting a third of small businesses in the tri-state. I can look at them releasing people who destroyed New York, rooted and rioted it. They're bleeding. Like, are we trying to fix things, or are we trying to get points? Because you guys will get points, but when it collapses, you're going to be crying. So, I mean, figure out what you want. Do you want an orange man to try to get him, or do you want to heal and try to move this country forward? That's it.
Felony convictions aren't something you just
was that against
off,
Trump or against the corporation? How many felony convictions did Oracle have? What about Microsoft? How much did Pfizer pay out? Was it the largest fine in history? We're still mandating their vaccine. Like, let's be honest. Let's have a real conversation.
We're talking about the president of the United States. Give me a break. I mean, where is the standard of having a good leader who is honest, that you want your kids to see and look up to? I mean, most parents, most mothers, a lot of mothers like me, we couldn't even let our kids see the news because you have Trump attacking people on TV and insulting people.
Who, MS-13, you're a big fan of them?
Kid not to be. I am talking. And
so we're talking about a guy who stood in front of this Independence Hall and called a whole group.
1 second, guys. Let Tammy finish her point, and then after that, I'll go to you, Jim. We have to not make it look like not everyone's attacking the same person. Go for it, Tammy.
Thank you. But to say that there's a double standard, Trump was president. He couldn't be charged with anything. So yes, they're doing it now because now he is not. They've done their investigations, and now it's time to hold him accountable. That's why it's happening.
So should he try Hillary Clinton's path when they issue a casino? Should he take his blackberries?
Prodigal.
I'm just curious because we care about the law.
I'm talking. We have a judicial system that is made of a jury of your peers. And yes, you know what? It does suck. You ask any Black person that has been thrown in jail unjustly. And more importantly, ask those people who were put to execution because they were innocent, but they were still found guilty, because that is, you know what? That's our judicial system. That's how it works. So everyone around him has gone to jail. I mean, you cannot
Tammy,
have
Tammy, I've got a question for you.
Tammy,
no, I'm asking you a question, and then you can carry on. Sorry. So, based on what you said, and many people will think that what you're saying is fair, but the fact that the judicial system doesn't work, and you're like, so what if the judicial system doesn't work?
I didn't say so what.
No, because you gave the example that, you know what, it doesn't work for Black people, and therefore, if it doesn't work for Trump, why are you complaining? The point is, shouldn't it work for everybody?
Yes, it should. It should absolutely work for everyone. I'm saying when they have, for someone to say it's not fair for him, there's a lot of people that could say, well, it hasn't been fair for a lot of other people. But the fact is, when they pull the jury pool, you know, they do their due diligence to ask them the pertinent questions to see if they would be a fair juror or not. So, I mean, there are a lot of people that are in New York who do support Trump.
I agree. They're relying on a porn star who had to pay him $300,000 in a defamation suit. She failed
because of the jury. So, I mean, to say that,
and they're relying on a liar who committed tax fraud.
Tammy, I'm going to give you 15 seconds to wrap up, Tammy.
There's always so much buildup whenever it comes to Trump of how it's going to be unfair and how everyone is attacking him. But I mean, can you just look at the facts? I mean, like everyone around him.
I've looked at the facts.
Russian ties, and they went to jail. And
Hunter Biden got $3 billion from the richest woman in Russia, married to the ex-mayor of Moscow. I'm just curious. This was the same time.
Hey, can I just
guys? Yeah, I'll let you correct Brian. Elon just tweeted. Was that 3 hours ago? Oh yeah, obviously he tweeted it 3 hours ago. Elon says if this happens, Trump will be re-elected in a landslide victory. Not even more than 3 hours ago, probably. So that was a response to Viva Frei. Quote.
Bingo.
Yeah. So I tweeted yesterday about Trump potentially getting handcuffed next week. Viva Frei quote retweets it. It says if this happens, it will be the beginning of Trump's re-election. And then Elon replies, if this happens, Trump will be re-elected in a landslide victory. So then Dr. Gorka, sorry, Brian, I'll go back to you. Just quick question. And sorry, Nick and Slayman, I'll give you guys the mic again. But one question for you, Dr. Gorka. If this is political, then isn't that political suicide? If it is political.
You mean on behalf of the left?
Yes.
Yeah, utterly. I mean, this is the paradox of the last.
But that kind of shows that it's not. But that kind of. But what I mean by it is that makes it less likely to be political, because politically speaking, it doesn't help the left.
No. So, there's a phrase I've used on my radio show with regularity in the last couple of years, and that's that the left have become hostages to their own ideology. Look, I'm no fan of Bill Clinton, but if you go back to the 1990s, at least there were people on the left like Bill Clinton who would reign in the loonies. There's nobody who reigns in the loonies now, whether it's Chuck Schumer, Nancy Pelosi, Hakeem Jeffries. They genuflect at the altar of CRT, AOC, Bernie Sanders. So there's a lack of being strategic. There's a kind of there's an arrogance mixed with ideology that makes them do things which are just absolutely stupid. But to address. Oh, and
It
by the
happens
way,
on both sides.
Yeah, I'm talking now. You don't like people interrupting you, so why don't you shut up? Okay. So
Come on,
Feinberg,
Sebastian.
I know you work. No, I'm not listening to you, Krasenstein. And by the way, Feinberg, you work for a British newspaper.
You have to
it's
attack
got,
everybody.
it's
You don't
got
have
a
the
press,
history
it's got
attack
a
people.
press like the Independent, but learn it. The word is pseudonymous. Okay, that's how it's pronounced. Now we have been lectured now for 2 hours on there's got to be rule of law. There's got to be rule of law. Stop for a second and look at what the Democrats have created. In San Francisco, where my daughter lives, you can't get arrested for theft unless you steal something worth more than $999. And you're going to lecture us? The Democrats on this call are going to lecture us on there has to be law and order, where there is no law and order in Democrat cities. In a state, in San Francisco, in California, where they're seriously about to sign into law reparations for those who suffered under slavery in a state that never had slavery. So white people who didn't have slaves are going to give money to black people who weren't slaves in a state that never had slaves. And we're supposed to believe you believe in law and order. And you keep lecturing us on facts, and look at the facts. I dare anyone on this call to tell me which political figure has been more investigated in his life, especially the last 6 years, than President Trump. You've had Prodigal and others list the cases from the Mueller probe for 20 months. 50 agents, 500 subpoenas, not one charge was brought. Impeachment 1, impeachment 2, Zelensky, the Southern District of New York, the Trump Organization, Mike Flynn, and on and on and on. Not
and how many
one
convictions?
charge.
Lots.
Shut up, okay? Just shut up, Krasenstein. You're not a serious person. I'm not interested in what
you
you
know
have
I
to
am.
say.
I'm very
Hey,
serious
Brian,
about
Brian,
criminals.
Dude,
Brian,
go and look what the
I'm
Daily
gonna let
Beast
Sebastian
wrote about
finish.
you, okay? Just look up what the left wrote about you and your brother, okay? Then get back to me.
All right, guys. Sebastian, let's stop the attacks. Yeah, stop the attacks, guys.
With lies,
the most political.
Brian, you'll get the mic to respond.
Ad hominem attacks are not.
Yeah, and Brian, you'll get the mic to respond, I promise, because obviously there's a lot of attacks towards you, so you get the mic to respond. Sorry, Sebastian, go ahead. Sorry. Your mic, Sebastian. Everyone's muted.
Empirically, there is nobody who has been investigated more intensely for 6 years than Donald Trump. And now you want justice after Mueller, the former head of the FBI, with 20 months and $50 million, couldn't make one thing stick. And Stormy Daniels, Avenatti's bosom buddy, is your star witness, and Michael Cohen, a convicted felon. And at the end of the day, let's get back to politics. It's not a former president. This is a man who is the leader by 40 points amongst the Republican candidates to be the next presidential nominee. This isn't history. This is a man who's only served one term, who gets to serve another term if he wins. And I'm sorry, Elon Musk is right. If this suicidal left that is a hostage to their ideology goes through with this, I guarantee you he will be the next president.
Sebastian,
just to correct you here. First off, all the
before
big
you do,
cities
Joe,
are Democratic cities.
before you do, Joe, I'll let you correct
we got to get Brian.
Yep.
Yeah. So if you, I'm not going to attack you, Sebastian, because that's not my style, unlike you. But I will say this: you pointed out San Francisco. There actually was slavery in California. It was illegal in California, but there was actually slavery in California. Number
oh my
two.
gosh.
No, it's true. The cartels have a lot of human slaves.
Let me talk.
I mean,
let me talk.
a lot of those illegals brought in, they have to pay the cartels.
Prodigal.
Can I just talk, please?
Yes, you can. Go ahead.
So that was point number one. Point number two, I want to kind of circle back on Prodigal, who said that Microsoft was convicted of felonies. So was, I think you mentioned several other companies. None of those companies you mentioned were convicted of felonies. Number three, by saying that Trump was the most investigated president in history, that might not be a good look for Trump. Maybe he was investigated so much because he had his fingers in so many crimes. I mean, that's the more likely possibility. You
wow,
don't say,
that is
every
one
time
of the
somebody,
slimiest things you have ever said.
oh,
that's
so
amazing.
slimy,
You
so
would do
slimy
well.
Let me finish my statement, Sebastian. I know you don't like me talking through.
Dr. Gorka, hold on, Dr. Gorka. We do have, Brian, I'll let you finish. We do also have Vivek, who's coming up on stage. Vivek Ramaswamy, who's joined us as well. Go ahead, Brian.
So it's not slimy. You say that the federal prosecutors investigating a man for alleged crimes, which actually dozens of associates have actually pled guilty to, including his corporation that was convicted of 17 felonies. That's not slimy. Slimy is protecting this guy that you're doing, Sebastian.
Krasenstein's world, where you're found innocent for 6 years, means you're a bad guy. Love it, Krasenstein. That's the left, and that's why
I love you, Sebastian.
So I want to welcome Vivek on stage. Is my mic working? I think it is. Yeah. Vivek, good to have you back. How are you?
Yeah, good to be on. I just saw you hosted this. I love your spaces, Mario. But I'm saying this as somebody who's running in an election in a primary against Trump here. This has nothing to do with me, and even nothing to do even with Trump, actually. It has to do with integrity in the country, where for these set of same facts, would somebody else have been criminally prosecuted? The answer is absolutely not. And so this argument that he should be protected just because he's a political candidate is a straw man, because the real answer is that he's being prosecuted precisely because he is one. And I think that is just something that sets a dangerous precedent. And I would ask everyone on this space right here to just run through a thought experiment for a second. Just try it on like a set of clothes. Okay. I promise you can put it back on the rack if it doesn't fit afterwards. But for a second, just try this on like a set of clothes. Okay. It's now 2004. Bush is the US president. Dick Cheney is the vice president. These are the evil warmongers, okay? The face of the left of modern evil, as the left saw it at the time. John Kerry's running for president of the United States. There's a ministerial campaign finance violation, say involving his wife, Teresa Heinz Kerry, or whatever. There's plenty to talk about there. Some ministerial campaign finance violation that normally would have either gone with a slap on the wrist or no notice at all, that is instead criminally prosecuted in a way that prevents John Kerry from running in that election. Be honest with yourself. Look inside and ask yourself what any progressive, said at the time, that it was wrong. Full stop. And you know what? They would have been right, because it would have been a rejection of the electoral process itself to say that the people of this country don't get to decide who actually governs, but that it's the party in power. And you mark my words, if we set a precedent in this country where the ruling party in America can use police power to actually arrest its political opponents, I think that is the beginning of the end of the American experiment itself. And I am not saying anything about, forget about defending Donald Trump, forget about, whether this is a Republican or a Democrat issue. On the issue of first principles itself, I can think of no greater way to head on a march to a national divorce, to actually undermine trust in our electoral system, than to use police power to eliminate one of the political candidates. And I say this as a political candidate who's running against him.
I think that's this about deeper principles than politics, and I just wanted to add that to the conversation.
I'd like to
you,
jump in there because you mentioned John Kerry, which made me remember who John Kerry's running mate was that year, John Edwards. John Edwards was indicted for 6 felony charges violating campaign finance contribution laws related to how he handled an extramarital affair. Now, he was acquitted after a trial, but I'm wondering if you would agree that John Edwards should not have been prosecuted.
Vivek?
Vivek, you're muted.
Yeah. Oh, sorry. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, we can hear you now.
Yeah. Sorry, I'm in a car in South Carolina campaigning here. So, listen. So, John Edwards was not. You correct me if I'm wrong. If you're up on the facts on this, different than I am. But he was not convicted during a campaign that disqualified him from running. I think the timing of this is deeply suspect. I think a big part of this is you have a person sitting in the White House, and right now, I wish it was otherwise, but the person who's at the top of the polls in the Republican Party who's running against him is Donald Trump. And I think that this is well-timed to wreck a re-election campaign of a person who most recently held office. So you know what? If John Edwards was really prosecuted, and let's say they went for the guy at the top of the ticket, because they're not talking about going after Donald Trump's vice president right now. But if they were going after the person at the top of the ticket, whether or not I was going to vote for them, I would absolutely be against the use of prosecutorial power against a presidential candidate to disrupt their campaign, especially if you're using legal standards that normally would have been a misdemeanor at most for any other ordinary citizen. So that is my view on it. I'm not sure everyone else will say the same thing.
Under what circumstances would you say it's okay for a declared presidential candidate to be indicted by any prosecutor of either party, state, local, or federal?
So I think if they have committed a crime that is would have been prosecuted at least the same level as even if they were an ordinary civilian, and it was done in a prompt manner whose principal motivation was to apply the law even-handedly, then I think it is illegitimate. Then I think it is legitimate. However, this doesn't check any of those boxes. This is specifically timed to coincide with the presidential campaign. It is clearly, and Maggie Haberman of the New York Times even says the same thing. Why? Because it's obvious. For a ministerial violation like this, it would have never been prosecuted at the level of a felony, probably even never as a misdemeanor. So it's applying a differential standard. And then I think that there's some level of prosecutorial prudence that needs to be brought into the picture too. We exercise prosecutorial discretion all the time in this country. We have a system of prosecutorial discretion for a reason. We're skating on thin ice as a country right now. It is just a fact. And I think that this actually fractures us more deeply on that thin ice on a path to a national divorce than not. So that's not the primary factor, but I think that's also a factor that I observe as a citizen.
Sir, it sounds like your concerns are parochial to this particular potential set of charges, and if other charges were to be unveiled in either a federal court or say Fulton County later on, you might have a different opinion depending on the evidence and the precise circumstances of those charges.
Well, I think the timing is itself suspect at this point. So it's one thing if you're actually bringing on charges that are exactly the same as you would have brought against anybody else on a similar time frame in a way that isn't designed to actually interfere or dissuade the political process. But at this point, based on anything that's been made public against Trump on the facts that I'm aware of, I think that any of what's at least in the public domain now about the timing of bringing criminal charges against him as he's running for president, I think is dead wrong. And I think that, you know what, a lot of people would prefer to win elections, by disqualifying a person according to age or by disqualifying a person according to criminal prosecution, because that makes for a more convenient path for you to win, whether you're Joe Biden, whether you're Nikki Haley, whether you're me. I don't think that's actually the way this game should work in America, where the people get to decide who gets elected, that laws are actually applied even-handedly without bias. And what you have here unambiguously right now, assuming that this follows through. So maybe they actually reconsider, maybe the information was wrong. Maybe we discover this week that actually there was no criminal charge plan and it was just a misdemeanor. That to me would be the system working the way that it is supposed to. So I don't want to get ahead of this, but if Trump is criminally indicted, then yes, I think that is a betrayal of the justice system. That's why I called on the Manhattan District Attorney earlier today if it is indeed true that he's considering a criminal indictment, to reconsider this and make sure that we take politics entirely out of the process.
Vivek, it seems like one of your main arguments is in terms of timing, but what if we have a scenario where, irrespective of the timing, the evidence is such that they should be prosecuting him and convicting him? So do you think that based on the timing, they shouldn't go ahead with it?
Well, I think there's two factors here that reveal the essence of what's going on, which is that this is politicized. I think the timing is one factor, and I think that, Jonathan Turley put out an interesting tweet that I'm actually looking into further, of whether they're even bumping into statute of limitations issues, that they waited so long that even the statutes they want to use to charge him have expired. But I think there's a separate issue.
Can I ask you a quick question?
Sure.
What would be good timing? You have to keep in mind that this is a huge investigation and that Trump does nothing but delay. No matter what court case it is, Trump tries to stall things. So how could the timing have been better? Should it have been as soon as he got out of office, they should have prosecuted him? What if the investigation wasn't complete yet? You had to keep in mind that investigations take time. So interviewing witnesses takes time.
I think that in principle can be true. I think it's absolutely false here. This is a high priority investigation for this DA on a matter of where the facts are not all that complicated. But I think the deeper point is even beyond the timing, because I was just one of the many red flags. The deeper red flag is that this is at most a ministerial campaign finance violation. Okay. The essence of this is not that, he's a bad man because he was having, whatever affair was at the heart of this. Put that to one side. The thing he would be supposedly prosecuted for was actually making a hush money payment. I mean, you look at actually historical business figures, you look at political figures, this would be at most a ministerial campaign finance or finance related violation. That from me to Maggie I don't think you'll find a credible legal expert that would tell you that if this hadn't been Donald Trump, that this would be prosecuted as a felony. It would be a misdemeanor at most. And I think that's the essence of what's going on here, is that they're throwing the book and figuring out how to charge, where the way the Justice Department is supposed to work is that they're actually looking out for violations of the law and charging them rather than figuring out who to charge and then justifying it by looking at the statute book afterwards, which is exactly what I think happened here.
So as a candidate yourself, a Republican candidate, how do you view this? Like what's going through your head? Do you think this could help you, hurt you, have no impact? How do you see it?
I don't know is the answer to that question. And it's actually today, it's like not at the forefront, at least this morning, that's not at the forefront of my thinking. I'm going to campaign events in South Carolina here today. I'm curious how other audience members see it as well. I wouldn't be surprised if there are others in this race who are quietly celebrating it. But I think that for me, I'm in this for a reason, to revive a national identity. And I said this on stage at CPAC, by the way. And this was in some ways directed at differentiating myself from Trump. This is to a pro-Trump audience. The thing you're coached to say is don't talk about Trump. I actually didn't. On stage, I said, look, I said all the reasons why I respect what he did. But the question I asked is, are we on a path to a national divorce, or do we want a national revival? And the case for my candidacy is I am in the camp of a national revival. I do not want to see a national divorce in this country. And I think that I'm running because I'm best positioned to unify the country. I personally know Donald Trump. I think he cares about national unity too. I'm running because I think I'm better positioned to deliver it. And I made that case to the CPAC audience, pro-Trump audience, differentiating myself from Donald Trump. So I'm not afraid to do that. But if I'm looking at today's announcement, but let me just finish 1 second. Today's announcement, I worry about for the same reason that I differentiate myself from Trump, is that I think this takes us a step closer to a national divorce. I think that when you politicize the justice system itself to prosecute a political opponent of the party in power, the lead political opponent of the party in power, that is not one small step, but a giant leap towards a national divorce if they follow through it too. And so it's in some ways the same reason that I'm drawn into this race as a candidate running against Trump, that also draws me to be a hardliner against the possibility that Trump be indicted on ministerial and politicized grounds.
So Vivek, I've just got a quick question, and then I see Nick Sleiman as well. Not sure if you can hear me, Nick. So just a quick question here, Vivek, and see if you agree with the statement. So Viva Frey, I did a tweet yesterday about Trump potentially getting arrested next week. Before Trump's statement, Viva Frey replies or quote retweets, "If this happens, it will be the beginning of Trump's re-election." And then Elon replies to him right after as well, "If this happens, Trump will be re-elected in a landslide victory." Do you agree with this narrative? Sebastian Gorka, who's on stage with us, said the same thing as well, among other panelists.
You know, Sebastian's going to be a better political analyst than I am. I'm not from the I'm a political outsider. Okay, I'm running for president from a career in business. I'm running based on actually delivering my vision for the country unapologetically, without mincing words, and being honest at every step of the way. How those chips stack up, whether or not that's electorally successful, folks like Sebastian will know better than me. I could imagine it. I could imagine arguments that would be electorally helpful to Trump. I could imagine arguments that it wouldn't be. I'm not the political analyst in the room, so people should answer the political analysis question better than I. But on principle, I can tell you that it is my firm conviction that this prosecution is unprincipled. It is wrong. It is also the beginning of a national disaster and could lead us closer to a national divorce. And I think that it is fundamentally wrong. And I think the Manhattan DA, for the sake of the country, but also for the sake of actually carrying out his duties as a member of the justice system, should strongly reconsider. And hopefully, what I hope we see this week is that actually that indictment does not follow. That's the outcome that I'm rooting for as an American, not for Trump, but for this country.
Vivek, another question I have is, what's your thoughts about the argument that if they go ahead with this will further fracture the country? And in addition to that, people will lose trust in the justice system in its entirety. And that will basically break the company much more than anything that Donald Trump was ever accused of.
I agree with that. I agree with that. And I think that I want to speak to people here who are Trump opponents, actually, because Trump's proponents are going to be saying some of the same things that I'm saying here. Fine. Put that to one side. They don't need to hear more choir preaching from me. Okay. I'm speaking to somebody who opposes Donald Trump, who would vote against him vehemently in the next election, just as like they did in the last, because they believe in, I'm going to use the phrase of a lot of the Trump opposition, protecting our democracy. Think about what you mean when you say that. What do those words mean? You utter those words. What does that actually mean? It means you live in a country where the people who you elect to run the government are the ones who actually run the government. It means you live in a country where laws are applied even-handedly, no matter whether or not you're a prominent figure, whether you're an everyday citizen. You apply those laws evenly, and if it would have been charged as a misdemeanor one way, it should be charged as a misdemeanor the other way, if charged at all. It means that actually we have trust in an electoral system and a justice system that separates justice from politics. And if you really said the same shoe fit on the other foot, imagine Donald Trump did the same thing to a political opponent that his political opponents are doing to him. How exactly would you feel about it? And what would be your reaction as somebody who cares about preserving the proverbial our democracy? I'm not in this to talk to and persuade the people who already agree with me. Take whoever is here that is a vehement political opponent of Donald Trump, believes vehemently deep in your bones that he should not have been the president of the United States and should not be the next president of the United States. On principle, imagine if he had done the same thing. How would it make you feel? I think that's how we have to distill principles from politics. And I am hopeful that more of those people will say, you know what, I'm going to vote against him if it comes to it at the ballot box. But by God, he should not be eliminated and disqualified because the police state is acting to prevent him. That's who I care to persuade.
What's your thoughts about Donald Trump's tweet where he's called for people to protest?
I think he's reacting out of a knee-jerk frustration there. I mean, you put somebody in a corner, they behave in exactly the way that you would have accused them of behaving before you put them in that corner. So, look, my style is very different as a leader than Donald Trump's style. I'm running, and there's a lot of days, and I've been open about it, and I'll continue to be open about it in the future about the ways in which I would lead this country differently, advancing a very similar America First agenda, but to do it in a way that actually delivers. But today's not the day for that. It's just not. I think today is a day. I mean, this is a morning where in the last few hours, what did we learn? We learned that the most recent past president of the United States and presidential candidate may be arrested by the party in power using police force for a ministerial offense that no one else would have been arrested for. I think that to sort of focus on that news of this recent hour or two, that is wrong. And I'm hopeful that the discourse around this in the coming days stops the Manhattan DA from doing irreversible damage to this country. So I'm going to end with a note of hope to say that this isn't a done deal. I hope that does not happen this week, even if at this moment he's considering doing it. Folks like myself and others who are on principled positions against potentially their own interests,
citing for the country why this would be a failure for faith in the justice system and would not carry out justice in this country. I'm hopeful that actually what we will see, I'm trying to be optimistic about this, that what we will see this week is not something that tears this nation apart. That's actually what I'm focused on.
Vivek, let me say that from the talking points I've heard from you, I actually think you have a good shot if your opponents stop stealing your talking points like DeSantis and Trump, first off. But I have been disagreeing with you lately. First off, Michael Cohen was charged for the same set of charges, right? He got 3 years, correct? So this is a crime. Trump has been investigated not because he was president. Even in the 80s and the 90s, he was investigated this much. This isn't something new for Trump. This is the normal MO for Trump. But I am a marketing strategist. I don't believe any marketing strategist in the world would think that this is a good thing for the campaign. Just like you, like while you're on stage and you say, I want to hear from the opposite side. I'm normally a Democrat and I'm leaning towards you out of all the candidates I've seen. And you keep saying, I want to talk to the opposite side. And that is a talking point that you do a lot. And you do it like you just did it on stage. Trump being arrested puts him at the lead of fighting the deep state, right? By him being charged right now, it makes it look like Trump really is taking the charge. He really is doing something. He really is fighting these people. That only strengthens his base. I don't think you'll find any marketing strategist to tell you otherwise. That's why I don't think this thing is timed. This is not good for the Democrats. This is bad for the Democrats because it makes them look like he's taking an active role in fighting against the government. And there are a lot of people who are anti-government in the United States.
Yeah, I think that it can be argued that it could help him in the Republican primaries. I think ultimately in a national election, this isn't going to help him. I think that independents aren't going to vote for an indicted past president.
Vivek, what's your thoughts on that?
Yeah, again, I'm not I'm not super either interested nor should you be interested in my political analysis of this. I'm a political outsider. I'm new to the world of politics. I'm not in the game of predicting how it's going to play with the electorate or not. I'm just in the business of telling you what my actual beliefs are, and I'm not going to hide them. And thanks for the comments. Whoever was speaking before, we are seeing a pattern in this race. DeSantis in particular, taking a lot of what I've said and repackaging it, or even without repackaging it, saying the same thing. I view that as a good thing, frankly, for the country, right? If I care about advancing these ideas, if I'm not in this for me, but I'm actually in this for the agenda, great. I'm happy if other candidates are actually elevating the same message and agenda we care about for this country. It so happens that I think that what we need in the White House, in contrast to a governor's mansion or a Senate seat, is a leader, not a follower. But again, those are discussions for another day. I just wanted to be.
But wasn't Cohen charged?
Say about this.
Hold on.
Wasn't Cohen charged for this?
Just quickly, sorry, Joe, I'll give you the mic right after. Vivek, I'm going to ask you a question that's a bit tough, and I want Dr. Gokar to answer that question in a bit as well if he's still available. But Vivek, when I first saw the post by Trump, I called someone who's a regular on the show. You've had him on the panel before. You've spoken to him on the panel, and he said he was a bit extreme in his response. He used the word, I think, revolution. It was pretty extreme. This rhetoric is it's not a rhetoric I'd like to use, but does that cross your mind? Do you think that this could get a lot worse? Trump does have a massive support base, or are we, blowing it out of proportion and you don't expect much of a response other than a few protests?
So, look, I'm running for a position of leadership in this country. A big part of my motivation is to unify this country. I want to stay focused on what I'd like to see happen this week. I think that the discourse we're having right now in the country, can hopefully land on saner and more civil minds to say that Trump should not be prosecuted. So I don't want to respond to speculation, right, based on people who are speculating what's going to happen this week. If that speculation is correct, then I've already said my piece. I think it's dead wrong. I think it's a national disaster if we proceed with it. And I think it really could be one of those steps that leads us to the beginning of the end of the American experiment. I really think that once we get in the business of a party in power using a police state to stop someone from running against the party in power, boy, that's the kind of stuff that our founding fathers would be doing, rolling over in their graves for, doing backflips in their graves for. And I think that that's dangerous stuff, but we haven't gotten there yet. Okay. And I am hopeful, and I am calling on the Manhattan DA and anybody else who's in a position of authority to determine whether or not this politicized prosecution proceeds to drop it. Do it for the sake of justice. Do it for the sake of doing your job. Do it for the sake of this country, because I'm indirectly answering your question. I think the stakes are very high if this proceeds or not, for trust in the country and trust in the Justice Department itself. And once that trust is gone, it will take a generation to earn it back. Do not do that damage.
But Vivek, you basically have the hitman got arrested, which was Michael Cohen, but not the person who hired the hitman.
Well,
right?
Cohen was arrested because he was affiliated with Trump, right? So that was the response to your earlier point. Is it had this case had something to do with anyone other than Donald Trump, and it wasn't a politicized motivation, then I think it would have been treated very differently for the set of relatively minor considerations we're talking about here. So I want to just say thanks again to Mario and crew for having me. We're about to jump into another campaign stop in South Carolina here, where I'm about to pop out, but I was in the car. Thank you for
thanks as always, Vivek. Appreciate you jumping on.
The discussion's productive.
Thanks, Vivek. Thank you so much.
I think it's really dangerous to say that, now is not a good time to indict Trump, because that's a great reason for him to always run, or to say that it's dangerous because it would cause discourse in our country. I mean, we have to hold wrongdoers accountable, period. I mean, we just cannot not do that. I don't understand how anyone
Tammy,
can even disagree with that.
His argument isn't that. His argument is, and this is a question to you, his argument is the fact that based on the timing, this is clearly the reason for this is a political motivation, and the political motivation I'm seeing it on the page.
Political motivation is Donald Trump's reason to run for office. I mean, if you can look at it both ways.
So Tammy, I'm seeing it in this audience, I'm seeing it in this space, and I'm seeing it all over Twitter. If they go ahead with trying to indict him based on a very minor infraction, what will happen is it will actually destroy America. And that was what I heard the Democrats complaining about for many, many years about what Trump was doing.
Sebastian,
I think that is a great marketing scheme to get them to not hold Trump accountable. That is my belief around all of that noise. And it's just like they did with all of the other scandals that he was involved with, is that, they put it out there, they put it out there, they put it out there, and then it starts getting traction.
Yeah, Sebastian, we can hear Sebastian, but I think you can't hear. Yeah, you can't hear Tammy.
I can hear you now.
Yeah, no, I've got. Yeah, so Tammy's just speaking. She'll finish off. I've got a question for you, but you can't hear Tammy, so you'll hear silence. Yeah, go ahead. Sorry, Tammy. I'll let you finish off.
She finished the thing.
Okay.
Did you not hear me talking?
No, everyone did except Sebastian, so it's all good, Tammy. So everyone heard what you said.
Hear what I said?
We did, yeah, everyone did. Just Sebastian only couldn't hear you. So Sebastian, my question to you, it's the same question I asked Vivek earlier: is what response if Trump is in handcuffs on Tuesday? What response do you expect from his supporters?
I think it would be irresponsible for me to even try and paint possible scenarios. I don't want to talk about those openly. It's just so dangerous. If you look at, no, I'm not prepared to do that. But what I would like to do is to just commend Vivek, and I've already texted him. I mean, think about what you just heard. This is a man who's a very successful entrepreneur who has declared himself as a candidate in competition to President Trump. So he wants to be the Republican nominee. And what did we just hear from Vivek? He said it is patently obvious that this is a police state tactic. This isn't the desire for justice in a city that really doesn't prosecute felonies the way they used to under Giuliani, because they have become woke and they have been driven by the so-called social justice movement. This isn't about you've got to put everybody who's involved in campaigns finance behind bars. No, this is an attempt to politically neutralize the front runner of the opposition party in America. This is what you'd see in a banana republic, and Vivek's absolutely right. And to somebody else who came after him, there's a broader consequence to all of this. I don't want to talk about violence. I don't want to talk about how people may react. But if this actually happens, whether or not he's arrested or handcuffed, at that millisecond, he will have proven the existence of the deep state. The idea that it's just a conspiracy theory or it doesn't exist, it's over, it's nugatory, it's done. The idea that a violation that would have been a slap on the wrist for anybody else in political history leads to a former president being put in handcuffs, who is the leading opposition figure to the current regime, then he's got his campaign. Then he wins. Why? Because the state of the economy and the undeniable existence of the deep state is the only thing he needs to campaign on. So if you'll excuse me, Mario, I will not even attempt to predict what happens on Tuesday, because I just don't think it's responsible to do so.
So, Sebastian, I want to ask you a question real quick, if you don't mind. Back in, I believe it was 2022, or I'm sorry, 2021.
I still can't hear again.
Sebastian, yeah, I think you can't hear the calls. I'm going to bring you down and back up, Sebastian. Nick was asking you a question. So, Nick, I'll let you go to another speaker while I fix Sebastian's problems. Go ahead, Nick.
Okay, cool. Well, I'll just go to Millie real quick. Millie, welcome to the stage. Let's get your overview. I know you're pretty close with New York Mayor, or previous New York Mayor, Rudy Giuliani. And so as Sebastian was mentioning, you know, maybe the city was a little bit different back then in terms of crime and prosecution. But let's get your take on
that links, Nick. What you said, Nick, kind of links to my point. Like, I wanted to get an idea. Everyone's talking about corruption and political influence. Objectively speaking, forget about the whole Trump story. How, is there a lot of is there valid concerns on both sides of the aisle of corruption within New York's legal system? Millie, I'm not sure if you can give us some insight on this.
Well, what I will say is in regards to the way the current political or politicized judicial system has been going, oftentimes what you see happen in these cases is you'll see them go after people around their target first. And oftentimes those people, they don't have the legal war chest, they don't have the finances to fight lengthy legal battles. So what they'll typically do is they'll take plea bargains. And in those plea bargains, they'll agree to make admissions or confessions. And this is so that they can then go after the bigger players like Trump, for example. This is not good. What we're seeing right now, the fact that you can essentially do these indictments and you don't actually have to have all of the evidence to convict in order to indict. And that's one of the things I spoke with a lot with Peter Tickton, who is also a lawyer representing Trump, because we've been talking since last year that the Democrats had been planning to arrest President Trump. Now, originally, we thought they were going to try to go for an arrest pertaining to January 6th, but it seems they were not able to do that. And now they're going after him in New York over Stormy Daniels, which is ridiculous. And so what the whole point here is to indict him. They don't have to have the evidence to convict. They just have to have enough to indict, because you can indict a ham sandwich, so to speak. And what they're trying to do is elicit a response from Trump's base, meaning it's intended to cause outrage and to get people out into the streets, which is absolutely what people should not do in this case, because I think that that's very risky right now in the current system, how it's set up with Democrats having control of really the FBI, DOJ, and many other, the presidency, the Senate. So that would be very risky to do. But I've heard a lot of people talking about how this is going to play out in the nation. We've heard a lot of talk about a national divorce, people wanting to secede or split off from the federal union. This is not good for our country right now. It's going to cause a lot of division and a lot of harm. But we aren't talking enough about how will this play out on a global stage, meaning the US is one of the biggest powers in the world. And right now, we've been teetering towards a World War III situation between Russia, Ukraine. And so what will happen as a result of the United States being in a very vulnerable position, being increasingly divided? We could see China try to take advantage of that, maybe even try to invade Taiwan. We could see Putin take advantage of it and try to go further into Ukraine or make bigger moves. So I guess my question also to you guys on the panel is, how do you guys interpret
this playing out globally?
I think you dropped out.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah,
No, that was a question.
Oh,
I'm
okay.
asking you guys, like,
How do you
how do you think this will play out globally?
globally? Okay, that's an interesting question. Joe, do you want to try this one?
Well, I don't know if it's been said yet, but I think it actually hurts Russia if he doesn't win because it's barely got any press. But apparently, Truth Social got $8 million from a Russian loan, and that came out 3-4 days ago. And I actually think it would harm that if Russia is funding his social media campaigns.
Joe, I mean, I read that article. I'm just trying to remember from the top of my head, but from what I remember, and I will have to
Just before maybe Slam, just
I
quickly,
think-
Bree just sent me something. Just quickly, Slam, if you want me to read it out. Not long ago, Kevin McCarthy responded. I'm guessing on Twitter. Yeah, on Twitter. Maybe I'll read it out, or do you want me to read it out, Bree, or do you want to read it out? Whatever you prefer. Bree's not answering.
Go ahead, Mario.
So let me read out what Bree said. Cool. Here we go again. An outrageous abuse of power. That's Kevin McCarthy. An outrageous abuse of power by a radical DA who lets violent criminals walk as he pursues political vengeance against President Trump. I'm directing relevant committees to immediately investigate if federal funds are being used to subvert our democracy by interfering in elections with politically motivated prosecutions. But that's it. And before we continue, that's Kevin McCarthy. Can someone, Joe or someone, try to find? I want to find the response from Democrats and people on the left. Are they praising this move? Are they critical? Are they concerned? Has anyone seen any tweets by Democratic Brian, Ed? Have you seen any left-leaning tweets at all by?
Yeah, the walls are closing
I
in
don't
2 more
have any.
weeks.
So I don't have any specific ones in general, but I haven't found any that are criticizing it or showing concern over it, other than the possibility of protests getting out of hand. But I'll look a little bit deeper and see if I can find anything.
Yeah, it's interesting. But I'd love to see the response from the left. Like we've seen, Vivek's response, who's running against Trump, is one of concern and implied that this is politically motivated. So I'm curious to see what DeSantis and others, and of course people on the left, think of this. People that have an incentive in Trump not being reelected. So I'll be curious to see.
Yeah, I'm really impressed with Vivek that he came in here and gave an unbiased opinion. I think that was that was big of him. I don't think Ron DeSantis will even weigh in because I think he's too scared to say anything because he knows if he says anything negative against Trump, it's going to hurt him. If he says anything positive,
Well, he's going to have to. This is a state warrant if it's issued. If it's going to be, if Trump is in Florida, the only way this happens is if DeSantis allows it. So he's going to have to.
That's not actually true. So I mean, if he was to not turn himself in and there was an extradition from the state, he would have to view the papers, but he ultimately wouldn't have to sign them, as far as I'm aware.
No, it's a sanctuary state. I heard about that from Democrats for 5 years. We can just do sanctuary. We can pick and choose the laws we want, no?
Nick, you've got a special guest for us.
Economic, not criminal.
Yeah, so I wanted to bring up Chris Weiss. He is a very seasoned and actually successful federal criminal defense attorney. Chris, you actually represented some J6 people that were charged with J6 related crimes. So I just before I ask you some questions here, but I want your overall take on what we've learned now about Trump looking like he's going to get arrested for sending hush money to Stormy Daniels. What are your thoughts? Chris, you got to hit the unmute button in the bottom left-hand corner.
Oh, got it. Yeah, this is, thank you for that, because I was starting to talk and not realizing I was actually talking. But, this is just the latest iteration of what I would call the left, going after, former President Trump. And if you think about it, right, I mean, there's the Georgia grand jury, the Manhattan DA, I think, has been after his financial info for a while, financial related issues in New York. I think that's one of the reasons he relocated to Florida. Relocated his business interests to Florida. And what I find really interesting about this is, the Trump organization has been operating for decades in New York without question. Nobody raises an eye, and then he gets involved in politics. And now all of a sudden, he is
the target. Let me
That's
say a
not
couple
true.
things. Well, nothing has really stuck prior to him taking office or running for president. I mean, I don't disagree. There's been legal issues prior to 2016, but nothing criminal and nothing that's really stuck. So, a couple of things. I don't think he's going to be arrested Tuesday. I think this group was talking about this issue, but if he may be indicted Tuesday by New York, he may be indicted next week by Georgia. But they've got to go. I don't think he's going to turn himself in. He's down in Florida. This certainly looks politically motivated, and I don't see him turning himself in, which is going to require an extradition warrant, and that's going to go and sit on Ron DeSantis's desk. Some folks have said, why isn't Ron DeSantis out there talking about it? If I were advising Ron DeSantis and I was going to be making an extradition decision, I don't know that I would tell him to be, talking about it anyways. I think, actions sometimes speak larger than words. And if Ron DeSantis refuses a state extradition warrant, then, whatever New York does, unless Donald Trump sets foot out of the state of Florida, isn't going to necessarily be enforceable. That indictment will sit. But, you don't start the criminal process until you're taken into arrest and you're brought before a magistrate for a preliminary hearing. So, I think, Trump may sit in Florida, but that's going to present other issues for him in terms of running for president. How do you run for president if you can't leave the state? Because if you do, you're subject to arrest. And I think Ron DeSantis, may want to decline to issue any kind of extradition warrant, and that's going to create kind of an interstate issue. Obviously, there's the federal special prosecutor that's looking into the classified information documents, which is really curious, right? Because there's all kinds of people, Joe Biden, et cetera, that have now come forward and have taken, classified documents out with them. I mean, I think, as the president, you regularly come in contact with classified documents. As the president, you are the only person that has the right to declassify documents. But I digress, right? A federal warrant, if that were to come, that's going to cross state lines. And then, you've got this issue with J6. And as Nick indicated, I've represented some J6 defendants. I've also represented some folks that have been hauled into the J6 committee, when the Democrats had the House, and have had to defend people there. And I will tell you, having sat through two of those interviews with their counsel, with some folks that I was defending, the focus of that was largely on President Trump, those proceedings. So, there's a lot of scrutiny, and it I think on him right now on a number of fronts, and we'll see what happens. I got to wonder.
Let me ask you a question, Chris. What are the actual charges that we're looking at here, and why is it illegal to send hush money? Don't celebrities and business people do that all the time? To keep allegations from coming out and creating a PR firestorm?
Yeah, non-disclosure is pretty typical in connection with the settlement. I mean, you have to look at what was being settled, because if you're paying somebody to be quiet about something that's criminal, that's going to be a problem. If you're paying somebody to be quiet about something that I would describe as, maybe a little, morally questionable, if you're married and you're engaged in some kind of illicit affair, that's not illegal activity. That's just, maybe not the most moral thing to do. And in those instances, those agreements are typically going to be enforceable. But if you're paying somebody hush money to be quiet about a crime, that's going to be a problem. And, it's not clear to me what the nature of the Stormy Daniels, hush money was specifically about. I was always under the impression it was more of the moral issue versus something legal, but, I don't know. Well,
so I mean, the hush money in itself, paying the hush money in itself is not illegal in any way. I mean, that's his personal business. What would be illegal was falsifying business documents of where that money came from or why it was being spent, and then whether it was considered a campaign finance violation. Because if it was a campaign finance violation, that would be a felony. If it was just a falsifying business documents, that would be a misdemeanor.
Well, what's interesting about the campaign finance, that's not a Manhattan DA jurisdictional issue. I mean, that's a federal issue. That's a federal prosecutor issue.
He's
running for federal office. So so basically falsifying business documents to break a federal law would be a felony. Does that make sense? So the campaign finance violations is a federal crime, but if that federal crime is being concealed by falsifying those documents, and that's a crime that the Manhattan DA would have jurisdiction.
And I suppose the theory is that they were filing these business records, or these business records returns were being filed somehow with the state of New York, and therefore there was falsified tax returns, et cetera. You know, that I'm assuming that that's what it is, but I don't know that. I mean, you tell me.
It seems.
No, go ahead.
No, go ahead, Brian. I'll let you finish your point, and then I'll ask a question.
I was just going to say, yes. So basically, the business documents would have been filed in New York and Manhattan, and if those business documents were falsified, and that's a misdemeanor off the bat. So if they're just falsified, now if those documents were falsified to conceal a federal crime, then that can be a federal violation. So that's the way I take it, at least.
It seems like a stretch to me. Yeah.
Going back to 2021, when the FEC decided that they were going to drop the case, the Federal Election Commission dropping the case, reviewing Trump's hush money payments to various women, including Stormy Daniels, who seems to be at the center of this current possible indictment. I mean, have we learned anything new since then? Like, is this? What are we looking at now? What changed?
We don't know what we're looking at because there's.
You mean besides him announcing that he's running again?
Yeah. Go ahead. I'm cutting it now.
Hey, if I can, I'm going to jump in here for a second, Mario, just to kind of.
You know, Nick, one of the things that I would want to look at.
I mean,
these are not recent allegations, right? These are things that are going back to 2015. Maybe 2016. I mean, what is the statute of limitations, on this? And, I think that's something else that's got to be looked at. I mean, certainly most federal crimes are 5 year, have 5 year statute of limitations. There are some that exceed that, but generally they're 5 year statute of limitations. And we're well past that, here. Now, I don't know, the different states have different statute of limitations. I don't know what New York has, but, that would be one of the things I'd also be curious about. And, if there's an issue, sometimes those statutes get told or stopped because, of allegations that the defendant is hiding their crimes, et cetera. But I don't think that's applicable. I mean, there was rumblings about Stormy Daniels way back in 2016, right? So
just to chime in there, Chris, in terms of years, allegedly Stormy Daniels was paid by Cohen in 2016, and the payment from Trump to Cohen for his services were in 2017, and for a year.
Yeah, I think we need to at least be somewhat objective and pull back a bit. I mean, to me, this is what people have said before about a witch hunt. It's the same thing they tried to do with Rudy Giuliani about the Farah violation. It made the news, and then it came out later that there was no violation. And that didn't make the front line. Same thing we've seen in numerous other instances when they tried to smear Matt Gaetz. This is nothing but throwing stuff on a wall, which they have done forever. Who's their witness? Michael Cohen. It was his attorney. Let me tell you, anybody who runs a business relies on their legal advice of their attorney, their accountants, their CPAs, etc. This is a man who's the star witness, who committed tax medallion fraud. Had nothing to do with Trump. This guy flipped because he's a crook. He's been a crook with the medallion business, and he's trying to sell himself and get fame, and that's what's been going on for a long time. So for people to hold these people up like they hold up Avenatti and everybody else and say this is the be-all, end-all, it's not hard to indict. What's hard is to convict.
Prodigal, listen, bro. One question. That's an important point because most people are not making the distinction. Just to clarify, you're saying that he was actually charged and had a crime.
That's how they got him first. Yeah, he committed a lot of crimes with his medallion business in New York.
And that was unrelated.
It was a tax event. Cohen went down primarily. You can read the indictment for tax evasion over taxi medallions. Nobody spends the time to actually check what people like Krasenstein say. It has nothing to do with Stormy Daniels or hush money.
Okay, so here's another thing. Do you think that Alan Bragg is going to be indicting him based off just the testimony of Michael Cohen? They called in Kellyanne Conway, they called in Hope Hicks, they called in a number of other people. A case isn't built off of the testimony of one individual. It's built off of documents, evidence, and the testimony of multiple people.
But Brian, let me ask you this:
Nick, before you ask, Nick, can I quickly jump with a question for the audience, Nick? Is that okay?
Sure.
Yeah, it's just for everyone in the audience. A quick question. We're working in the background to get Mr. Cohen, Michael Cohen, onto the space. So we do have whatever 10,000.
I'll go to the audience.
No, we don't need more space on the stage. If anyone knows, if anyone can get in contact with Michael Cohen, it would be great to host him on the space. So if you can jump in for a few minutes, let us know. Just DM me if you can. I'll go back to Nick. Sorry, Nick. Nick?
Okay, yeah, I just want to encourage everybody. By the way, we're gonna go to a bunch of audience questions here very shortly. So if you can go down to the bottom right-hand corner, hit the purple button, leave us your questions. I know there are a lot of questions revolving around this, and we're gonna try to get as many answered as we possibly can. I think an important question to ask, and maybe Chris, you'd be able to give some insight on this as well. It looks like there were a lot of prosecutors that declined to ever take this case. They never wanted to pursue criminal charges, and I believe even the DA that is currently pursuing this case back in 2022 said that he wasn't going to pursue anything based on this. He faced a lot of political repercussions. There were protests outside of his office. You had the New York.
Can I just chime in really fast on that, Nick? So Alvin Bragg actually, that the criticism he took wasn't over this case; it was over the business case, which is. It kind of goes along the lines of this one, but it wasn't the hush money payment case.
Okay, well, that still begs the question, though. Does that make it seem like it's more politically motivated at this point when you do have somebody like the New York Attorney General, Letitia James, coming in and saying that he needs to be more aggressive, he needs to actually do something about this? I mean,
she ran for office on this with Democrats cheering. This is political from the start. Listen, Soros's daughter-in-law, she wants her money paid. It is what it is. You guys are heroes.
Can I ask you a question, Portugal? If this is political, I've asked this question to Dr. Gorka earlier. If this is political, it doesn't seem like a smart political strategy. We've had a few people so far say, Vivek said it on stage, and others, Dr. Gorka said it.
Well, if you're going to lose the election and people are going to open the books on your crimes, listen, if they are crazy enough to do this, Arkansas has enough violations. You can look at Marco Polo. He's on here. You can look at the laptops.
Doesn't answer my question. What if this is political? It doesn't seem like a smart political strategy. Most people agree that this will help Trump's re-election chances. So why would they do that if it is political?
Because they have no other outs. They've tried everything. They need to harm him. This will harm him to an extent. I mean, the prior speaker talked about it. If DeSantis doesn't honor the warrant, how is Trump going to campaign in battleground states with Democratic governors? This is clearly they're doing this because they have no other choice. What other moves do they have? They have Ukraine about to blow up in the world war. They have a bank run. New York City is at record homeless. You got California with a $30 billion deficit. San Francisco wants to pay out $5 million. Like, this is what they're focusing on. And people are like, no, this is going to unite the country. The country is literally falling apart before your eyes. We can't even supply munitions and arms.
Conflating a lot of things together. Go ahead, Brian.
So I think that if they indict him, which it appears they're going to do, and he is found innocent before the election,
that's going to kill the Democrats.
That would kill Democrats. So I think that they're not going to indict him unless they know they have a pretty airtight case. At least that's my thought.
Brian, did this catch you by surprise, by the way, the post by Trump, the announcement?
No. I mean, I expected it coming within weeks. I think most of the media did because of the preparations they're making, also of the people that they're interviewing. They interviewed Cohen just, I think, last week, and that was pretty much the end of the grand jury. So I mean, I expected it to be coming within probably the next 2 to 3 weeks.
So I have a question. Could this be used to stop him from running, though? So let's say he was indicted and charged and prosecuted.
Could this stop him from running? No, it can't unless he is convicted. And yeah, I mean, if he's convicted, yeah. Yeah, and I think he'll drag it out as long as possible. I don't know if I don't know if the trial would take place before the next election. I don't know. I think that's a good question to ask somebody that has more information.
Well, I want Chris to jump in on that one, and I also want to ask, convicted of what? If he's convicted of what would disqualify him for running for president?
A felony, so it would have to be a felony.
No, it would not. It does not
doesn't.
disqualify him. It does not disqualify him. And you can be a felon. There are the only qualifications to run for office are in the United States Constitution, and believe it or not, being a felon for federal office is not a prohibitor. It would be for state office. A couple other things. There is no way I allow him as his attorney to go to trial in New York in an extraordinarily unfavorable forum on politically motivated charges. And, I've had J6 defendants, and there's a reason they're indicting and prosecuting the misdemeanors of those. Unfavorable form.
Chris, Chris, I don't know why you keep dropping out. If someone's calling you, just block their number so they stop calling, or tell them to stop calling.
Yeah, no. But my point here is that it's an unfavorable form. You don't allow the man to face charges there, and you don't have him show up. You don't do a trial there unless they drag him in there, even and especially if he's innocent. I mean, because they're gonna pack a jury with an unfavorable panel, and you're going in.
Chris, how do you do that though? Because I asked that question earlier, and this is Breedale with Daily Wire. How,
even if they don't have a lot of evidence,
do you do that?
Yeah.
Yeah, I was just going to ask Chris, like, how do you, as a lawyer, say you're representing Donald Trump? We don't know what the actual case is that they're charging him, because we don't have that evidence yet. No, we don't have that proof. But let's just say theoretically, you are representing Donald Trump. How would you argue against this? Because earlier on, we had another expert say that doesn't, you can argue, but that doesn't usually work.
Well, you're not going to be able to dismiss the charges. The charges are going to sit, and you don't allow them to be brought into the jurisdiction for trial. And, he's not going to be on the ballot. And if he gets elected president, now he's immune. At least the charges will sit until the end of his term of office. At which point, by the way, I think the motivation to prosecute him probably goes away. And then, Chris, you can deal with it once he's out of office.
Just to interrupt, sorry. So my point is that he, as the president of the United States, this is why it seems very unprecedented right now that we're watching this take place, because he, as the president of the United States, has had just media focus on him for, at least 8 years, of running then as his term as president, and now after he lost his office. So my question is, like, because of the unprecedented nature of this being a former president who is running right now for office, how would you be able to get him a fair trial in the United States, let alone, let's just say, in New York?
Well, you're not going to get him a fair trial in New York. These are state charges that are going to be brought in New York. He is running for president right now. I think, the answer to this is, I don't think he's ever going to get a fair trial in New York. I mean, you could try, I suppose, to, do a change of venue upstate. There are some red areas in New York where maybe he could get a fair trial. You're not going to move it out of New York because these are New York state charges. And so, and by the way, that's going to be the discretion of the trial judge, who's likely, dark blue in Manhattan. And, that's my point. It's a bad scene. It may be best allow the man to become president, and then he can retire to Florida and maybe never face these charges because he's never going to get extradited as long as there's not a Democratic governor.
Sebastian, I've got a question for you. And someone from the audience sent this. They are saying that the reason why this has been timed at this specific point is to stop Donald Trump from raising money and impact his campaign negatively. What's your thoughts on that?
Oh, this has everything to do with the election and nothing else. I mean, it's clear. Just look at the fact pattern, to use a legal phrase. What is the fact pattern of the last 6 years? It's case after case after case, whether it's federally, whether it's an attempt to impeach twice, even after. I mean, this is, Mario's question, why would the left do this? You've got to stop thinking logically. This isn't about logic. This is about hatred. This is a man that we are supposed to believe is a Nazi, a white supremacist, is responsible for an insurrection. If you believe that, you are a hostage to your own ideology. So whether it's the original cases brought against him in the Southern District, whether it's the Operation Crossfire Hurricane, the first tri-intelligence service operation against a sitting government, and including a national security advisor, this is about one thing and one thing alone. It's about stopping President Trump from running in 2024. That's all it's about.
Just got a bit of an update, guys. So we do have a few people trying to reach out to Michael Cohen to bring him onto the show. So we'll keep you all posted. But has anyone looked into the response from the Democrats on the story? Brian, did you see anything?
Yeah. I mean, I'm not really finding anything too surprising. Basically, just saying that this is what to expect. I think I haven't seen anybody saying that
No,
this shouldn't have happened. Or
that I put up on the nest. I think, Mario, none of the Democrats of note, leadership of note, have issued statements, unlike Speaker McCarthy. So my assessment on this is that they're going to keep this very, very low key until the charges are public.
So there's a gentleman here,
Yeah.
John Cardillo, just tweeted the following. I'm going to invite him now. Let me see who John Cardillo is. Actually, one of the moderators, I think Nick, you sent that, or Slimane, you sent me. So TV host, NYPD and a radio TV host of Once Upon a Time. So he said the following: New York City law enforcement sources telling me that the Manhattan DA's office is in, quote, in chaos. They're telling me about 60% of the office wants no part of this and wishes Bragg and Rice would just stop the nonsense. They all know there is no crime, apparently all being driven by a small group of radicals at the top, very similar to Russiagate. So obviously, this is, I'm just reading out what one person's take is. There's no evidence we have on this, but I'll invite John up now to get his thoughts on what his source of information is for this. It's actually interesting. Let me send out an invite.
Chris, sorry.
No, go ahead, Simon.
Chris, so just let's say in a hypothetical, Trump is charged, unless this goes all the way to trial, what would a possible timeline look like?
You're assuming that he's going to be extradited as well, that he's going to either voluntarily surrender, or he's going or there's going to be extradition, because that's another prerequisite here, right? I mean, he's not a New York resident. They're going to have to get him, and I think it's a low probability that Ron DeSantis is going to allow, very low probability, for a number of reasons, that Ron DeSantis is going to allow his extradition. But let's assume he is brought in. He's got a preliminary hearing. By the way, I mean, he's going to have the right to test some of their evidence on this, and he's going to.
One second, Chris. So let's say, because I just want to break this down for the audience because they're listening. Let's say in a hypothetical, DeSantis doesn't extradite him. Does that mean the trial goes on without him, and if he's charged, he won't face the consequences?
No, the trial will not go on without him. The proceedings in New York will be held in abeyance, and they will sit until he is brought into the jurisdiction for trial.
So that means if he was not to be extradited, this trial would not go ahead.
Correct. It would sit.
Okay.
And by the way, there's a run up to the trial, right? I mean, the defendant is entitled to discovery. The defendant is entitled to look at the state's evidence. The defendant is entitled to look at the state's witnesses that they're going to be required to disclose. So there's an entire run-up to trial. All that's going to be held until he is brought into the jurisdiction.
Okay, so now let's go with the hypothetical that he is extradited. He does go to New York. What would the timeline look like?
As a criminal defendant, you have a right in the United States to a right to a speedy trial. And that right looks a little different in each state. And it looks a little different in federal court. And, you know, these are state charges. You know, I don't, I have to be honest with you. I don't know how quickly New York typically brings cases to trial. You know, I practice in Ohio and Kentucky in state court. Ohio's got a speedy trial statute. A lot of states do that requires very strict timelines to bring a defendant to trial. In Kentucky, we're a little more looser in state courts. And obviously the federal courts have a speedy trial statute. But, you know, I think if Trump wanted, he could get this case to trial in 6 months. I think if he wanted to delay it, I think he could delay it. And the other question
that's my question, Chris, just 1 second. That's my question. Because we know in a hypothetical situation, let's say Trump was to win the primary and then win the presidential election, he'd win in November 2024 and he'd go into office in January 2025. Basically, is it feasible or probable that this trial could be delayed enough that it gets to the point where he's in office and therefore it gets, again, it's basically stopped on hold?
I think if Trump wanted to do that, he could. Now, one of the interesting things is if he's brought into the jurisdiction, what does bail look like, right? Because he's not a New York resident. I mean, and bail is meant to secure the presence of the defendant. You know, is the judge going to be absolutely tyrannical and deny him bail? Is he going to be sitting in jail? You know, and you could see where politically that would be interesting. You know, for a Democratic judge that, you know, is ostensibly, you know, elected and facing re-election to be the one that kept him in jail, you know, and in that instance, he would have an interest probably in expediting the proceedings. You know,
Mario,
but
Chris,
again, that's
if
why
I could jump in real quick. I just got text messaged from Benjamin, who's the former federal prosecutor. He is saying that, you know, just to double check this, but he said this is not going to be 6 months. The trial will be at least late 2024 or early 2025. He is saying, though, that he's very much open to others' opinions on that. That's based off of his expertise. Thanks.
Well, and I think Donald Trump, if he wanted to, could delay the trial for a very, very long time.
Sorry, just Chris, do
you know,
you mind if I just ask a quick question? Was that you, Bree, jumping in, or was that Millie? I didn't see her unmuted.
That was Bree.
Bree, yeah. So Bree, first, thanks for jumping in with this information. Who was that shared from? Who's that information?
Benjamin's
Okay, perfect.
The federal prosecutor we had up earlier.
Yeah, beautiful. Yeah. Oh, Benjamin. Yeah, of course. Yeah. So if Benjamin could jump back on, Benjamin, I'll send you through an invite whenever you're free again. It would be great to have you on.
I think Benjamin's in a synagogue right now. Shabbat
synagogue. Yeah. So as soon as it's done, it'll be good to have him. But yeah, sorry to interrupt you, Chris.
Yeah, I think, you know, the defendant has a lot of control on how quickly a case is brought to trial. And, you know, usually the theory is you delay because the state's evidence doesn't get better. And you're usually able to make, you know, poke holes in it as time goes on. You're able to investigate it. And that is a usual defense attorney strategy is to delay. Here, I think the interests of President Trump, if he, you know, is in fact indicted, is to delay. And I think, you know, there is plainly a path for him. You know, you run for office, you get elected. I mean, that'll be in the 24. And then, you know, they're not going to be permitted to try a sitting president for a lot of reasons. The other thing is he may be able to remove this to federal court as the president. I mean, you know, I haven't looked at that, but typically, you know, if a state court prosecution goes on of a federal official, you know, just to keep states from interfering in the federal government, there's a removal process. And, you know, that may be available to him as well, where he may be able to, you know, ship this out of New York City. And that's the last thing the prosecution's going to want. So there's, you know, there are other strategies available to him, particularly, you know, if he runs for president, gets elected with these charges pending.
So, Chris, let me ask you real quick.
Go ahead, Nick. Sorry.
Somebody mentioned earlier, I believe it was a White House correspondent. It was Andrew. Don't remember his last name, but he was up here earlier today. He mentioned that it's possible that bail conditions, because of Trump saying on Truth Social that, you know, he was calling for protests and people to really speak up about this. Does it seem like it might be a condition of bail that the judge might put in place a gag order to stop him from talking about this in general?
That's a really interesting thing, because now you're under prior restraint of speech. I mean, can a judge, put a gag order sometimes on the parties to a proceeding to ensure a fair trial? They can. But when you gag a party to a proceeding, there's all kinds of findings you have to do when you start to suppress free speech, and that becomes even more critical when you're dealing with people in the political realm, where free speech is at its height. That's why we have separate standards for libel and defamation for public figures. I think that's the kind of thing that could get writ activities going on. That's kind of an unusual procedure in appellate courts, and that's something the U.S. Supreme Court could look at ultimately. Because you're dealing with First Amendment.
I think that I don't see that happening right off the bat. I don't think they're going to put a gag order in right off the bat. I think that if Trump begins making posts on Truth Social, or maybe he comes back to Twitter and he starts posting on Facebook, and those posts somehow put any trial at risk, and that he could be intimidating witnesses or doing any number of things, I think that's when the judge could come in and probably first give a warning before issuing some kind of gag order.
Okay. So let me ask Ryan. Sorry. Do you have breaking news, Millie, or do you have any update?
I wanted to ask Chris a question, because I have spoken, I've known several of Trump's lawyers, and we've talked about this scenario before, and I asked a lot of the same questions pertaining to couldn't a red state governor kind of offer sanctuary and Trump not turn himself in? And what I got was something more along the lines of that they wouldn't advise that, because wouldn't that most likely put him in a situation where they could hold him, saying he's a flight risk, or that he's not willing to present to court? Chris?
I mean, if they eventually get him into New York, yes. And the other thing that could do, that's going to make bail less likely in New York. If you're hanging out in Florida and you're declining to show up, and those are the things you got to weigh. Do you want to, what do you think the chances are of Ron DeSantis, withholding extradition? Are you willing to conduct a presidential campaign only in deep red states? Those are the questions I think they're going to have to ask. There's not easy political answers to that, and there's not easy legal questions or legal answers to that, in the sense that if you don't go to New York and they eventually get you in New York, you're not probably getting out on bail.
Well, and you had to also look at the optics. I think the optics would be horrible for Trump if he didn't if he wasn't if he stayed in Florida and he didn't leave Florida, there'd be a warrant out for his arrest. I think the optics would be terrible. I'm sure it would kind of turn some of his staunchest supporters on, but I think overall, I think in a general election, it will probably be horrible, especially with independents.
Brian, and the question works the other way as well. What we're seeing here is based on these charges being brought, even people who are neutral. So we had presidential candidate Vivek on here, who was neutral, who is actually Trump's opponent, and has spoke out about how this is unjust. Do you think that, and if this is right, well, and the reason I was asking those questions is, if the trial can be delayed to the extent that Trump can be in office by the time anything happens, if anything, doesn't this benefit Donald Trump? Because you've basically got his supporters who think it's wrong, and then you have a lot of people who are possibly central, middle of the aisle, who think, you know what, this is an injustice, and again, it's unfair, and then they'll be more amiable to his ideas and views and to him. So do you think this is actually going to work against them, and he'd actually end up getting a bigger support because of it?
Yeah, so of course this is only my opinion, and it's hard to kind of judge what 150 million voters would do. But Democrats would obviously, I think it would drive them to the polls to vote against him. I think Republicans, his base, will be driven to the polls like crazy. I think his base is small. I think his base is his strongest base is probably about 30 to maybe 35% of Americans. And then you have the independents, who I don't think they're going to vote for somebody that is actually going to have a criminal trial or is scheduled to have a criminal trial while in office if he wins. I think ultimately,
Well, even
it
if
will
they
help
think
him.
even
I-
Brian,
I-
I'll let you finish. I'll let you finish. Even if they, as well as people like such like Vivek, who think that it's unfair and they think that you don't think that'll, so they won't be considering him as a criminal. They'll be thinking of him as someone who has basically been abused, someone who is basically being maligned, and he's not getting fair justice. And so they're thinking, you know what, let's help him. We should actually go out and support him in order to ensure that America continues, so America doesn't, judicial system isn't seen as a joke.
I think that definitely there's going to be some people that do that. Trump lost by 7 million votes in 2020. I don't see him gaining votes by being indicted and headed to a criminal trial. I think ultimately the majority of Americans would not be for a president that has been indicted and headed to criminal trial.
I mean,
so
maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm wrong.
Yeah. Let's see what Sebastian. What's your thoughts on this?
Sebastian, Justin, I know you said your take is pretty. You said to me you disagree with everyone on stage, Justin.
Yeah, pretty much. Look, I have. Go ahead, Seb. I'll let you talk first.
Yeah, I think we're going around. I think we're going around in circles. I think we've discussed this, repeatedly. The idea, as I said last time, if this goes to court, if he's arrested or even handcuffed or even being tried in absentia, then this will be the proof. This will be the proof that deep state exists and there is a weaponization of law enforcement in America. So you'll see forget 73 million people. You will have people in the middle who say, "Come on, really? Campaign finance violation? No, this is out of control, and we have an incumbent regime that is using police tactics to neutralize the head of the opposition." So no, this plays perfectly into his campaign plan. I mean, it's shocking for the fabric of our republic, but this will make Trump stronger than he's ever been.
So Chris, I know you have to go here shortly, so I want to ask you two quick questions here. Obviously, there are other investigations that are going on to Donald Trump. A lot of them might be politically motivated. We don't necessarily know. We haven't seen a lot of the facts come out about it. You've got the J6 investigation, the Fulton County, Georgia election meddling, as well as the classified documents probe. Out of all of those and what we know right now about the Stormy Daniels situation up there in Manhattan, which one would worry you the most here?
You're assuming that I'm representing President Trump hat. I mean, at some level, none of them, because, all of this is sort of dealing with, I mean, Stormy Daniels kind of piddly filing kind of stuff, at best, and the J6 stuff, again, I mean, this has been litigated, frankly, on the Senate floor twice. And, at the end of the day, I think when you beat a dead horse enough, people are turned off and sick of it. And other speakers, there's the political aspect of it. There are plenty of folks on this forum that I think can speak to the politics of it and how that's going to shake out. But just from the legal aspect, I mean, it seems like this is a whole bunch, to kind of do about nothing. I mean, none of this has me worried. If you had him on video saying storm the Capitol and shoot people, take over, if there was more there than in fact is there, and we watched all of the J6 stuff that the Democrats could muster on national TV as they did their committee rollout, at the end of the day, none of this really worries me. And, if I'm representing him, I mean, it's just more that you got to deal with. And I think at the end of the day, you just got to get through end of 2023, 24, he gets reelected. I think a lot of this goes away because then he's term limited out and the incentive to go after him goes away.
I would personally say that out of all four of the investigations, this one would probably come second to the bottom in terms of what Trump could be facing. And this is my opinion. I think that the Fulton County, Georgia case, I think that could be a strong one against him, where he spoke to numerous individuals about installing fake electors. I think that after that would probably be the documents case, where he refused to give documents back. After that, January 6th, I think there's a lot of ways that Trump can get out of that one. There's a lot of ways that he could say he meant this and didn't mean this. And then this one, I think that, well, ultimately, if he was convicted, I don't think he'd get more than, I think the worst case, probably a year, maybe a year and a half.
Isn't that enough? Isn't that enough to kill his re-election?
Oh yeah, but yeah,
But
absolutely.
again, Brian, but aren't we at the same problem? Like, even those four things that you mentioned, people who support Trump and even people who are in the middle would argue that when it comes to the Democrats, they've partaken in similar, if not worse, things pertaining to those issues. And so you're in the same problem again, where people just don't trust the American justice system. What do you think, Brian?
Yeah, but I disagree with that. I mean, I haven't seen evidence that Democrats have partaken in anything like that, especially the documents case. And everybody's going to bring up Joe Biden or Mike Pence, but those were incredibly different situations.
So I want to bring up two things quickly. Benjamin, the former prosecutor, sent Bree the following. I'm just going to read it out now. Mention this, please, to the other attorney. On there's no point talking about extradition. Clearly, he was given a heads up to coordinate his Secret Service detail. Coordinate his Secret Service detail could make arrangements. So they could make arrangements. There's a bit of typos here. We need to bring the temperature down and not go down inflammatory rabbit holes talking about extradition battle with DeSantis. So
I agree. I don't think that he's gonna appear. He's not gonna not leave Florida. I don't see any way that's gonna happen.
Okay, so I know Slammy got a question as well, and I want to bring up. We've got another lawyer coming up on stage to give us some more insight. But go ahead, Simon.
No, it was basically to Brian that I understand that that's his view because he is a Democrat and American politics is just so people are very stringent in the party that they follow. But the issue is this, that's your position. But what I'm saying is people on the other aisle believe, as you believe, they believe that, guess what? For example, as you said, Biden and Pence also had documents. Election fraud, because you mentioned election was one of the things.
But was it? Hold on, just the documents. The Mike Pence and Biden documents, weren't they found well after Donald Trump? So maybe an investigation, and there is an investigation ongoing, isn't it?
So yes. So
that's not my point. My point is, whatever Brian thinks is a problem with Trump, the Trump's people on the right think that there's similar problems, if not worse, with that other side. And all it does from both aspects, because both are accusing the other of each thing, is again your same problem where if Trump gets in trouble for these things and the other side doesn't, again, it's going to come to the same point where people don't trust American justice.
So I get where you're going with that, and I think that partially that's true, and a lot of this is my opinion. But if you do look at the documents case, Joe Biden, Mike Pence, they found documents within their homes and offices, and voluntarily told the National Archives and voluntarily handed them over. Trump, on the other hand, he had documents. He took documents. Whether he knew he took those documents, I'm not going to argue that. I believe he knew he took those documents, but that's a moot point. He refused to give them back. The National Archives notified him that he had those documents. He refused to give them back. He then allegedly moved those documents within his home, Mar-a-Lago, and ignored a subpoena to return them. So it's a totally different case, a totally different set of possible crimes in that case.
I want to go quickly. So it's just Simon. I want to go to Justin because I know he's been waiting for a while. Justin, you said you disagree with everyone on stage. You sent me that message.
Yeah.
Well, I didn't expect that come from you, man.
No, I mean, look, I've been a strong Trump supporter in the past, but I've soured on him because of all things COVID and lots of disagreements, lots of discussions there. I just wish he would acknowledge the pain points and everything else there. But my point on this is one, yeah, I believe the charges are overtly political, but I think this is a wicked smart move for the Democrats because Trump's main Achilles heel, his kryptonite, his downfall is fatigue and people just tired. I mean, he was the right bull in the china shop at the time, but just the constant hankering in the press, the bickering, the pushing, and everything else there. I love mean tweets as much as the next guy, but sometimes we've got to button up and get some things done. And it's just one more eye roll moment. I posted in the nest there just two virtual reality images I created. One was sort of what Trump and hardliners really expect is going to happen when Trump gets arrested. And you saw Trump calling for thousands of people to take to the streets and everything else there. I guarantee you that's not going to happen. I mean, even it's a terrible look. I hate it, and I hate the politics of it. And it may help his cause a little bit, but in the end, no one's going to show up to these rallies. I don't think. I think people are just tired. We're fatigued, and I think this plays right
But
into the hands
his
of
support,
the Democrats
Justin, his support is very strong, man. First, I want to ask you: did it catch you by? Did it catch you? You've been you've been on our
I'm telling
spaces.
you,
You've been on our spaces for a while, Justin. Did this catch you by surprise?
No. I mean, we knew this was coming. We knew something was going to come down. They've been talking the last 6 months that they would try to do something, and I think actually the charge will probably go nowhere, and it'll probably just dissipate out. But if he's taken away in handcuffs, that probably is a huge boon if they show him taken away in handcuffs. But I don't think that Mad Max apocalypse people really I don't think that's going to happen. I don't think there's going to be a lot of people protesting in the streets because people are just more concerned about the economic issues. And that if Trump they think can do that, that's great. But gosh, a lot of people are disappointed over his reaction to COVID, his reaction to the vaccines and everything else there. And he's going to either have to fess up to some of the ownership of the lockdowns and the huge harm that caused, and it started this whole economic ball rolling in the wrong direction, or he's going to just have to, white paper over and hope he gets past it. Look, I was at CPAC, and it was a very different feeling than past years when Trump was at CPAC. That's just my take. I know it may offend people, but that's kind of where I'm right now.
Interesting. And we've got Nate. Nate, have you looked at the allegations at all before we go to Tony? Have you looked at the case, the investigation?
Yeah, I used to be a DA here in New York, so I've seen everything, and it's weird because obviously you can't ignore the political ramifications for it. But this case is pretty much a very simple case on paper, right? It's kind of like, hey, you made this $100,000 payment for your campaign, and you misclassified it as legal expenses. That's essentially what we got going on here. And in most cases, it's just a fine. Now you're talking about an arrest. So I think, well, let me just let everybody know what the
So I've just got, Nate, let me update quickly the audience. Law enforcement prepares security measures in case of Trump indictment protests. Number one, Trump's lawyer told the AP, Associated Press, that if Trump is indicted, quote, we will follow the normal procedures. Number two, Manhattan District Attorney, so we're talking about Bragg here. Bragg's office has apparently been examining whether any state laws were broken in connection with the payment or the way Trump's company so we're talking about the case, what it's about. And I'll read out the third point. Cohen and federal prosecutors said the company paid him $420,000 to reimburse him for the $130,000 payment to Daniels and to cover bonuses and other supposed expenses. The company classified those payments internally as legal expenses. We've already gone through this. I think after we get Nate's take, Slammer, what I'd like you to do is give another quick overview for the audience of what we know so far, what the case is, what the investigation is about with Stormy Daniels, I think it is. And everything we know so far before we welcome more panelists on the stage. Nate, go ahead, man.
Nate, real quick, can you confirm? Nate, can you confirm again, because I missed this? Did you say that you have actually seen the charges?
No, I haven't seen the charges. I was saying I used to work. I've worked as an ADA in New York, but I have not seen the charges. No.
Thanks.
Yeah, my only take is that it seems like everybody's a little have the misunderstanding about the process. The process is pretty simple. They've told him that, hey, we have these charges, we have probable cause to make an arrest, and we're going to and we need you to come in. Now, some people are saying that Trump may be in jail or he's going to be denied bail. That is not the case. New York is a no cash bail state. So you can assault people. Like we had one guy who assaulted 5 people in one day, and every time he was let out on bail. Trump is not going to spend a day in jail. He's going to go there, plead, and then walk out. About the perp walk, a lot of people are talking about, well, will we see him in a perp walk? It all depends. If now, generally for everyone else, you have to go to a precinct where the arrest would occur, and then they would transport you from the precinct to central booking. And when that transportation from the precinct to central booking, usually you get your perp walk when the detectives are walking you out. I'm assuming since Trump is a high value person, then they're going to just have him go to central booking, which you can also book someone down in central booking. So I'm assuming he'll go to central booking, they'll book him, and he'll walk out. You'll never probably even see him in handcuffs. You may see him, though, during arraignment when he pleads, not guilty to whatever charges or whatever. And I think the reason why the extradition wouldn't be an issue is because in the Constitution, if you, for any charge, and this happened, this is from even back in slavery times, when let's say if you violated a law and you ran, then they would say, okay, we need to bring you back to the southern states. So it's a compulsory piece to the Constitution where if a state says I'm charging Trump with a crime, and they send that to Florida, Florida has to send Trump. So I don't think he wants to even argue or go around with anything like that, since it's a constitutional issue. So he's going to come, he's going to have his little morning in court, and he's probably going to be out. So that's pretty much the process as it is right now.
But Nate, let me ask you real quick. I know there is no cash bail in New York, but the judge still sets the terms of bail, no?
No, the judge has no authority, and that's one of the big issues here in New York. The judge has no authority to set to deny bail. So a lot of these cases, when, like, for instance, when the guy who had 5 assaults that same day, 3 of them were in front of the same judge, but the judge does not have that ability to hold somebody for bail under certain charges. But they do have the ability for serious charges like murder or something like that. And this is nothing close to that. You know what I mean?
I do have another.
Trump will be out.
I do have another quick point here. But then first, before I read out the point from the ex-prosecutor, the question to you, Nate, is why his post then? Why his post about him? I think he's. Let me go back to what he said. Or at least the narrative, not his post, the narrative of him being in handcuffs. Any thoughts on that?
I don't know why they would have that narrative out, because I've done these type of arrests of high profile people where for ours it was a state senator, for instance, and that person usually you'd send them to a precinct and they would do the perp walk, but here you had them come directly to central booking and you can effectuate the arrest there. But now again, I don't know what they're going to do with Trump. They may want the dog and pony show and say, hey, go to the first precinct, you'll be arrested there, and then they're going to bring you to central booking. They may do that, but generally, for someone who has secret service protection and all this other stuff, it just makes more sense to bring them directly to central booking, where you can book them and you can go through the arraignment. He'll probably be out in maybe 2 to 3 hours.
I think Trump wants this, and I think if I was a campaign advisor, I'd be telling him to push for it too. I mean, there's the visual of him in handcuffs. I just don't think the reaction that he's expecting is going to happen.
Let me read out a quick point here from our friend Benjamin, former prosecutor. Asked the DA who's on stage whether or not he believes that the indictment has already come down and has been sealed. And secondly, do you think that the scope of the indictment could be much broader than what the public is currently aware of, Nate?
Yes and yes. Number one, he wouldn't be turning himself in if he wasn't already indicted. Just so everybody knows, in the United States, to be arrested, you need probable cause. And for someone like Trump, I'm assuming you're going with a grand jury indictment. So yes, I'm assuming that he's already been indicted, and that's the reason why they're saying come in, because you've already been indicted and we're going to go through this process. The indictment itself is the proof, is probable cause for the arrest.
Tony?
Yeah, thanks, Mario, for having me. I appreciate it, for letting me in the room. And I will say that I have contacted Michael Cohen, and
he's a big boy, so if he wants to join the room, he'll join the room. So, but I appreciate you having me speak.
Thanks,
I
Tony.
want to speak on the politics of it. Yeah, no problem. I want to speak on the politics of it because I've been listening to some of the legal stuff in the room, and I think only time is going to tell with the legal aspect of it. I mean, that's up to the courts, the prosecutors, and the lawyers now. But the politics of it is extremely frustrating. And forgive me, but all the commentary in the room, besides Tammy, I believe, and Justin, I can't believe I agree with you on some things, but wow. That's just where we're at, I guess. But I will say this, the commentary in the room and the understanding of American politics, and more importantly, what the average American person believes and knows about American politics, you people are bafflingly bad at this. I mean, it is baffling how bad you are at framing your messaging and your arguments. Have you even looked in the mirror to actually frame up the argument that if this is so great for Trump, and this is, I think Elon and several other people have said, he's going to ascend to the presidency with this, right? This is going to make sure and guarantee he's the president of the United States. But also, this is a very, very bad thing. This is horrible for America, and it's going to destroy America. Are you even looking in the mirror to say your argument before you present this to the American people? Because the American people are worried about a lot of things this weekend, and one of their things is how badly their NCAA bracket is smashed. And for no one to understand the politics that are around this is just, it really frustrates a lot of people in this country. One of the points is this, that if Donald Trump is indicted, which, like the last person just spoke said he likely is, that's the probable cause why he's going to be arrested. That's why he possibly will be in handcuffs. Is there going to be violence? And on the argument goes, right? But we have a situation where the politics of it is going to be at the forefront. And excuse me, I don't know. Can we cuss in this room? You invited Michael Cohen, so I'm guessing.
Yeah, you have to cuss. I think it's a requirement, please.
Well, when you're talking about these issues, you must cuss. But it is incredible that we have dropped the ball so far of what the American people know about politics. It will take the entire weekend for the entire country to understand that Donald Trump is actually going to be arrested in New York, possibly on Tuesday, if that is what's going to happen. And to think what Justin said, to think that people are going to get into the streets and create violence and somehow protect him. I mean, did we learn nothing from January 6th? Like, did we learn nothing from that? Did we learn nothing that these people aren't going to get in the streets and do what they're doing? I mean, someone brought it up earlier. There's 40,000, I think 40,000 police officers in New York City. I mean, where are they going to go? Are they going to protest? Are they going to create violence in New York City? Are they going to Mar-a-Lago? I mean, where are they going to do this? And where is he calling for this, right? I mean, this is nothing but politics for him and for his supporters. And really, frankly, the cult is where this rhetoric is directed, only at a small percentage of Americans. It's a tiny fraction of our country that is going to believe the nonsense, because most people in this country are going to go, well, he committed a crime. He's being indicted on that crime, and the justice system will they'll either convict him or they won't, and he'll either be innocent or he'll be guilty in the end. I mean, this isn't like the American people don't watch crime dramas. I mean, we just watched this stupid Murdoch trial happen. It's as if the political commentary in this country doesn't have faith in the American people about civics, because the American people really don't understand American politics as well as they should, but they understand it well enough to know that what you people are saying about how it's going to ascend Trump to the presidency. I mean, to be frank, it's baffling how bad you are at this, because you don't even understand what cycle we're in and what election we're in. Donald Trump is not a nominee to be president. He's not. He's not a nominee to run for the general election in 2024. He is running in a Republican primary against other Republicans. That is literally, if we are in a cycle, which we are not in, because I don't know, I don't think Donald Trump has he got the petitions to be on any ballots in any states anywhere? So the point that you make about it being political for the 2024 presidential election, he's not even reached that point yet. Why would any judge anywhere grant him any kind of immunity because he announced he's running for president? I mean, I could go rob a bank and then just announce I'm running for president in the next presidential election, even though I'm not even in that general cycle. He's not the nominee yet. Now, I do believe.
Let me read out.
Tony.
Justin, Justin, I'm going to go to Justin. I'm just going to read out something from. I've just invited him. I don't know his name, but he's the White House correspondent at Huffington Post and the author of The Useful Idiot. He says the following: many people shrugged off warnings like this last time. Important to remember that many of Trump's core supporters want authoritarianism. They believe in neither democracy nor the rule of law. Just thought I'd read out something on the other side. I know it's nonsense. I'm just reading out tweets from both sides of the political spectrum for the discussion. So yeah, Justin, sorry, go ahead, man.
Well, no, I'll be co-host a little moderating here too, a little bit more even keel. But Tony, I think you make some good points. But you mentioned how, for example, people are misreading the political scene. They're misreading that people really don't follow this. I think the likelihood of someone following this politics and getting upset about it are probably akin to the upsetness they'll feel towards the charges. People really don't understand this or pay attention to this. I think people are focused on something very different. If this had happened a year from now, I think it would have been a different scenario, don't you think?
No, I totally agree. That's what I'm saying. I would normally not agree with you at all, Justin. No offense, but I'm actually, well, I think the reason why we agree on this point is because maybe it's because me and you, like others not in the room, understand the average American and what they understand about politics. And the reason why that's so important is because, and I'm going to use the E word, you sound like a bunch of fucking elitists in this room when you're talking over top of people instead of like what the American people are going to believe, because it doesn't matter in reality what happens in 2025 at his trials, because Donald Trump likely will secure the nomination of the Republican Party, which is the cycle we're in. If we're in a cycle, that's the cycle we're in. We're not in the general election cycle. There's not even a Democratic nominee. There's not even someone who is announced officially to run for the Democratic nomination besides Marianne Williamson. This is absolutely baffling that people in this room who claim to be commentators, professionals at this, are so bad at what you're doing that you don't even understand.
Well, Tony, a little pushback there.
Sebastian, you can be a snowflake and jump on top of me.
No,
let me finish.
So
we need. So Tony, you've spoken a lot. That's why. Yeah.
There's 8,000 people listening, and you think it's cool.
We have. It's okay, Sebastian. I got good news for you. Kim is here to. Kim, did you hear what Tony said? Because I'm sure you're gonna have a really good response to that. How are you, Kim? I really want Kim to speak.
Sebastian was.
I think Sebastian's really upset, so I was just trying to calm him. Sebastian?
No, it's just like I don't know who this person is. I'm sure he likes to get a lot of clickbait by insulting everybody on this call, saying, "Oh, you don't know anything about politics." Well, what the fuck do you know? Did you serve in the White House? Have you ever been elected to anything? You don't know anything about history. Forget about cycles and elitists. This man is the former president of the United States. Who do you think is going to be the candidate for the Republicans? John Kasich? So why don't you just rein it in a little bit, okay? It's not about your clickbait. It's about understanding history. A former president being arrested, you think that's not important? Grow up.
No, I think it's very important for any person in this country who commits crime that he's committed. I actually believe that this is really, honestly, the least likely to have a guilty verdict on top of the other criminal investigations that are ongoing in his orbit. But I mean, there already has been a plea deal that has been done in a federal court for this. So, and I love how you don't know me, but you don't know that I don't know American history. I don't know American politics.
Really I just listened to you being an idiot for 3 minutes. That's how I know.
Yeah, well,
Tony, if you'll let me.
if you let me
my
talk,
recommendation,
I mean,
Tony, my recommendation is the same recommendation I give to, the Trump campaign, which is, hey, just don't insult people and you'll do better. And I'm not sure you're in a position to insult people in quite this manner, especially when you're on the line with them here, Tony. It gives some respect to some of the fellow panelists. I think they've done an okay job and good pushback. We've given you some time here too, so you'll have your day in court.
And some of us do have a whole lot of political experience and have watched these cycles over and over again, Tony.
Jim,
I mean,
you've
I
got
think-
incredible political experience, but a horrible mic today. I'll let you fix it very briefly. While you fix it, just jump back in, Kim. I want to go to, sorry, Jim. And I do want to go.
What did I come into, bro? I just woke up. I come in here.
Good morning, Kim.
Everyone
Good
is already
morning.
screaming at each other. What the fuck?
No, it was actually pretty calm before. And then you jumped in. I think everyone just felt your energy. How are you?
Very good, very good. But I have to go and take a shower, but I will be listening.
All right, cool. When
You're
you're
leaving already?
No, he's gonna be staying on stage and then jump in right after the shower. You should get a headset like I do, Kim. I actually have a headset that I use specifically. Jim, you got a lot of wind. I use specifically in the shower. So I'll send you one to New Zealand, Kim.
I have Bluetooth
TMI
in the showers.
TMI.
So Jim, you wanted to jump in, and then we'll go to Nate.
Tony, there are also some of us that have, decades of experience in politics, watching how people react. And one of the main weaknesses of your argument, I mean, I don't begrudge you and your opinions of Donald Trump, but one of the main weaknesses of your argument is the fact that you are not taking into account that all of this is happening on the back end of years of unsuccessful attempts to take this man down in similar fashion. And the reason it has not been capable, and without getting into all of the good or bad about Donald Trump per se, is that we're in the middle of a political time in this country where people are finding out their government is not always on their side and very often quite against them. And that's not just for conservatives. That's for everybody. I get Democrats come to me privately when I'm on these spaces talking to me about their concerns about. I just had someone very significant today who radically disagrees with me and hates Trump expressing the same concerns. You're not analyzing this in the proper way. The American people certainly are very interested in March Madness right now. That's the one thing you said that is quite clear. But this is one of the larger spaces that we have on here today in numbers. People are very, very concerned. And the reality is that there is a lot of political motivation behind this particular indictment. And that is going to radically stir up a lot of people who, whether you like Trump or not, or whether you're going to, whatever name you're going to call these people, they actually do believe in the guy. I mean, there's cultish behavior behind Joe Biden. There was cultish behavior behind Obama and Clinton and George W. Bush even. That's part of the nature of politics. That happens when people really like a candidate that they believe in. So the reality is, this is a far worse situation, no matter where you come from the political spectrum. In reality, this is a far worse situation than you are willing to admit, and I think incapable of admitting.
Well, I guess I appreciate your analysis, but again, even your analysis that you're telling me, again, I think you're very off the mark of what, because I want to be clear here. I'm not talking about what political pundits believe. I'm talking about what average Americans know and understand about American politics, which is very little. They understand very little. And to say that somehow all the events that predate him being the word arrested, somehow the American people are just, oh, well, that's the government. Listen, there are just as many people out there that are going to be pissed off that he is arrested, that are going to be pissed off, have been pissed off that he hasn't been arrested yet. I think but the people who don't give a shit, they don't give a shit whether he's arrested or he's not arrested. They don't care if he's president or he's not president. I think people who look at politics look at through a
They look through this lens that they think everyone and every single person in this country cares about who the president is. I mean, they should. I'm not saying they shouldn't. I'm not making that argument. The argument that I'm making is they don't. They don't give a shit.
Tony,
And
can I,
the
Tony,
fact,
Tony, can I read something out to you and let me know what you think? So this is
yeah,
by
go ahead, go ahead.
Politics Video Channel, and they tweeted the following, and that's by supposedly by an independent voter who is leaving the Democratic Party if Trump is arrested over the alleged hush money payments to Stormy Daniels. So he says the following. Again, we didn't verify this voter, they did, but this is a pretty common narrative we heard today. Let me tell you a bit about me. I'm 40, and I started voting for the Democratic Party in 2018 because I believed then President Trump was dividing our country. And back then, the Democratic Party was talking about uniting our country again. I stayed with the Dems throughout 2019 and voted for Biden and Dems in 2020 due to Trump's mishandling of the COVID pandemic. I'm not right wing. I voted for Democrats again in 2022 midterms because I believe a woman's right to choose should be protected. I support Biden's agenda, but I draw the line in arresting people we disagree with a non-crime. We disagree with because of a non-crime. I think former President Trump is a horrible human being and a criminal, but going after him for this non-crime is a slippery slope we should be against. Now, obviously, this person's implying that this is a non-crime and Biden's somehow involved in it, directly or indirectly. But I'm just kind of expressing a certain narrative we heard today, including by people that hate Trump. And Tom Fitton, I wish you can fix your Twitter Spaces, because this is a perfect time for you to be on stage. And I know you're trying to come up. Try to use a different phone or something, because we really would love you to have you on stage. But what are your thoughts on this particular narrative, Tony, that we heard from people on the left?
well, I mean, again, I don't think it matters what people on the right or people on the left say. I think the commentary that this is going to be earth-shattering to American politics, that Donald Trump is arrested, who clearly has been under investigation for many decades for many different reasons, whether you agree he's guilty or not, that he's going to be arrested. I mean, listen, this is a man in 2016 who had big rallies and would get a crowd to cheer, lock her up, to lock up his political opponent at the time. Okay, so that's America. Again, average Americans understanding American politics, you guys are forgetting all of that. You're forgetting what the average person thinks about even getting arrested.
The big deal. It's been days we're trying to fix the issue. Tom, what are your thoughts about the developments? What are your thoughts about the narrative that you've heard here on stage for the past few hours?
Yeah. I don't think this is, I guess, start going to the politics first. I don't think this helps Trump. I think it hurts him. It gives people in the middle another reason to vote against him. And, it may inflame or outrage patriots who are concerned about the future of the republic. But other folks just see someone who, is involved in another scandal. I don't think it necessarily, quote, helps him. And that's why I think the Democrats in New York did this. But, the abuse of law enforcement, the political power, the awesome power to prosecute, to target political enemies like this is the way to end a republic. And obviously this happens time and again in our nation's history, where politics intrudes upon the prosecution process. But nothing like this comparable in American history, where a president, first a candidate and then a president, and now a former president and presidential candidate, has been hounded by politicized prosecutions like Trump. And there is no good faith basis for even an investigation here. And this began with anti-Trumpers in the Justice Department, who inserted this landmine analysis that somehow there was a campaign finance related issue on the payments, the confidentiality payments to Stormy Daniels. And, now allied prosecutors in New York have taken this cudgel up and are abusing, as I said, their awesome power to interfere in an election. And I tell you, every Republican office holder, every wannabe Republican office holder, and frankly, every honest Democrat
needs to denounce this. Governor Hochul should be thinking of ways that she can, under law, to shut this down because this is so disruptive. And frankly, Joe Biden should be denouncing this as well. It undermines, obviously, people's general confidence in the fair administration of justice. And this is the sort of thing that would go on in Moscow or Beijing in terms of the targeting of regime opponents. And this makes a mockery on the international stage of the American justice system. And it's a national security issue in that regard. So anyone
Tom,
who cares about this republic should be on the other side of arresting a former president and the number one opponent of the current president on nonsensical charges that even the New York Times said are novel and risky.
Now, Tom, do you believe, though, that a picture of Trump in handcuffs would be like the picture of the century, though, right?
Well, that's the political
but its impact is debatable. Sure. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah. Or even the idea that he has to go in even without handcuffs. There's going to be a variation of a perp walk no matter how it's worked. I tell you, patriots, and I mean Democrats among this too, people who want our system to continue should oppose this. But unfortunately, within the Democratic Party, there's this rising anarchist communist wing that want to blow up the system. And if one way to blow up the system is to basically throw off all apparent confidence that people have that a justice is at least going to be administered modestly without regard to politics. And I tell you, if this is the new rule, then I fear for the future of our country.
So it seems like it's going to be a cult. Go ahead.
Just a quick question for Tom. Tom, I agree with you to a certain point because you're making a lot of conclusions. So have you seen the indictment? Have you seen exactly what they're charging them with? Or are you just kind of making just overall conclusions whatever, since you don't, if you don't know, then you're just saying it's all garbage without seeing the documents. I would believe what you're saying, but it seems like you know exactly what they're charging. You've seen the indictment, you've seen the evidence they presented, and just said, "Hey, this is all BS." Is that what we're talking about?
Obviously, I'm basing it on the significant reporting in places like the New York Times and CNN, et cetera. So unless they're lying and oblivious to other charges,
that doesn't have to be trusted.
Do I believe that there's secret charges that are actually stronger than the ones that have been talked about? No, there's no evidence of it.
So I'm going to give the mic back to Nate. Nate, I'll give you the mic back. Let me read what Maxine Waters, that's an article on MSNBC. Maxine Waters tortures Trump on MSNBC for trying to organize domestic terrorists to protect arrest. So organized domestic terrorists is in inverted commas. By the way, Tom, you just got a bit of background noise. I think you're eating chips. So I'm just muted you, and then feel free to unmute. So Maxine torched former President Donald Trump, accusing him of, quote, trying to organize domestic terrorists by calling on supporters to, quote, protest his alleged imminent arrest. Jonathan Capehart says the following: "You had been warning everybody since the beginning of the Trump presidency about who he is. Your reaction to the breaking news this morning from the former president, who says on his own social media platform that he will be arrested. He says this on Tuesday." Waters says, "Oh, I just wanted to, have you to understand that perhaps he was trying to organize domestic terrorists to protect his arrest. And I think we have to be careful about him making that announcement. He's doing it for a reason." So this is just another narrative we're trying to have people on the left respond to what's going on. But yeah, Nate, go ahead. The mic is back to you.
A couple of people have asked me the question this morning, so I just want to make it very clear. They were saying, why didn't they do this 6 years ago when this first happened, for instance, because these charges allegedly are coming from something that happened in 2016. So I just want to make it very clear that when Trump was president, they wouldn't have been able to arrest him, indict him, and all that stuff because he has sovereign immunity for those 4 years. So even if there was a crime committed before he became president, when he became president, he was essentially immune from prosecution until after he left office. So that's kind of why you may have had this long time between the charges in this. But I do agree with Tom in one sense, is that it's going to be hard to get a jury of
to believe that this is political, especially with the time frame. But I'm withholding judgment about these charges until I actually see what the charges are and what they have, because they could have something good. I just don't know.
Well,
Nate, let me ask you real quick. So, isn't it
one thing about
go ahead, Jim?
This situation as
your mic, Jim, just FYI.
It is bad. Hold on a second.
Yeah, it's understandable. Just not great,
better?
but yeah, go ahead.
Okay.
No, man, it's the same. But yeah, go ahead. We can understand you. Go ahead.
Okay, so one of the key Tom is absolutely right about this. Like, show me what could be worse charges. If these are the charges, there is no doubt that we've begun, and they go through with it, and this plays out. We're embarking upon a time in American history that will be dramatically bad for everybody. And even though this is bad enough and puts us down a road that is very scary, in my opinion, the moment that this happens to a Democrat in a similar situation, somewhere leading up to a presidential candidate, then we're sunk as a country. And by setting this precedent, we've begun that process. I had a dear friend who from Brazil messaged me about all this, and that person pointed to me to what they did judicially to allow Lula on the ballot down in Brazil, and the things that have been taking place with their far more and much worse politically motivated Supreme Court. This is something that is scary. The United States has been a bastion of freedom for the world. I have friends all over the world. I talk about this all the time, I know, and I apologize, but I have friends all over the world who tell me constantly, because I'm a constant communication with them, how concerned they are about what's going on in the United States. Not because they think the United States is the best country in the world. Some of them don't necessarily quite think that, but they do see the significance of what we do here. I think there is something very serious at stake with this. Whatever your misgivings about Trump are, and I don't begrudge people having misgivings about him, this is a dire time, and if this thing is allowed to move forward with force, you have entirely undermined a process of freedom that we have in this country that has held us strong up till now, and it will begin down a path of potentially causing us to fall off a cliff.
Yeah, so let me ask Nate and some other.
Even if they pull the charges back. Ask Tom a question. I just want to ask Tom. Yeah. You can carry on. I just want to ask you a question. It's based on something Mario read out. What are your thoughts about those comments where they're equating people wanting to protest to domestic terrorists?
I didn't quite understand what was the issue about what Trump was saying. And it's not because I'm making a political point there. I'm just that I don't know if I heard it describe. The point is, what did he say exactly again?
Yeah, I'll explain it, Tom. I'll explain it so you can answer. So what Trump said was he wanted people to protest against what's happening in terms of his indictment. What Mario then read out is some comments equating that to him propagating domestic terrorists. So I'm asking, is that a fair equivocation made by those comments that Mario read out?
Calling on people to protest is well within First Amendment speech. I mean, the left doesn't believe that their opponents should have the First Amendment right to protest. They just don't believe civil rights apply to their political opponents.
No, I think he says the following: protest, and then he says after it, take our nation back. Now, obviously, that could be interpreted in many ways. So, just wanted to add not only protest, but he said protest and then take our nation back, with which some people are equating to something worse than just protesting.
Yeah, I mean, if you're a leftist who doesn't believe that your opponents have the right to free speech, you will interpret standard political statements as something other than speech that is protected. And
Tom, is it yours?
Let me be clear. This president's civil rights are being attacked. He's a crime victim. This malicious prosecution is an assault on his First Amendment freedoms, his 14th Amendment freedoms, and again, it gets to the issue of what he was talking about with his lawyer, his Sixth Amendment freedoms. They don't want him to have the sorts of protections other people have in running for office or being even president. These are, the dangerous nature of this activity is the left denying civil rights to their political opponents. That's the thing that should make us all nervous.
Tom, is it your sense though that, I mean, just getting your feel for people that you're around and people you talk to, that people are ready to take to the streets over this?
Oh, I'm
Or
sure.
what do you
I'm
think
sure
the
there will
reaction
be.
actually will
I'm
be?
sure there will be MAGA type protests, but I just don't see mass protest. I don't see anything inappropriate happening. Outside of in the January 6th nature, which was a black swan event that was the result of lack of security that helped generate those disturbances. It wasn't something that was organic, it was planned in terms of the protests as the left suggests.
Tony, you got a comment there? Oh, wait, go ahead, Nate.
I just want to ask Tom just one question. I'm sorry, just let me ask Tom. So, Tom, just to be clear, no matter what's in that indictment, no matter what evidence presented, no matter what the charges are,
Yes.
you have already concluded that it's all BS.
Let me be clear.
Right? Just to be clear.
There's no way that this hack of a prosecutor can fairly prosecute President Trump, and we should presume it's all garbage. So there's nothing he's going to.
No matter what the evidence is, no matter what.
I'm not playing this sophistry games. The point is, we know what they're planning. We know what they suggest they're going to do, and stop pretending that there's something else out there that we have to give assign good intentions to in terms of this hack up in New York. This is a Democratic Party operation designed to take out a candidate and an opponent and punish anyone who stands up against.
Just to be clear, my statement was: no matter what the evidence, no matter what you see, no matter what they come out with, you are presumptively saying it's all crazy. I'm just making sure we're clear.
Your game. I'm not playing your game.
There is no game. I'm saying evidence. No matter what the evidence is, you say it's false, and without even knowing what the evidence is. So that's not a game. That's
so. When are you going to denounce him? What is it going to take for you to denounce him?
When I see the evidence, and if I say it's BS, I'll say that evidence is. Well, you just
are you going to be
just ask me. If you ask me,
just, I mean, we can all do.
Well, you ask me a question. If I see,
this is just garbage.
If I see the evidence, and I believe the evidence is BS and the charges are BS, I will say that. I say that all the time.
But Nate, you have to agree that this is overtly.
Attorney to be removed and prosecuted for misabuse.
Oh yeah, of course. If this case is BS and the evidence is BS, I will say that. But I'm saying you're saying that now, and you don't know what anything
Nate,
is talking about.
Read the newspapers.
You're looking at a blank piece of paper and saying it's all BS. I'm saying I don't know if it's BS. You're saying you know.
What evidence do you have? There's other information out there.
All right, let's just be clear. I'm saying I don't know. You're saying you know. I'm saying I don't know. Let me see the documents on Tuesday, and then I will know.
Other than what we have before us, which is a charge.
How do you know that? How do you know that the documents?
What?
How do you know that? You don't know. You don't know anything. Only thing you're talking about is what the newspaper
people can draw their own conclusions based on this discussion. Thank you.
Yeah, Nate, you have to agree that, don't you, that this is pretty overtly political, right? Don't you agree with that?
Oh no, I don't deny that at all. My pushback to Tom is that I honestly agree with Tom. I think this is political. I think the DA is playing games.
So Nate, why do you think? Nate, I'll ask you that question. I know the point you're making. It's a good point. Now I want you to make it right after I ask you that question. So what makes you conclude, even yourself, to conclude this is politically motivated?
Oh, just because of the history. They try to get Trump on everything, Georgia, every place. They're always trying to get Trump because I think the Democrats are weaponizing the justice system to get Trump. I am not denying that. I think
your argument is based on a false premise, and I'll explain why. As Mario said, let me just explain why, and then you can get a chance to respond. I think your argument's based on a false premise, and the reason for it is this. And as Mario said, I am investigating the Andrew Tate case, and we have similar issues. So look, what we have is a scenario where a lot of information, a lot of evidence has leaked to the public to try and present a reason or provide a reason of why you're trying to convict someone or prosecute someone. And what the prosecutor generally has done in these situations to demonstrate that by saying, look, we've got this evidence and this is quite strong. Now, there is a possibility, and obviously you're talking about a philosophical possibility, that yes, they may have even stronger evidence that no one knows about, no one's leaked, no one's.
Simon, you can't compare the Romanian political system to the US in terms of leaks.
No. It's about the logic of the way things occur. So what I'm saying is there is a possibility, a philosophical possibility, is what Nate's
essentially alluding to, that there may be this massive level of evidence that nobody's aware of, nobody knows about, and he may be convicted based on that. But based on the way the things have been run and the way that presented evidence has been leaked to newspapers, in terms of those, and the newspapers are in cahoots with a lot of these organizations, with the government, with the deep state, and so there is so that's why we then make this conclusion, or one can fairly, people like Trump can come to the conclusion that he does not believe that there will be strong evidence to say that he's guilty. Now, you're right from a philosophical point of view, Nate. Yeah, you're not going to get philosophical certainty, but from a probabilistic point of view, there is a high probability that yet there won't be stronger evidence than what we have now, and I think that's where the disagreement is between you two.
Well, just to be clear, when I was a prosecutor, the newspapers, and I've been involved in a couple of press cases, and the newspapers were all wrong about the evidence, right? Or even all wrong about the charges, right? And people were making all these judgments about it, and I was like, we're not even charging a person with that. It was hilarious. So what I'm saying is we should pump the brakes a little bit, because I think, yes, be skeptical of all this. But I also want to say this is not philosophical. This is the way I live my life. Let me see the evidence. Let me see what you present, right? Because these are just allegations. I'm not saying he's guilty. And if these allegations are warranted, I will know based on the evidence they present. But now to make a judgment about evidence that I don't know what, that essentially we're saying in the newspaper, we could trust the newspapers all of a sudden? Well, the newspapers were wrong. They were wrong about Rittenhouse. They were wrong about Johnny Depp. They were wrong about a whole bunch of things. Until I see the evidence, I can't make a judgment. And that's what I'm saying. Pump the brakes until you see the evidence.
But we're not trusting the newspapers. It's actually quite the opposite, because one knows that the newspapers are in cahoots with the state, with the deep state. We know that, for example, when it comes to Trump, as you said, although you've never dealt with something like this, when in this kind of scale where it is important for the deep state to take Trump out, there's many things at play that won't be in play for a normal, ordinary case. And in this scenario, when you look at all of the ramifications behind it, and the fact that the leaks have occurred, the fact that the newspapers are presenting this information, saying we know the story, we know the content where it's about, we know what the whole situation is. In that scenario, one then makes an intelligent decision and says, based on what we know, we don't believe that evidence is strong, and then hence why the reaction is what it is. Now, there is a small possibility that there may be this massive evidence that no one's heard of, no one's written about, no one's thought of, that will indicate that Trump is guilty, and that's a different scenario. But at the moment, as intelligent people, we're concluding based on the information we have, based on the dynamics of not just the evidence, but the dynamics of the politics, dynamics of the situation in terms of people not wanting Trump to be elected again, and then more than that, Trump's comments about the deep state and them not wanting him to be in charge. So when you take all of these into consideration, hence why intelligent people are making these conclusions. But I accept your point that it's not certain.
Just to be clear,
go for it. I was just going to say, can you guys hear me?
Go ahead, you got
gotcha. I was just going to say, I think it's a little bit irresponsible to say that since he's indicted in New York that, it's just all political. Typically a prosecutor, a DA, they're not going to charge somebody unless they know probably 90%, a 90% chance that they're going to
documents.
I'm sure Tom has a few examples for you, Brian, but keep going.
So 90% of the time that they're going to win the case, especially in this case where there's so much possible fallout from losing the case. I mean, if Alvin Bragg indicts Trump and loses it, his career is pretty much effectively over with.
Why is that, Brian? Because I'm not
let me just finish. If they lose this case, it would make Trump like a god. Like he would.
No. Look, Brian, let me ask you a question though. Isn't this very much? I mean, like a lot of people on my side, for example, are just dying to get Dr. Fauci and have him frog marched in handcuffs out of Congress. I've told them again and again that's not going to happen, and I think there actually is a bit of caution for a lot of Democrats, and this is basically just it feels like this might be just a very political play that's overplaying its hand. And it might be a great photo op for Trump that he's misjudging on what the impact is going to be on all sides. I think there's a collective shrug and eye roll across the country on both sides of the political spectrum about this.
But but I don't believe that the risk for the prosecutor is that this will be the guy who brought Trump on charges. Am I wrong?
So I was just going to say I think that the evidence, attacking the evidence, like I heard somebody before saying that a smart person would look at the evidence and say that they don't really see anything here. We haven't seen the evidence, but we do know that Michael Cohen admitted to crimes, pled guilty, and was sentenced to, I think it was 3 years in prison for
his tax fraud, right?
Well, it was tax fraud, but it was also campaign finance violations in regards to this payment to Stormy Daniels, which is what this is about. This is about Trump lying on business documents about the funds used to pay Stormy Daniels off.
So Brian, I got a question for you on that. I got a question for you on that. So he admitted, he admitted as part of his plea agreement to campaign finance violations. They were brought up, and I think most people at the time even felt that was a bit expeditionary to call this a campaign finance violation. We've had people in here with some expertise saying that was a bit expeditionary. I mean, come on, this is a way to get to Trump. The Michael Cohen issue, I don't even think is relevant here. This is a serious issue we're talking about.
Well, so it takes.
I think we lost you for a second, Brian. There you go. Go ahead.
That's just Ed was calling me. Let's just take the campaign finance violation out of the picture. It would still be a misdemeanor if he was spending money and lying about what the falsifying documents in his business. So I think that falsifying documents and then putting on top the campaign finance violations, I think that's the felony charge here.
Yeah, well, you got to keep in mind on the Michael Cohen thing. The reason that they were able to get a plea agreement for him wasn't because of campaign finance violations. It was because of his personal tax fraud violations. He knew he was going to get something on that, so therefore they got something from him. And that's a fundamental part of this whole thing. We got to understand the political nature of what's actually been going on here. And listen, my concern with this is not about Donald Trump per se. That is a part of it, but that's not really what I'm concerned with. This takes us down a path, I'll repeat, that allows for our entire judicial system to turn political and for everybody to get indicted for everything as a way to win politically. And I think you're absolutely wrong when you're saying there's no political motivation and his career might be messed up. No, it's New York. He's not going to, people are going to be applauding him, just like they're applauding him for not going after real criminal activity, violent criminal activity in that area that he has jurisdiction over. He's not pursuing that. And this is just going to be perceived as just a political matter when he will not go after violent criminals. You know, that is an important part of this. The actual judicial and legal matters that relate to Donald Trump are one thing. But when you put this into its proper context, you recognize that there's something much bigger going on here than Donald Trump. And Donald Trump is just the target that can be used to get a political system, a legal political system in place that will put us in peril in this country for years to come.
Let's go to Brandon real quick. Brandon's got his hand up here. And just a reminder, folks, you have comments, pop them in the circle down below, the little cartoon bubble there so we can hear comments down below. Brandon, what's up with you?
Hey guys, my point is very brief. I just I felt compelled to speak up when Brian made a point about the prosecutors in New York City would not bring this case if they didn't feel, I think he said 80 to 90% sure they would win the case. Well, your phrasing of that is on target. I noticed you didn't say 80 to 90% chance or greater that they're sure he's guilty. It's 80 to 90% sure that they will win the case. When they bring cases like this in incredibly liberal cities, New York City, the District of Columbia, I can speak firsthand to what's going on with the juries in these areas of the country and how it is absolutely impossible to get an unbiased jury who isn't politically motivated, who absolutely hates Donald Trump and hates his supporters. And that's why something like this actually could be allowed to sustain in a city like New York City, and they could possibly win the case. It doesn't mean that they actually have evidence of a crime.
I mean, the standards are so low in areas like this where people are so brainwashed by the liberal media and so brainwashed against Donald Trump. All the prosecutor would have to do in New York City is basically draw a line from A to Z, a very, very sloppy line, and it just has to be good enough that people who hate Donald Trump can stamp off and say, great, perfect, let's convict the guy. I hate him. I've been hating him for 6 years. I finally get an opportunity to get my revenge. And that's why I actually, in a way, think it's kind of great that Emily Kors chick was exposed, because it shows so clearly what's going on in our judicial system and the type of people who are going on these juries, who are literally champing at the bit to be able to convict Donald Trump on anything that they possibly can and get what they perceive to be some sort of revenge for what they feel like they had to go through during the Trump years, with Trump being in office and his supporters winning and being victorious. And so I just wanted to push back on your point that they wouldn't bring, actually I wanted to support your point that they wouldn't bring the case unless they were sure they had a good chance of winning. But a good chance of winning doesn't mean that he's guilty. With you,
I don't disagree with you totally. I think any trial against a former president is going to be incredibly hard to get an unbiased jury or a one-sided jury. But if you were ever involved in a trial as a juror, it's not that the prosecutors don't select a jury. It's the prosecutors and the defense, and they work together to find a jury that they can both agree on. So I think that just the fact that everybody knows what's happening, and it's hard to find somebody that isn't somehow knowledgeable about the case, at least a little bit, I think that's going to be tough. But I don't have this distrust in the American judiciary system where I think that a jury is going to be biased in one way or another. I think that
because you're a liberal.
Brendan, can I ask you? So Brian, I'll let you finish, Brian. I've got a question.
I'm
good. Brian, I'm going to ask you a quick question before going to .com. Mr. .com finish the shower, so we'll go to him right after. Brandon, I just want to get your thoughts, and you know, we've spoken a few times on stage, and I know your political leanings, and I know that you tend not to fearmonger. So, as knowing what I know about you, I want to ask you the following question. Viva Frey said the following about Trump potentially getting handcuffed next week. He says, if this happens, it will be the beginning of Trump's re-election. And then Elon says, if this happens, Trump will be re-elected in a landslide victory. I want to get your thoughts on this, and also want to get your thoughts on some people expressing their fear of significant riots by Trump's supporters. Again, I don't want anyone to be upset. I'm not I don't think this will happen, but I want to get your thoughts on whether this is a concern that you have, Brandon, before going to Kim.
Yeah, your question is specifically about riots, or about whether I think
there's two questions: the landslide election and the possibility for riots.
I'm not really going to sound off on the first one because I think it's too soon to tell. I think we have to see how the story unfolds. I'll put it this way. I don't automatically believe it equals a landslide victory. I don't think it doesn't mean that. I need more information to be able to form an opinion on that. But in terms of the riots, absurd, patently absurd. The only time in 6 years, you brought up Maxine Waters, signaling to her audience that, you know, domestic terrorists might rise up in this country. This is the same Maxine Waters who was shouting out all through 2020 for liberals to go take the streets, to get more confrontational, to get more intense, while actual domestic terrorists, Black Lives Matter movement, Antifa, actual domestic terrorists were actually causing violence and destruction to the country. We never saw anything like that happen in 6 years with Trump supporters, except for one afternoon, which lasted a couple of hours, which was a drop in the bucket compared to what happened throughout 2020 every single day. Am I worried about violence? Not at all. The only violence I'm concerned about is the violence that the left might create and try to give the impression that Trump supporters are engaging in.
Oh, come on. Like that's the biggest excuse for the right-wing violence that Republicans make up every time there is violence. It's not Antifa. It's not Antifa.
All one times.
Can I?
No, I've seen it happen several times. You did it for
the fact is, the only political leadership and organizational activism that relies on and pushes and condones violence is that of the left. That's a fact.
They use it repeatedly. They use it as a threat. They use it actually to target their political opponents. It's been a key feature of the left for 50 years here in America. Right, Tom, it has right. nothing, no Republican leader of any note, no conservative organization of any note pushes political violence as a tool to advance their agenda. It is a which on the left which in this country for the last generation. And January 6th aside, January 6th is actually further confirms my analysis. And the left here, after trying to maliciously jail a political opponent of Biden, is now suggesting that Trump supporters or any other American concerned about this also doesn't have the right to protest. And
guys, so just quickly, just before
you say a true thing, it's disinformation, and you should be censored. If you protest for the wrong issue, you will be targeted.
All right, so let me just quickly play a clip before we continue. I know, Justin, you generally play clips, but I'm going to do this one, then go to Kim. I'll read out. It's a long one, actually. I'm going to crop it. Justin, I'll send it to you. It's a 5-minute clip, but it's about the response in attorney commenting on the investigation and the response we could expect from Trump's supporters. So I'll send the clip to Justin to play in a bit. In the meantime, Kim, the mic is yours.
Yes. Hi, everyone. So the way I see this is the biggest gift the Democrats could give Donald Trump. If Donald Trump plays his cards right, he's almost guaranteed to win in 2024 and also, of course, win the nomination. What he has to do now is be humble in this situation. You don't want him to go out and be aggressive about it. Let him be the underdog in a very, very weak case. If I was him, I would allow the DA to perp walk me with handcuffs. There's no better way for him to come back into the center of the political debate. And then he should definitely come back to Twitter now and take advantage of the world's eyes on this event, and with very, very simple statements that show the hypocrisy of the Democrats, the cases that they've brought against him and how they have failed over and over again to make anything stick. Like, if this guy is smart and has good advisors, he's going to take advantage of this in a way that the Democrats can't see because of their ineptitude.
Yeah, I disagree with that. I think that it's going to impact him negatively on a national level. I think within the Republican Party, he will probably see some benefit. I think he'll win the nomination. But I think within the general populace and in the general election, I think that it's going to push away independents that maybe could have considered voting for him.
Now, why would it push away the independents?
Just a second, I want to respond to that. If this was a case of any significance, maybe, but we're talking about, and Trump's lawyers have already made this clear, about a case of Trump's words against Cohen's words, his former lawyer, who was found guilty of other crimes, and he then it seems like made a deal with this DA to get some leniency and sold out Trump. So it's a classic case of bad optics, and it's literally Trump's words against his lawyer's word, and that is the crux of the case. And if you perp walk a former president in handcuffs over something like this, when Hunter Biden has evidence of 450 crimes on his laptop, including with his father, then it's just a dynamic that is going to backfire terribly for the Democrats, and that they can't see this just speaks for their absolute ineptitude running anything. They shouldn't be running anything and be in charge of anything if they can't see that.
And as to independence,
I want to commend Speaker McCarthy for highlighting his desire to investigate any federal involvement in this prosecution. And I want to know what Justice Department attorneys have been in communication with Brand on this. I want it exposed, and I want these folks removed from power if indeed they were doing this. and Congress can, of course, do all of that. This is a crisis. This is a crisis for our country, and if you're on the wrong side of it, as far as I'm concerned, you're un-American.
I want to quickly, so guys, everyone, hold on, everyone, please. Okay, Tom, I'm not sure. I think everyone was speaking. So I know, Justin, you want to play a clip. Before doing that, if that's okay, Brian, I'll let you quickly respond. And then what I want to do is I want, Slayman, can you quickly summarize what Vivek said? Because Vivek had a really interesting take when he came on the space earlier. So maybe just anyone that didn't hear Vivek's take would be good to update it. I think Kim wasn't there either, so it'd be good to get updates. Vivek's, actually, Brian, you could do that as well because you were impressed by Vivek's stance on this. So, Brian, I'll let you respond. Maybe comment quickly on Vivek's stance and what your thoughts are on it. Simon, you can add anything to that. And then, Justin, you'll play the clip to get the thoughts of the panelists. Go ahead, Brian.
Yeah, no, I commend Vivek for coming in here, and basically he's running against Trump for the nomination in the Republican Party, and he came in and he was honest, he was unbiased, and he didn't attack Trump, and he didn't support him either, but he was honest, and I think that a lot of Republicans that are running against Trump wouldn't have commented.
So this is a leader in a voter of Trump who's he's a Washington-based Republican. And he says the following: what just happened now, it just energizes the base even more. This absolutely helps President Trump going into a primary. He's been under the microscope for how many, 6, 7, 8 years now? They're not finding anything. I mean, come on, who could survive this, right? And another one here. I don't hold a lot of credence to that because it's unproven, it's unfounded at this point. So we're seeing just a lot of people in Trump's support base. And again, that's for you, Brian. Before going to Simon and Justin, it's for you, Brian. Is like we're seeing it more and more people kind of go through that narrative that is just. And Dr. Gorka, Sebastian Gorka, was saying this earlier on the space, that Trump has been on constant attack by the quote establishment. And this narrative seems to be gaining ground. Do you still think that are you still unsure that this will help his voter base? Because we've seen some people that are against Trump say the same thing. And Vivek was a good example, saying, hey, where I don't like Trump, but this is crossing the line. I think we had even Danish, who's anti-Trump, say the same thing earlier at the beginning of the space. Are you seeing that same narrative kind of gain traction in the last couple of hours? Brian?
Yeah, I think that I think I stick with my narrative, my idea that I think it's going to hurt him within the Republican Party. I mean, help him within the Republican Party, but ultimately tarnish his. I mean, it's already tarnished, but tarnish it even more, his reputation within the general populace. And Democrats are going to be fired up to vote against him. Republicans, who are his base, which is about 30% of Americans, will be definitely fired up to vote for him. But he needs the independents, and I don't see him getting the independence from this. He lost by 7 million votes in 2020. I think that's false. Lose by a lot more. He didn't lose by 7 million votes. That's not how we count elections in the United States. He lost by 40. He lost by 7 million votes.
So we have. So just guys, we do have.
You're like saying he lost by 3 field goals during the
baseball. We do have.
It's irrelevant.
Fair point. So we do have Will Chamberlain from the Internet Accountability Project. He'll be joining us on stage in the next few minutes. In the meantime, I know, Brandon, you've got your hand up. We'll go to you right after. But Brian, Slayman and Justin, I think, Justin, you've got a clip to play for the audience before we get to your discussion.
I just have a quick question for Brian.
Yeah, go ahead, Brian. Maybe we'll do the question first. Yeah, if that's okay, Justin. Go ahead, Brandon.
Because it's about what he just said. I apologize. Brian, sincere question here. Is there, really, truly, I want to know the answer. Is there any further Donald Trump could sink in the impression of the Democrat voter? I mean, you're almost making it seem like Democrat voters are rational and reasonable, and that, he's going to decline in their opinion of him. I mean, if you look at the two, here are the two options. He can either sink lower in the opinion of Democrats, or he can rise in the opinion of independents, libertarians, and Republicans because of what's happening. If those are your two options, it's going to be option B is the only thing that could possibly happen. Democrats do not have the capacity anymore to think logically or rationally about their opinion of Donald Trump.
So let me kind of clarify that. I think that I think that I don't think he can fall much further with Democrats. I think that's true, but I think that it could fire up the Democrats that might not have voted in 2024. I think that Joe Biden, being the age he is, I think that many Democrats might just lose interest. So I think this could refire them up to go to the polls.
Does that make you feel embarrassed about your party?
No, absolutely not. I support Biden. I think he's old, but I think he's a strong leader, and I would definitely pick him over Trump.
It doesn't make you feel embarrassed about that. What would motivate? Wait, let me finish the question. Just let me finish the question.
Okay, yeah, go for it.
It wouldn't make you feel embarrassed about your party that what would motivate them to vote in 2024 is that Donald Trump may or may not have given money to a stripper to keep her quiet. That's what's going to send them to the polls.
It wouldn't make me be embarrassed. I think that there's a segment of the base.
You should look at that. You should look at that.
You know,
if that doesn't.
No, let me hold on, Brandon. Let him respond. Let him respond. Go ahead, Brian.
I would say there's probably 5 to 10% of the Democratic base who probably are younger and who see an older candidate and might not vote for him and just stay home. And I think that the fact that a criminal, an alleged criminal who's indicted and is about to face trial is running for the other party would fire them up. I would be more embarrassed being a Republican voting for a man who's indicted and about to face trial than for a president who is older.
So Tom, I know you're just jumping
Brian
in.
Every once in a while admits his dishonest analysis of this issue. He's quite happy to have this abuse of power, and he thinks it will put Republicans.
You're putting words in my mouth, Tom. I've never said anything like that. There is not an abuse of power because Trump is indicted for a crime that Cohen has already.
And you're acknowledging that even if there is an abuse of power, Republicans are going to be embarrassed.
You show me the proof, Tom. You're calling me dishonest.
Brian, everybody knows this is a political case.
I can't. It's ridiculous. The sun is there, and let me just say, it is no coincidence that the day of, literally almost the day of, documentary evidence that the President of the United States family is involved in a racketeering, money laundering operation with the Chinese Communist government. His fronts, his political allies, his Democrat politicians in New York dropped this bomb. This is about as much about protecting Biden and his family from the consequences of their long-standing RICO operation that goes back to his vice presidency, likely before then, than it is about targeting Trump. And that's the other analysis that has to be brought to bear, is that when it comes to targeting Trump, they come up with unprecedented, novel legal theories while ignoring plain as day, evident violations of longstanding laws that, obviously would be prosecuted in any other context, but for which Biden, you name it, Hillary, you name it, are protected. And that adds fuel to the concern that the justice system, when it comes to how it's being run by Democrats and their civil service deep state allies, is fundamentally broken.
Trump campaigned locking Hillary up and said that he was going to lock Hillary up. What happened there? There's only one person that's being indicted. It's not Hunter Biden. It's not Hillary
you're
Clinton.
Just proving
it's Donald J. Trump.
About the political nature of the prosecutions. There was evidence to lock Hillary up that was never applied to her fairly, but was applied to other American citizens. That's not the case with Trump. Some of these prosecutions we're talking about are novel applications
you don't know the evidence, Tom.
Of laws that had never been previously applied in the way that they're trying to apply to Trump. No, you name it. Fulton County, the abusive prosecutions investigations up here in Washington, D.C. on both January 6th and the documents, and most notably, obviously, what we're talking about, the malicious and political prosecution that Putin would be very comfortable with in terms of the process up in New York.
Are you a member of either of the grand juries, Tom?
What?
Are you a member of either the Fulton County or the Manhattan DA grand
I'm not
jury?
answering your questions.
Because
your
nobody
questions
has
are
the
silly.
evidence that you're claiming is not
you
true.
don't have any interest in the answer. Just make your point.
Yeah, my point is
Emily
that
Kors is. Emily Kors is. We've seen how that worked out.
Yeah, my point is that you're claiming that there's no evidence, but you haven't seen the evidence, so you can't make that claim.
All right.
Tom.
Well, I think that's a silly comment. And again,
how's it silly? Explain how it's silly.
Well, I can explain it to you, Brian, if you want.
And they will analyze it, I think, quite appropriately and calculate that what's going on here are unprecedented political abuses of power using prosecutorial power that has never happened before in modern American history. President Trump is a crime victim extraordinaire in this regard.
Okay.
I can explain it to you, Brian.
Kim, go ahead. Kim, can you explain it without using deep state?
Yeah, of course, no problem. So this is a case.
What did I say? Deep state? Did I say deep state?
No, nobody said deep state. No, nobody said deep state. But Brian is
there is a deep state, Brian.
So let me explain it to him, Tom. Let me explain it to him. This is a case that when you look at the stories that are out there, that is already explained, right? It is about a payment that the DA says was made to a stripper to shut her down in a political campaign, and they're now claiming that's therefore it's a political payment. It's a campaign payment that was not disclosed, and the only evidence they have of that is Michael Cohen. And Michael Cohen has been found guilty of, tax crimes and other crimes. So he is not really a credible witness. He's made a deal with the DA to get a softer sentence in exchange for burning Trump. So what this case really is, it's his word against Trump's word. And that is a very weak case.
That's not true, though.
Let me just finish real quick because I'm not done yet.
Nate, hold on.
I'm not done yet. Yeah. So that's a very, very weak case. When you look in comparison, right, to this case, to everything that has cropped up around the Bidens, including the recent disclosure from the U.S. Congress about Biden's money laundering scheme to receive money from China through third parties and then distributing that to several members of the Biden family, that is going to be a much bigger issue for Biden than this case for Trump. And in addition to that, you have a president who's failing on all fronts. The economy is shit. Inflation is going through the roof. The banking sector is failing. We have a proxy war in Ukraine that Biden is losing. And it's just one shit show after the other for Biden. So, if Trump plays this right and has some good advice, he will be back in center stage in U.S. and global politics, and he can use this event to his advantage. And I think that's what's going to happen if they're not completely stupid.
Just one correction there. You say that they're relying on Michael Cohen's testimony as the only evidence. There's actually Kellyanne Conway and Hope Hicks who were in the room during many of these conversations with Michael Cohen who can verify, I'm assuming, some of this information. We don't know. You don't know.
You're assuming.
Also, there's recordings.
But you're assuming that Michael Cohen's is the only.
Well, because we know how the system works, right? The Democrats feed. DA is feeding stuff to his Democrats.
We don't have evidence of that.
And they look. Of course, this is how it works. A DA will want to show the strength of his case before there is any indictment issued. And what we have seen so far is literally just one witness, which is Michael Cohen, speaking against Trump. And Trump has already made quite clear that these payments were not used for trying to shut her up, but that they were used for legal fees. And how is the DA going to prove otherwise? That is the problem. It's a very weak case, and it's just them trying to take an opportunity to flame Trump at a time when he doesn't even have that much visibility. He's giving speeches on Truth Social every day and only gets niche coverage, and they are putting him center stage with a weak, politically motivated case, and he can bring all his important big points that he wants to make against Biden to the forefront. I mean, you could
couldn't be more stupid than these Democrats that are trying to get him out with the political case.
Before you jump
Kim,
in, Nate, before you jump in, promise, I want you to jump in, Nate, and Brian, I know you probably have to respond, but I do want to go quickly to Will, who accepted to come on. So Will, before I give you the mic, I forgot to remind everyone, I just pinned it above and I retweeted it on my account, so I should probably mention it more often. The newsletter, if you want to subscribe, get summaries and notifications of future spaces. It's pinned above, so scroll up and you can see it. And let us know what you think. I'm actually going through the audience. If you have questions, or I want to understand your position on Trump's arrest or potential arrest, bottom right corner in that purple circle. Will, thank you so much for joining. Would love your take.
Yeah, so thanks for having me. So I've been listening plenty for the last 20 minutes or so. A couple of points. First off, I mean, go back to the actual nature of the charge if what we're hearing from the New York Times is correct.
Can we get you off speakerphone, Will?
I'm sorry. Hold on. I thought my phone, I thought this was connected to my AirPods. Hold on. Let me mute and I'll come right back, I guess.
Yeah, sure. No worries at all. Yeah. While you fix that, Will, I'll get Nate to quickly respond to Kim and then we'll go right back to Will. Go ahead, Nate.
Yeah, just since we're talking about the news media evidence, there is a recording, and Michael Cohen, which is sick for his lawyer, but he was recording Trump, and they have recordings of him talking to Trump about these particular payments. So Michael Cohen's testimony isn't the only evidence. They have the paper trail, and they also have recordings, which I think, honestly, shouldn't be let in, because why are you recording your client? But those recordings are out.
So let me read out quickly. Senator Vance says the following: I've been asked by multiple reporters if an indictment would lead me to rescind my endorsement of Donald Trump. The answer is hell no. A politically motivated prosecution makes the argument for Trump stronger. We simply don't have a real country if justice depends on politics. We've got another person here. Not sure who that is, but I'll read it out. It's all from the Washington Examiner. This is just a continuation of the disgraceful and unconstitutional pattern going back to the illegal Russian collusion hoax. I'm just reading exact quotes here. To attempt to silence and suppress the will of the voters who support President Trump and the America First movement. And we've got more similar comments.
I mean, in many ways, Mario, this is worse than third world. You know, in third world countries or countries where the rule of law doesn't have any traction. They don't pretend prosecutions like this are.
They would not. A third world.
If
there is an establishment
here in the United States, we pretend that we are hearing people on these spaces adding legitimacy to lawlessness.
I would say
it's worse than third world because we know
lawlessness.
We got a system that's supposed to do better.
In third world, Trump would be, if there is an establishment, Trump would be either arrested or dead by now. If this is a third world country, so I think it's just a lot worse in a third world country.
Well, it didn't go so well with John F. Kennedy, right? So they need to be a little bit more careful.
But I think, true. But I think, but Kim, if you look at the US, I think you'd agree with me here, and I think Tom would agree with me as well. If you compare the US to many of the African countries,
you're not listening to my point. My point is, in third world countries, they don't pretend that what they're doing is legitimate. There's no one in the system that tries to justify it. Here, it's worse here morally in the sense that we have people who know better but are acting like it's third world.
I'll get Will to jump in because I think his mic is fixed by now.
Yeah, it should be.
Cool.
So
good to have you, Mike.
All right,
Will.
So yeah, good to be here. So my basic point is first is look at what they're thinking about charging, which is apparently this misdemeanor falsification of business records. And the way they're turning into a felony is they're saying that, well, it was used in service of felony tax evasion. Okay, how much money was involved? $150,000. How much tax would Donald Trump theoretically have failed to pay? 30 grand? He's a billionaire, right? Like not only is it kind of sort of trivial on its sense, but there's also an intent problem, which is, do you really think that Donald Trump intended to evade $30,000 worth of taxes? Right, like it's just trivial in the context of his overall net worth, and it demonstrates the overall kind of essentially this is very, very manufactured. Another point is that falsification of business records is exactly what the Hillary Clinton campaign and Perkins Coie did when they said that the money they were giving to Christopher Steele was legal fees. It was not. That's never been charged. And then I guess the final overarching point I would make is that I'm a Ron DeSantis guy. Like I know Seb has kind of frustrated me with
frustrated with me about this in the past, but I'm a DeSantis 2024 guy. But the way I look at it is, when you indict the guy who 80 million people voted for, like it's fundamental disrespect. And I think Yoram Hazony had a really good point on this, which is that in a republic or a democracy, it doesn't work unless the two parties have a basic level of respect for each other. Like, just, it doesn't have to be huge, but there's a reason in Britain in the House of Commons you hear things like "my honorable friend" or the honorable member on the other side, is that they realize the importance of having a basic level of honor for each other, because you have to respect the other team's legitimacy if they're in power, and vice versa. And when you indict the other side's, like one of the other side's candidates, and not just that, but on this ticky-tacky nonsense, you're dishonoring and disrespecting the other political party. And gosh, it's going to come back so bad. I mean, you sow the wind, you're going to reap the whirlwind. I can't imagine why Brian Krasnitsky would be excited about this. I mean, Republicans are going to take power again, and you can bet that when we do, Joe Biden's getting indicted. Like, we're going to have to do it.
Well, just one thing that I think might be an error that you said. You're stemming it off of a felony tax evasion, but the felony actually comes from the alleged campaign finance violation. So it's not the tax; it's the fact that the campaign finance violation that Cohen was actually pled guilty to.
Yeah, so I think, again, to bring back your point about, like, we haven't read the indictment, the reporting I read from the New York Times suggested that they were looking at the tax evasion angle as the potential felony to attach.
I think that's a fair point. Yeah, so
right. So we don't know exactly what felony they're going to figure out.
Despite all this noise, it's unprecedented, novel legal theory that has no good faith basis in the evidence been adduced to date. The Cohen admissions are obviously just smoke in the context of what went on in 2018. And the idea that after 3 years, they figured out, just as a month or two after Trump announces his candidate for the presidency, that, everything that has been in front of them for 3 years all of a sudden needs to be prosecuted is just bunk. This is a political prosecution. And again, I'm waiting for the media interest in the documents showing criminal activity involving the Communist Chinese Party and its fronts by the Biden family, and lies by the vice president, now president, about his knowledge and involvement in this activity. Where's the noise? And this, to me, is not only a wild abuse of power targeting Trump. What now the left is kind of coalescing around the idea that you can't protest. This is so much more than about Trump, in the sense that they want anyone who supports Trump or anyone who opposes the regime to worry about their personal freedom.
Yeah, Tom, and it's also a little bit of a sideshow, because Chairman Comer of the Committee on Oversight,
I think
Biden's family.
Oh, you're back.
Yeah,
you dropped out for like 2 seconds.
So I just wanted to say that what Chairman Comer has just released from the Committee on Oversight and Accountability is a bombshell, right? All these payments to different Biden family members sourced from China, funneled through a third-party business partner. And what he now has, because he has shown this particular case and these particular transactions, I think, is the power to subpoena the financial records of each of those Bidens that have received these payments, through this middleman in a money laundering scheme. Right. And if they can subpoena the financial records of all these family members, you will see that this transaction is just the tip of the iceberg. All of the money that went to the Bidens is going to be revealed, and it's going to be a much bigger case. And this case right now is a complete sideshow. It's actually a distraction, I think, and timed in a way literally a day after this bombshell came out from the Congress.
So I want to go quickly before Brian, I'll let you respond. I'll jump to Tony, but before I want to read out David French, columnist at the New York Times. He says the following: "Of course, we all have to wait and see the evidence, but based on the publicly available information, I'm skeptical of the Manhattan DA's case, as outlined below." He's got a piece on it on New York Times, which I'll go through and summarize in a bit.
untested, sorry, quote, untested legal theories should not be used to prosecute anyone, including former presidents. That's by David French, who we're going to invite now to the space, and I'll link his tweet at the top for anyone to have a look at it, and I'll go through his article, his piece, to see if there's anything interesting there. But go ahead, Brian.
I actually forget what I was going to say, so it couldn't have been that important.
All right, Tony.
Yeah. So I appreciate you guys having me in the space. It's been a doozy today, and I have to say, Kim and Tom, please never stop talking. You are a gift to liberals to attract people to our ideology everywhere. It is absolutely astounding. And the main reason is this.
What does that have to do with
China? Can I finish?
To the Chinese
can I finish? Can I finish? Listen, I'm going to say something, and then
Tony, you need to stop with the ad hominem attacks. You did it last time.
So you launched with the person.
Oh, he attacked. Who did Tony? Yeah. Oh, okay, I didn't hear the attack. Okay, I didn't hear the attack. Tony, go ahead. Yeah, please. No attacks.
I didn't attack. I said don't stop talking. Use your First Amendment rights.
Yeah. That's very sophisticated of you. How old are you? 12.
Tony, I'll let. So I'll let you. Just no attacks, Tony. I know it's your first time on the panel.
I'm going to say what I'm going to say, and then I'm going to leave, and you guys can talk about me or whatever you want to do. Now.
No,
I will say, Tom, are you going to let me talk?
All right, no more attacks. Tom, I'll make sure there's no attacks. Tom, you have my word. No more attacks, promise. Tony, please go ahead, man.
No more attacks. No more talk. The thing that gets me the most, and with the part of the narrative in the room, especially the absolute rhetoric and lies about what is going on legally, because legally it's going to be worked out in the court. Like, that's the whole point of him being arrested on Tuesday, and the fact that people don't understand why we're in the room. Why we're in the room is because Donald Trump was using his First Amendment today, and he was posting on Truth Social that he's going to be arrested on Tuesday. He did not have to post it. That's why we're in the room today.
So, Tony, just a question to you, and I'm not interrupting to move someone else. So just say with you. On the first point that we are, everything's going to go through the legal system. The concern that we're seeing here, and we've even had Vivek, who's running against Donald Trump, express that same concern that there is corruption within the legal system, and this is a politically motivated, quote, witch hunt. Do you think that's a fair concern to have? And that's even if Trump didn't post about it. I think the reason I decided to do the space is because of the post, but if he gets arrested, I would have done the space anyway. So do you think there could be, I'm not saying there is, do you think there could be political motivation for this?
I mean, there could be, but the craziest part in the room is that the plot line, and they always lose it. They always lose the plot line. The plot line is that this is a politically motivated prosecution, and that it's to get Trump and all this. And then in the same breath to say they're coming after Biden for this, of which evidence that it is not is as proving as a tape with him and Michael Cohen, Kellyanne Conway, Hope Hicks, as Brian pointed out, that were in the room for these conversations. They appear before a grand jury. This isn't one DA making a decision to charge Donald Trump. They presented this evidence over a period of time to the grand jury. Not only that, Michael Cohen actually went and spoke to the DA's office to make sure that what he was saying, or what he was going to testify to the grand jury, they could actually, back it up. And so the idea though, that the plot line is that somehow this is politically motivated, which it may be, it may not be, right? We'll see what works out in court. But the plot line is being lost, and it's always lost with the right, normally. When you guys say, hey, it's politically motivated, so what we want to do is have a politically motivated trial to lock up Joe Biden. These are the same people who stood and cheered and chanted to lock Hillary Clinton up, the nominee for the Democratic Party during the election that Donald Trump was in 2016. It's crazy to me. Again, I say this earlier, that the American people, most of the American people, are not Democrats. They're not Republicans. They don't even consider themselves voters. I know it sounds crazy, but most people in this country don't give a rat's ass about politics. They just don't. And if you start there, if you start with that fact, then you can work your way through what the politics are and what is going to happen. To believe that whether Donald Trump is shown in a pair of handcuffs or not shown in a pair of handcuffs is going to make a big dramatic effect of what happens in the 2024 election, which I believe he will be the nominee. I do believe that, because I know that we're in a cycle of a Republican primary, and there's no one that can challenge him.
absolutely no.
Not even DeSantis.
And the party.
And to echo that point, I don't necessarily disagree with the last part of that analysis. However, largely it was incorrect. But we had 3 warplanes shooting stuff down over U.S. territory 3 weeks ago, and it's yesterday's news. So one has to wonder, however excited we all are, I think institutionally we should be all very concerned. The political ramifications, I think, remain to be seen, and I think there's a fair analysis. It won't have that it will be, positive, neutral, or negative for Trump in a general election.
And I know that. Yeah, go ahead, Nate, and then we'll go to Kim.
Yeah, I want to make 2 points. I think it's an unfair comparison to say Trump was saying lock Hillary up because, yes, they were chanting at campaign rounds. That was funny. But when he got in office, they didn't lock her up. They didn't prosecute her. They didn't do anything, right? All that stuff was forgotten, right? So I do think that it's not a fair comparison to say, yeah, he was saying some stupid stuff at a campaign rally versus actually being indicted. And then second, I would like to know the DeSantis people in here. Like, really, how do you think this affects DeSantis? Because he had a real shot at the nomination. Do you think this now just essentially destroys his campaign, or do you think he can move forward?
If he says nothing, it's going to look very bad for him.
Yeah, I think.
I think
Sebastian, you tweeted kind of. Yeah.
Everyone needs to say something.
What do you actually, Tom? Did you hear? Tom, I know Sebastian was
every elected office holder who's Republican.
Question to you, Tom. Before I go to Kim, sorry, Kim. Just to, and that same question to Kim. Not sure if you heard Kim what Vivek said, and so I'd love your take, both of you, on Vivek's take on the space earlier, his position on this on the possible indictment of Trump.
Yeah, I mean, he's exactly he did exactly the right thing. It's a free country. You can run against President Trump in the primary, or you can think about running against him. But it seems to me, as citizens who care about the rule of law, Democrat, Republican, honest liberals, conservatives, and such, we should all oppose this brazen abuse of prosecutorial power to try to jail one's political opponents. And if you're a candidate or a public office holder, certainly on the Republican side, that's got to be. That ought to be a no-brainer in terms of denouncing it. And frankly, it's going to be interesting if there are any leading Democrats who are honest and brave enough to blow the whistle on this corruption that is so damaging to our republic.
Kim?
Well, I mean, go ahead.
Sorry, Tony. Yeah, Kim.
Yeah, I think the biggest problem that the DA will have is the credibility of their main witness, because I don't know if you've been following this case for a while, but Michael Cohen has been giving interviews on camera, gloating that the U.S. president is going to be charged, and you can see that he has beef with him, that he is disgruntled, that Trump let him go, and that as a result of that, he feels like the world turned against him, and he was charged and eventually convicted. So when you look at this guy, right, who's like their main witness, who is going to provide credibility to their case, you have someone who has beef with Trump, who is not shy about it, who has given numerous interviews about it in a way where you can clearly see that this guy just wants to take down Donald Trump. And that is not something that is going to fly well with a jury and also with the public, because all of that is going to be played, all of that is going to be visible for everyone to see, and people are going to say this is just another sham case, like Hillary Clinton paying a British former spy to make up a dossier about Trump and how criminal he is, and that has gone nowhere. Like, everybody knows now that he has been persecuted over and over with lies by people that are not credible, and the same is going to happen here. And if Trump plays this right, they're handing him the next election.
Let me play. So, Justin, do you have a clip to play, or should I play Bolton's clip that I have?
Go ahead and play Bolton's clip.
All right, it's a long one. I haven't cropped it. It's a 3-minute clip. I'll stop it somewhere in the middle when it gets a bit stale. So I'll play it for everyone. Let me know if the audio is good, guys.
You served in the Trump administration. I have to ask you about the news of the day. The news that former President Trump has posted on Truth Social just this morning that he expects to be arrested on Tuesday, and is also calling for protests, telling his supporters to, quote, take our nation back. Your thoughts?
Well, just to explain, if he's about to be arrested, it almost certainly means he's going to be indicted first. He's going to be required to come in and surrender himself to answer to the indictment. So it's not some random decision. I strongly believe in a free society, there's got to be one rule of law for everybody. I think that's clear. I don't know how you make that judgment when you're talking about a case involving somebody paying hush money to a prostitute or a stripper. I only know one person who's ever done that. I worked for him. It's a kind of strange situation. But I'll say this. However guilty Trump may be, and having very much in mind the one rule of law for everybody, if they indict and fail to convict in New York, I think historians would look back and say that is the act that reelected Donald Trump president. So I hope those prosecutors in New York are very, very certain of their case.
So it goes back to the same narrative we've talked about before. I'm not sure, by the way, Justin, how was my audio? Was it good, Justin? I'm guessing it's
that was fine. No.
Cool. Yeah. So it goes back. So it goes back to the same narrative we've heard before, and that was former National Security Advisor to Trump, John Bolton, and it goes back to the same narrative that if the this will most likely help Trump's re-election campaign. And again, it continues with the same narrative we've heard time and time again, which I've asked this question to a few panelists before. If this is a political strategy, I'm guessing political strategists are intelligent people. This does not seem like an intelligent political strategy unless they have enough evidence to lock him up.
They're not intelligent at all. Just look at how this Nord Stream pipeline sabotage has been blowing up, and how they are all now hiding and not answering any questions anymore to the media, and Biden just hiding away. These people that are coming up with these stupid ideas don't have a clue how these things are going to turn against them if they are discovered. And the problem that Biden has, he's in a very weak position. He has said he wants to run again in 2024. The world is blowing up around him. I think everyone in this room can agree that we are living in much more dangerous times and not in better times since Biden is president. And in a situation like this, to attack your political opponents by utilizing, the institutions, law enforcement, the DOJ, the DA in New York, like that is the kind of stuff that somebody does who is desperate, right?
You're making up theories that aren't true, though. You're saying that Biden's involved in the Manhattan DA's decision to indict President Trump. You're saying that there's no evidence when we don't know what the evidence is. Come on, it's irresponsible.
Brian, the problem is that I'm experienced with political persecution because it happened to myself. I know exactly how these things work, and let me just give you an example. Let me just give you an example of that. Wait a second. I'm going to give you an example right now of your buddy Biden weaponizing the Department of Justice, okay? Joe Biden got his personal lawyer, Neil McBride, a position as U.S. attorney in the Department of Justice, right? Despite this guy being a lobbyist and would have required a waiver for his appointment, they just put him in his position. And then Biden used his personal lawyer, a copyright lobbyist, to create a criminal case against me and my company in a copyright case. Unheard of, like completely ridiculous. But this is how Biden operates. He doesn't do anything that anyone can call legitimate when it comes to fighting his opponents or getting ahead politically. He has done this case against me because he needed the support
from Hollywood donors for the re-election campaign of himself and Obama. And that is why this case against me happened. And he's doing it again now against Trump because he wants to have a political advantage, and he's utilizing the context that he has within law enforcement and within the DOJ and in this case the AG in New York to get ahead. That is what Biden does. He's a criminal.
So before you respond, Brian, I'll give you the mic right after to respond to Kim. I also just want to play a quick clip from a former federal prosecutor. We'll try to get Benjamin back up as well to get his take on everything that's been discussed. But let me get what Glenn is saying, who's a former federal prosecutor, about the possible charges. Let me play the clip quickly, and then we'll continue. Brian, the mic is yours right after.
The charge of falsifying business records. Now, that's a misdemeanor crime in New York, unless you're falsifying those business records in furtherance of other crimes to facilitate them or to cover up other crimes. I would be really surprised if what we see next week, assuming he is indicted and the indictment is unsealed, I would be really surprised if all we saw was a misdemeanor, falsifying business records charge. I suspect we're going to see probably 3, 4, 5, perhaps more charges. They could look like campaign finance violations in violation of New York state law. They could look like tax crimes, because reportedly Donald Trump went on to take the hush money reimbursement payments as business expenses, which of course is tax fraud. So, I think we're sort of in a guessing game posture right now, but I suspect we're going to see a handful of charges next week.
So I want to go to, so it's just an important, and Brian, I'll give you the mic before Tom, and then we'll go right after to Tom. But it does seem like it's just important to remind everyone, and I think we all agree that we don't know what we don't know. And it's important to keep that in mind, especially for the audience. But Brian, I'd love you to respond to what Kim was saying and anything to comment on the video before we go to Tom. Brian?
I'm sorry, did you ask me?
Yeah, I know you were speaking before I interrupted you. Go ahead.
Yeah. So I think first of the video, I think it kind of points out that we don't even know what the charges are, let alone what the evidence of that are behind the charges are. So to say that this is politicized when we don't even know anything about it is irresponsible. And I think that Kim using the fact that that the Biden administration is trying to extradite him for alleged criminal activity, and saying that means that they are involved in the Manhattan DA's prosecution of Trump. I think that's just linking things together without any hard evidence.
Well, so Brian, I've got a question for you. Would you, let's say that this is limited entirely to the charges that we think are there right now. Would you at that time admit that this is a politically motivated prosecution?
No, so if it's based on the campaign finance violation and the fact that he falsified documents based on to try and cover that up, I don't think it's politicized. I think that it's a crime. It's a possible felony. It's definitely a misdemeanor. They had the right to go after him for it. Whether the decision to make it was political or not, I don't know, but it's still a crime. And if they think they can convict him on it, they have the right to go after him for it. I think it's the least of his concerns in regard to some of these other investigations like Fulton County and like the documents case.
Well, the district attorney of New York, unlike other district, unlike the U.S. Attorney General or U.S. Attorneys General, U.S. Attorneys Generally, is an elected official. And the idea that an elected Democratic official in New York would not be proceeding under a political analysis here is frankly absurd. Now, Brian, you can allege otherwise and suggest it's unfair to suggest that. But I think listeners are going to, they look at the newspaper. They understand what's been reported about this. They've looked at the history of this, and they will draw their own conclusions and reject or accept what I think are your unpersuasive theories of the case. And I just want to go back to the grand jury. I want to go back. I'm not done. Okay. I want to go back to the so-called evidence that's being presented here, none of which has been tested by a grand jury or a jury, in the sense that these were so-called admissions
made by Cohen in the context of a larger plea deal, concessions that were thrown in there quite controversially by anti-Trump U.S. attorney officials in the Justice Department back at the time. And none of that has survived court scrutiny. I mean, he admitted to it, but it's not enough to say because he admitted to it, oh, well, that's a slam dunk case against Trump. Look, Trump paid money for a confidentiality agreement with Stormy Daniels. That is clear. The allegation was that somehow those payments were disguised through legal payments through Cohen. I think that's a highly disputable point. But beyond that, the idea that such payments necessarily would be involved or be tied to campaign expenses is a leap of logic that has never been applied before in law and is obviously belied by the very common sense notion that, well, maybe he made the payments because he was personally embarrassed about being tied to this woman. He's a married man with a young child. So,
Yeah, I mean, I don't have
to
any.
suggest otherwise is vindictive, vicious, political abuse. That district attorney should be the subject of an investigation, not investigating other innocent Americans like Trump.
So I don't have a problem with him. I just wanted to add, I don't have a problem with him the paying off Stormy Daniels. I have the problem with the crime that might have taken place in trying to cover up the fact that he paid Stormy Daniels. And Michael Cohen, you keep saying Michael Cohen's the only witness. There are other witnesses or documents, there's recordings. Michael Cohen, if he lies to federal investigators, he could face 5 years in prison. So you think that he's just going to lie just to screw Trump over and risk that?
He's already lied to Congress with no consequence. I mean, this is just silly. The Democrats have been using him as a cutout to go after Trump, unconcerned about the veracity of his statements. And I'm someone who, believe it or not, is sympathetic to Cohen. I don't think he should have been prosecuted either. And the targeting of him was more about getting Trump. And he was targeted for reasons not for crimes he did, but because he was seen as a vehicle to get Trump. And he was abused, too. Of course, he just made his own calculations to deal with that situation when it arose. Rather than fight it, he decided to abandon all sense and accuse Trump maliciously of misconduct.
I think there's a very important point that is being missed here. The Manhattan DA, because everybody keeps saying he's a Democrat, he can't be trusted, he's a Manhattan DA. A year ago, this DA was the one who dropped charges against Trump and suspended the grand jury for those charges. And he was heralded, okay, yeah, he's doing this, he's doing that, right? We all good. There wasn't enough evidence to bring him to trial. Now, a year later, a different set of circumstances, he says, I'm bringing charges. We don't know what the charges are, and we just decry them because and again, everyone is speaking in ignorance. So I do understand. I'm very skeptical of these.
We're not speaking in ignorance. We're speaking based on public reporting by legitimate news organizations.
Tom, let me finish speaking. But if you're going to say that the DA is corrupt and has no morals, you need to also bring up the fact that a year ago, this is the same DA that dropped charges against Trump for something different. And you agree with that. And at that point, you are calling him corrupt. You're calling him a hero. And now today you're calling him corrupt. So it's not about the facts and the evidence. It seems like it's not about the facts and the evidence. It seems like it's just about the political spin based on the conclusions without even knowing what the evidence is. That's what I'm hearing.
Yeah, well, like I said, the listeners can accept or reject what I'm saying. If what I'm saying is based on evidence and makes sense in light of what's been discussed in the public about this, they can agree with you. I don't think what you're saying is persuasive. It's a kind of soundingly kind of a weak effort and unpersuasive effort to justify the arrest of Biden's opponent based on pretexts.
Tony, you got your hand up.
Yeah, the last new argument that Tom was making about basically our democracy and electing a DA, a Manhattan DA. I mean, that's the exact point opposite of what you're trying to make, I believe, is because the United States attorney is appointed by the President of the United States, who is elected. And all the other U.S. attorneys are appointed by the president, and they are actually go through a Senate process through our elected officials who are senators in our states. So to say that because people are elected or appointed by people are elected, that somehow makes it political is a really ridiculous argument. And it's a new one that you made, but it's ridiculous. And I appreciate you guys having me. I'm going to leave it there. Again, Mario, thanks for having me. Tom, Kim, don't stop saying what you're saying, please. It's great. It's great.
Tony, could you please shoot me a DM, because I have something I'd like to talk to you about, but your DMs are closed.
That's that's from
yep.
Brandon, Tony. That's from Brandon.
This is Brandon. Yeah.
So just breaking news for everyone. I'll give you the mic, Nate. Just want to say breaking news. Anyone following the banking situation, UBS seeks government backstop as it rushes to finalize Credit Suisse takeover deal as soon as tonight. Now, I know it's unrelated, but it's pretty major. It goes back. So someone who's a private equity guy who's always on our space discussing these news, he says the following. He read the article. I haven't read it yet. He said, huge news. Basically, do or die for global markets. UBS swallowing Credit Suisse with SNB backstop is bigger than JP Morgan bailing out Bear Stearns. So an extreme take on this, but just kind of highlights the importance of this piece of information if you're following the banking meltdown. And we're covering it pretty closely on these spaces. We'll look into this and probably do a space on this either tonight or tomorrow. Just thought I'll update the audience. But yeah, sorry, go ahead, Nate.
Yeah, it was me. Yeah. So so in terms of what Tony said, it's a quite a weak argument, because he is professing that if somebody is put into position by a specific political party, that won't have ramifications on their decision making, which is basically contrary to a number of decisions that have been heard in the United States. As an example, I was looking into the 303 creative case, and as you saw, as that case progressed through the various judiciaries and went higher and higher, whoever the judge was and whoever he'd been appointed by, the decision went that way. So for example, if the judges had been appointed by Democrats, the decision went went the way of against 303 creative. And if the judge were appointed by Republicans, it went for 303 creative. And you had a scenario, as an example, it went to the Court of Appeal. There was two Democrat judges, both voted against 303 creative, and the Republican judge voted for them. And now it's going to the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court, most likely, because they have more Republican appointees on there, the decision will go in the favor of 303 creative. So to say that those things don't have any kind of implication or factor, I think is just incorrect.
So I'm just going to jump on a call with Michael Cohen to see if he can jump on the space. I'll be off for a bit, Slayman, if you can take over, see if I can get Mike Cohen on here. But I will get, if you don't mind, Slayman, if Nate could respond to this, because he was trying to speak earlier, it'd be great. And I'll be off for 2 minutes to try to get Cohen in here.
Well, I'm actually about to run, but I do want to say this. This is one of the only places you can come where you can disagree respectfully with people and hear their opinions. So I'm a big fan of you, Sebastian Gorka. Just wanted to say hello. And you also too, Brian. So listen, guys, thanks for having me. I got to get out of here. You guys have a wonderful weekend.
Cool. Thanks,
Nate. Good stuff. Thanks for coming in.
Thanks for coming.
So, Slayman, I'll be back.
Yeah, cool, worries. So, Jim, what do you think? So, go on, Millie. You got your hand up. Go for it. Millie, you just need to unmute and then
yes.
You can speak.
Okay. Thank you. So, one of the things that I'd like to kind of touch on, because since we're talking about the subject of political persecution, and I think one of the reasons why you hear from a lot of conservatives concern about this is because we've really been watching a lot of people getting arrested, getting raided, getting criminal charges pushed against them that then usually kind of go nowhere, or there seems to be some kind of appearance of unethical or improprietous behavior. So one example, even myself, I know I've been a victim of political persecution. I was prosecuted against by a Democrat Democrat prosecutor,
And I mean, they literally went after me, my brother, my husband, with 9 felony charges totaling. Okay. 3 misdemeanors totaling between the 3 of us. Okay. Every single charge was then later dropped. Every single charge. What are the odds of that? Right. And they didn't even make it past discovery because there actually wasn't any evidence for their criminal charges. What they could go on was so nothing that it really made me scratch my head. Like, how can they just cause so much upheaval and destroy somebody's livelihood and life on something so little? Because in order to even get an indictment from a grand jury, you don't really need that much evidence. So people out there who are saying, oh, well, a grand jury must have looked at this and they must have seen something really bad there. Therefore, there must be something valid to this. What I can say from experience is that's not a good way to look at it, because I was told even by my criminal defense attorneys that basically you can indict a ham sandwich. That was the phrase they kept using. You can indict a ham sandwich, meaning you do not have to have evidence to convict in order to have a grand jury indictment against somebody. So they are weaponizing the judicial system in order to go after their political opponents, not even necessarily to get convictions against them. It's just for the character assassination campaigns that then later ensue in the media cycles in order to try to push a political narrative. And I mean, I know that it sounds kind of crazy to think that way, but it's not just me who's experienced this. I know Kim said he experienced this. There's so many other people, conservatives, that have literally been raided or had this same type situation happen. I've even spoken with people close in the situation with Steve Bannon, and which I can't really name names, but like some of the information that will probably later come out pertaining to that situation is the same exact situation where you have somebody who doesn't have money. They bend over in a like compromising situation, and they say, you know, basically, you rat somebody out, you make a false statement or false confession against somebody like Steve Bannon, and we will give you a deal. And people that do not have money to represent themselves and pay tons of money to lawyers, they get terrified and they cave almost every single time. What I'll say is this. It's unfair. Sorry, one more thing. It's unfair in the current judicial system to just blanketly, just loosely throw indictments around at people when it costs so much money to try to defend yourself. It's absolutely unfair how much money it costs your average person to deal with these type of cases.
I just want to pass it on to Brandon, because based on what Millie said, obviously you've experienced this firsthand in real time. So if you can just add to that and then make any comments you wish.
Yeah, actually, I did want to kind of add to what Millie's saying, because she's absolutely 100% right, totally on the money, over the target. I actually sort of disagree with some of the people in the space who've been talking about how detrimental it would be to the Democrats if they bring indictments and then later can't prove their case. I think that we live in a time of such low information, and people are so generally uncurious about actually digging into the facts. If Trump were to be indicted and charged and then later to be exonerated, all that would happen is the Democrats would say the system is corrupt. He got away with it again. His buddies in New York City, he paid people off, he whatever. So I actually don't even believe necessarily that it would open anybody's eyes on the left. But the other point that I want to make about that too is to Millie's point. People don't actually research the facts. We live in an age, again, where people are just reading headlines. They're looking at sound bites. And it's more about, I think, the damage that can be done through in the court of public opinion and in the media going into this election cycle that these charges could be used for. I mean, if I were to use the example of my case for 5 seconds, and then, because this is not about me, but I have seen this firsthand as well. You know, in my criminal case for January 6th, of course, I stood outside the building, didn't go inside. The 2 worst allegations against me were that I said the words "go" outside the building, and that I said the words
take it, while someone else was taking a shield from an officer 35 feet away. I'm not even going to comment on the second one, but I'm going to say, if you watch my video, and this is the whole point, that there's a video available. If people actually watched my video on January 6th, which is all over the internet, takes 8 minutes to watch it, you would see that what the media, literally the New York Times, CNN, MSNBC, every left-wing media organization has printed over and over again. Strzok stood outside of the Capitol shouting and encouraging people to go inside, to charge the building, to storm the Capitol. You can barely hear me say the words go, go, and then you immediately hear a girl beside me respond. I mean, it's, look, I signed a plea deal. I'm not going to go any further than that. But the point is, they're allowed to get away with this because we live in such a low information type. People don't research. They don't look into things. They can bring these charges and know that they can hypnotize, especially people on the left who do absolutely no research, who do absolutely no investigation, who are completely controlled and controllable. And so I think, to Millie's point, it was very, very salient. I think that a lot of this is about the destruction in the court of public opinion that can be just as dangerous, if not more so, than the criminal courts.
So, Brian, I just want to take your opinion on this and just go back to one of the points that was made. So when Trump has posted that people should consider protesting, some have equated that to him radicalizing domestic terrorists. Do you think that's fair? And first of all, do you think it's fair? A second point, is it right? And is there precedent for this and based on what happened on January 6th? Or is it the third thing that this is just a false accusation made against Trump?
So like I'm not against protesting. So I don't want to say that he doesn't have the right to say protest. I think that's fine. I think that some people are going to take it the wrong way. I think that if he has other language mixed in there that could urge people to take actions in their own hands and be violent, I think that's another story. But up until this point, I mean, he has a right to do it.
What do you think, Brian? What do you think of the argument that we had Benjamin, former prosecutor, which we should invite back? I'll try to get him back. But Benjamin did say that he thinks Trump will get a gag order, and he won't be able to abide by that, and that could get him in more trouble. You think it's a fair concern?
Yeah, I don't think the judge will immediately put a gag order in place. But I do think that if he starts using social media, especially if he comes back on Twitter and it looks like he's coming back on Facebook, he starts using social media to kind of stem anger and push a narrative that could lead to violence or intimidation of a jury or witnesses or contaminate the trial in any way. I think that then they could probably put a gag order in place.
Lewis, what do you think in terms of protest, which is going to be pro-Trump? Isn't there a possibility or a possibility that it could turn into violence and then we'll have the same problem that we had in January 6th?
Good afternoon, my fellow Americans, and good evening to the foreign listeners. Can you hear me, Suleiman?
Hey, man, you sound like a presidential candidate, Luis.
Oh, God willing, one day, perhaps, Mario. With the help of Dr. Sebastian Gorka, anything is possible. Now, to answer your question, Suleiman, about what sort of peaceful response we can expect to be encouraged by President Trump and his supporters, I would say that we should look to the situation in Pakistan that is ongoing with the political prosecution of one former president, Imran Khan. Perhaps he was the former prime minister. And what happened in response to the attempted arrest of Mr. Khan was mass peaceful demonstrations, not just in Pakistan, but abroad, consisting of the entirety of the Pakistani diaspora. There were huge protests in the UK. There are protests currently being planned across the United States at consulates and across the broader and Western world. Well, with respect to what Millie was saying about being able to indict a ham sandwich, and what Brandon was saying about the prosecutorial pressure that is applied to defendants in these sorts of cases, very, very briefly, I'll just say Millie is absolutely correct. And we are looking at Trump with the possibility of being charged in the state of New York and being indicted by these Soros-funded DAs in New York City. And I do have a bit of personal experience with that matter.
So I'll just say this, Millie, they can indict a ham sandwich, and I know this for a fact because I was indicted with a bizarre allegation that 3 packages of Hebrew National hot dogs, a Tesla, and a roll of duct tape was somehow a MacGyver version of a bomb. Nevertheless, thank God I managed to defeat that political persecution, but they charged me under the post 9/11 terror statutes, broadcasted in the media, and detained me at Rikers Island for 50 days without any eligibility for bail in the height of COVID. And so, God forbid they try and move against Trump in this manner, even though it is tremendously unlikely for them to succeed in actually having a meaningful, a meaningful conviction of President Trump or a meaningful sentence or victory in any court proceedings. The reason for doing this, much like the indictment sought after Bibi Netanyahu in Israel, is to provide cover and a basis for mass political disruptions in the nation. So if Trump is indicted, this is going to be used as a catalyst to unleash Antifa and the radical left in ways that we can only imagine. I mean, if we were to look at what happened in the years of 2015 to 2020, consider that akin to a team stretching before the Super Bowl. If President Trump is indicted and is able to still run for president, and the American people decide to stand with increase in political violence, God forbid, and I think we all need to pray that our country can avoid this catastrophe. Thank you.
Thanks, Luis. I'm taking over here. Mario's here on the call too.
I was trying to. I want to say one last thing before you take over. So we are trying to bring Michael Cohen here. What I want everyone to do. I haven't done this in a while. I haven't asked people to do this in a while. Make sure you retweet the space. Not sure I could do it, or just comment. You can comment in the purple section, bottom right corner, just for Michael Cohen. You can tag him in here and ask him to join. It'd be good to have him. A bit of peer pressure is always good. Also, I've just pinned it above again, the newsletter, for anyone that wants summaries of the spaces or reminders of other spaces. I will be jumping on a call with the team for a bit and then be back to trying to get a few panelists lined up to get more perspectives on this. And Benjamin, if you're listening, because I know you're always listening, it would be good to have you back on the panel to get your takes on the the development so far. Justin, the mic is yours.
And to carry on what Mario said, you see 9 to 10 to 15,000 people come on these spaces. I think we hit a high point one time at 25,000 or more this past month. But over the course of the hours that we're on this, we're talking 100,000 people, 200,000 people, 500,000 people coming through the space. So you're getting exposure to these folks. You're seeing a lot of people take interest on these issues. Let me play just a couple clips here. This is Representative Tim Burchett. He's from Tennessee. He has some comments. I think this was on Newsmax. Let's get his take real quick.
Hey, Justin.
Go ahead. Yeah.
I apologize. I think I've lost audio for some of the speakers. Can I drop out and come back in?
Yeah, let's see. Suleiman, are you there? Can you pop him in? Was that you, Brandon?
That was Brandon.
Okay,
yeah.
We'll see if we can get that for you. I know we've had problems getting people up and down, and sometimes that.
Okay, I'm going to leave and come right back.
All right. Here, let me play this real quick clip from Representative Tim Burchett. Okay.
Their hope, you can indict as I've been told, an old Democrat buddy of mine in the state Senate in D.C. In Nashville, told me you can indict a ham and cheese sandwich. It doesn't mean you're guilty. It's part of the process. And all they're going to do is charge him with something that someone apparently has never been charged before with. He used his own money for his own business and own dealings, and it's perfectly legal what he did. So we're not really sure how this goes any further. And generally these things, they just want the impact of making the charge, and then they see the so-called perp walk, and they'll show the president, in his mug shots, and that'll be out there. But this has not worked. This has never worked. All they do is make a martyr, just like the Republican Party made a martyr out of Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. She's my friend. But, every time they say something about her, she goes out and raises another $1 million. The same with Marjorie Taylor Greene. And they never learn. And this is exactly what will happen to President Trump, I feel. I think he will be exonerated. And the sooner the better. But I think this just shows you what happens in politics when you take on the machine, the swamp, so to speak. And that's either party. And I feel very confident that he will be exonerated from this.
Yeah, I think this mirrors some of the comments that many other people have been saying as well.
I really do feel like there's this vein of fatigue over all this. Maybe we've talked about that for a while, how there's the scandals and politics just come in like waves of the sea. But it seems especially poignant towards Donald Trump these past few years. And they just keep coming and coming and coming. And as I said before, I think that really is one of Trump's Achilles heels, that people really do want to move on from this constant scandal. May not be his fault. Obviously, he stirs the pot. As I always like to say, my former boss, Mitt Romney, I was on the Romney campaign for the last 3 months of the campaign, and I always accused the campaign of walking on eggshells. It was their biggest fault. They didn't exert themselves. They were always nervous about what the press said. They were constantly concerned about their positions in the press and what they were doing. And so I always said they were walking on eggshells, and that President Trump took care to crush the eggshells into the carpet decisively. So these are things that we need to look at strongly and try to understand what are the sort of zeitgeist movements that are happening here. Jim, comments on that?
Yeah, I mean, I think that the approach that can.
Oh, cutting out, Jim. You there?
Come in. I'm back now. That was a call that hit me. The problem with these things is, frankly, the chaos that they engender, and I think it's a great little quote that you played there, because that really sets up in so many ways why this is so problematic. I mean, getting an indictment is not like the easiest thing in the world, but there are ways that it can be worked out. And I think when you consider particularly, and I shared something up in the pen above, but when you get to a place where you have potentially politically motivated prosecutors, you start to create the kind of chaos where politics is involved that can be really problematic. And by the way, it can be problematic in other areas too. But I mean, George Soros spent $40 million on getting prosecutors elected all over, including support for Alvin Bragg, that I think is really part of the thing behind this. I mean, it just adds to the potential political problem that we have here, because prosecutors at one time in this country, relatively faithfully, I mean, not in every case, but relatively faithfully, were people whom we were able to regard as roughly independent. And in fact, you didn't see a mass of political approach to prosecutions, even when politicians were involved in most of our history as a country. And I think that this is just another factor that is causing a real problem for people as they try to process this.
Okay, well, let me go to the other side of the equation here. William Legate, Mr. Legate, let's bring you up here. I wanted to hear your thoughts on where this thing stands.
Yeah, and before Legate goes, just want to welcome, just quickly, Legate, I want to welcome Benjamin, former prosecutor, back on stage. And I do want to welcome Reeve, also retired prosecutor, also on stage, which guys, will have a lot of questions for you both. We'll start with Benjamin, because I know you don't have a lot of time. And Reeve, good to have you back. Thank you so much. Legate, sorry to interrupt you. The mic is yours.
Yeah, no worries. I first off, I don't think it should be political to prosecute just because you're a Christian. You should be able to get away with, any crime imaginable. That being said, I don't have a ton of strong opinions with the indictment. I'm surprised that this is what they supposedly are going to be getting Trump on. Out of all the different things he's done, I would argue there's a lot more things that seem more pressing than this. But yeah, I mean, it'll be interesting to see how it all goes down. I've heard from someone who is close with the Trump family that he doesn't plan on cooperating with law enforcement. So I'm not exactly sure how that's going to go down. I anecdotally was actually going to be in Palm Beach on Monday and Tuesday for unrelated business, and was looking at at trains down there because I'm nearby in Florida right now, and they're all booked, which is also interesting to me. Kind of concerning. I've never seen the trains being booked like that to Palm Beach. So a lot of people are going in that direction, it seems like. So I'm kind of just sitting back and
gonna watch how it all goes down. I'll probably be there.
Wow, great! But give us some reports on the news there on the ground. But is this just a fist bump moment for the left here? I mean, they basically just making the rounds and punching their fists in the air, going, "Yeah, we finally got him," or is this is this more serious than that? This seems like it's flippant even.
I mean, to me, I'm glad that there's some level of accountability. I think people on the left have, in my opinion, rightfully believe that Trump has gotten away with a lot of things for a very long time, and any other normal citizen would have been prosecuted for many things long ago. So I don't think flippant's necessarily the right way to describe it, but I think that people are relieved that that's happening. But from a political perspective, it'll be interesting to see how this plays out, because first off, Ron DeSantis, I believe the way with it being technically a state indictment, I believe he had to sign off on the search or on the warrants, basically to arrest Trump and take him into custody. So it presents a lot of interesting political dynamics on the right, even though Ron DeSantis hasn't announced his candidacy yet for 2024. I think he's in an interesting position where either he has to basically undermine his own campaign, undermine law and order, and say, F you to the feds, so I'm not going to sign this warrant. Or he has to sign a warrant against the leader in the GOP primary, right. And I think he's kissing his own campaign goodbye. So I think on the left, a lot of people are watching the political dynamics play out as much as the kind of justice dynamics, and are kind of sitting back with popcorn, just knowing that this isn't going to end well for Ron DeSantis. And for Trump, I can't imagine this is going to do well with the moderates. And the base can only get riled up so much.
A circular firing squad, it seems, in many ways. Hey, let's go to some prosecutors. Ben, you're on the stage here, right? I see you there.
Yeah. I will. I'll be very brief. I don't really have that much time, but I'll be back later. Mario, thank you for the invite. Sebastian, hello again. So I think that just my own opinion, before we start talking about, this standoff with Ron DeSantis not cooperating with law enforcement, I don't believe that for a moment. I think that, like I said earlier, I think that very well, he's already been indicted. It may have been under seal. I don't know. But clearly they gave the Trump people and his lawyers and his Secret Service detail ample time, to arrange for him to get to New York and so forth, and to more or less turn himself in, to surrender himself. So I think we have to be very careful about, simply because there are so many people in this Twitter space and online. I don't think we need to raise the temperature talking about these standoffs. I've seen on some right-wing platforms people already talking about forming some type of a mega moat around Mar-a-Lago, which I just think is incredibly inflammatory and ridiculous. First of all. Now, second of all, again, I haven't read anything new in regards to this over the last couple hours. But look, I know you're trying to get Michael Cohen in here. I don't know Michael Cohen. I know of him. Look, he's very charismatic. He's nice. However, I will stand by my earlier statement that from a prosecution aspect, that is a very, very, look, he's got a lot of issues, right? That's going to be, his testimony is going to be shredded by a competent defense lawyer. There's no way around that. He's got serious credibility issues, lying, so forth. So that's going to be it's just going to be very difficult. So I'd be interested in hearing what Reeve has to say. He's a career federal prosecutor. But again, just back to my earlier point, yes. I mean, if there is indeed a law that was broken, of course, you need to have equal application under the law. But the reality is, look, this is a former president, right? So of all the potential legal jeopardy that he may be in, be it Mar-a-Lago, be it January 6th, be it Georgia, be it this new one to do with Truth Social, I mean, this is basically a speeding ticket. I mean, let's just be very, very clear. In my mind, yes, I believe that there probably is enough evidence to charge him. But again, if this is it, I just don't know how it's going to be viewed optically by a lot of people, and that includes a lot of lawyers too. You're already seeing dissenting opinions amongst some liberal legal commentators. I was listening to Ellie Honig, who was a former federal assistant U.S. attorney at Southern District of New York, versus Ackerman, who was one of the Watergate prosecutors, right? So Ackerman is of the belief that no, it's a very simple case, open and shut. Honig is of the opinion, no, this is going to be a very difficult case to prosecute because of Michael Cohen's credibility issues and so forth. So, we have to see what happens with that. And again, I would also add, just due caution, we don't know. All we have right now is speculation, leaks by this media outlet, that media outlet. We don't know exactly what is going to be in the indictment. We don't know if it's simply campaign finance, maybe some income tax issues, which, look, again, I understand that a lot of people want to see him held accountable for something. I'm not a Donald Trump fan myself. I don't practice anymore, so I can say that. But you do have to try to remove politics, in my opinion, from this to some degree. There's a lot of other people who have done much more egregious things, and it's a fine, basically, right? So yeah. We have to see. We do have to see what's contained within the indictment. If it's just contained within the scope of campaign finance and maybe something broaching on income tax, okay, yes, it very well may be a crime, but it's going to be hard. It would be very hard for me to see that. Right. I have to hold out hope that it. I'll finish with this. I have to hold out hope that if indeed this is going to happen Tuesday, that there is a lot more to this, because I just think politically, and potentially even legally, it could be disastrous for Alvin Bragg. I mean, again, it's going to depend on who he's going to have as his. If this does indeed go to trial, if it's Susan Necklace, look, she is a top litigator. She's a fabulous and wonderful trial attorney. That's somebody who a prosecutor would call to defend them. So,
well, Ben, before you go, I have one more question for you. Is it the indictment that matters, or is it all the sides around?
Well, so let's talk about that photo op, right? People are talking about bail and this and that. Look, at the end of the day, there's no chance he's going to be held without bail. I mean, that's just my opinion. Now, in terms of the pound of flesh, look, the photo op is one thing, right? The person who may want that photo op more than anything else is Donald Trump himself. I don't know. Sebastian could probably comment on that further. I know this is probably not an easy topic for him to even consider, but look, that would be very, very powerful for a Trump campaign, right? This image of the man in handcuffs, and optically, what does that say? Keep in mind, I'm not a Trump supporter, but what does that say to other areas of the world in which news is filtered? They're going to be running the 24/7. Look, the United States, the Democrats, Joe Biden. How is it going to be reflected in China, right? Oh, look, people are complaining about our human rights, our totalitarian dictatorships, and look, they're imprisoning their political opponents. So again, I can't really comment as to the politics of it. That's just not my area of expertise. But look, it's an explosive situation. I get that. That's why I think keeping the temperature down as best we can is a good idea, and we'll know soon enough, right?
Okay.
Don't you think it's a bit rich though that the party of lock her up and locking up their political opponents is now screaming about not wanting to do that anymore, just because the tables have kind of been turned and it's their party now under investigation?
Well, I can only comment on the legal aspects of it. So I think the difference was there was maybe somebody mentioned it earlier, right, about Donald Trump. Look, he's gone through countless investigations, 2 impeachments and so forth. And optically, he's probably viewed as, look, this one little man has withstood all this and that. Whereas Hillary Clinton, I don't think it's a fair comparison. Of course, I remember the rallies, lock her up, lock up the Biden family. But I just think it is quite different. Again, we'll see. We don't know what's contained within the actual wording of the indictment. It'll be interesting to see the split when it comes to the jury who voted for it. Like, was it unanimous? Was it what was the threshold? Right. So I mean, if you're dealing with 50, 53, 60% of the jury voting to return an indictment, if that becomes the case, then you really have to start considering Mr. Bragg's calculations with this. And again, out of all the things that he potentially is facing legal jeopardy for, I have to hold out hope that there is some more meat on the bone to whatever is potentially coming down Monday or Tuesday, excuse me. I guess.
All right, that should be interesting, right?
Yeah,
It's gonna be an interesting ride.
Yeah, absolutely. Anyway, thank you everyone for
Thanks,
your time.
Ben.
Mario, I'll be kind of on and off all day. Have a wonderful day. Thank you.
Let's go over to Reeve real quick. I wanted to see what you're up to, gentlemen. Let's get everyone else up on the stage here. Reeve, where do you find yourself today?
Hey, everybody. Thanks for keeping me company while I was driving from Amarillo to Albuquerque. I lost you a few times, but here we are. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, I think we got you okay. If you cut out a little bit, we may go elsewhere, but keep going. Keep going. You're doing great right now.
Okay. All right. So listen, yeah, I look at this through the lens of a career prosecutor like Ben. I'm not practicing anymore. But I will say this. I think I know and feel enough about politics to speak to that issue as well. From my perspective, I think Bragg has just made a calculation that this is a political win for him, regardless of he's going to be, perhaps he feels, perceived as the guy who, the only person who had the guts to take this on and actually bring charges against the Democrat parties and I hate the phrase, but forgive me, it's how it's used, the uniparty or the deep states number one nemesis. Let's face it, I don't know a single human being on the planet who could have endured the abuse that Donald Trump has endured over the last 6 years and still be standing. Just from a human perspective, I'm stunned that he's still in public life, because there are a lot of people who have worked very hard to take him out. And if Bragg is remembered in the Democrat Party as the guy who actually took the shot to do so, even if the case, which is a de minimis case, by the way, as many people have spoken to, if Bragg is able to turn a de minimis misdemeanor case into a felony and even has to suffer a loss or a dismissal down the road, I think politically he's calculated that he's going to be remembered as the guy that at least took that shot of enemy number one, and will probably campaign on it for forever throughout his political life. And the reason I say that is because as a lawyer and as a prosecutor, having campaigned on taking him out with his fellow New York Democrats, he had an obligation, a legal and ethical obligation, to recuse himself once the case entered his office, and the office, or he, decided to actually pursue charges against somebody who he campaigned on taking out. I think that's a real problem that I haven't heard anyone talk about. And I think it speaks loudly to his lack of character as a prosecutor. I don't think, speaking as a prosecutor, took great pride in what I did in my career. I wouldn't ever want to suffer even the inference of a bias. If there was one in any of my cases, I'd happily say it should have.
We're losing. Bring Reeve back up in a second here. Mr. Cernovich, I sent you a quick request so you can come up on the stage. Let's go to Joe. I haven't heard from you in a little bit. Let's talk. Tell us your thoughts on the conversation here from these two fine prosecutors.
Yeah, I mean, I think they both make valid points. What gets I do think this makes us look like a third world country. This is the type of thing that happens in third world countries, doesn't happen in first world countries that often. But, you know, Cohen did plead guilty to campaign financing laws. He did it for Trump. That's quite obvious. He was charged with that, and he did plead guilty to that. He didn't only plead guilty to the tax charges, as the documents show. But then what gets me is the amount of hypocrisy. It's, you know, Biden should be investigated because money he received from China. Did I lose my connection?
No, we got you, Joe. Keep going.
Okay. Biden should be prosecuted because looks like he received money from China. Truth Social got money from Russia per the executives at Truth are saying that they got $8 million. No one's talking about that, and he shouldn't be held accountable. He's okay with that.
Is there a difference there,
Hunter
Joe,
Biden
though?
should
Is there
be-
a difference between those two? One a private company and one an actual elected official?
Well, does it matter? I mean, you have a company that's owned by Trump that's receiving loans from Russia.
Well, that's problematic, perhaps, but
right?
it's not illegal. Whereas, if you take favors as an elected official and
It is
policy
illegal. It was during sanctions.
During sanctions?
It is illegal.
But
Yeah,
during
it is
sanctions,
illegal. It was during
sanctions that we'll see what comes up of that. That's interesting.
Right. I'm not saying it's true or not. I don't know. I'm just saying both should be investigated.
Yeah, but I
Hunter
think there
Biden-
is a
Hunter
difference between the
Biden's
two. But keep
laptop-
going. Don't want to interrupt you. Go ahead.
Yeah. Hunter Biden's laptop, for example, that's a huge issue because it was censored. But Trump also tried to censor Stormy Daniels by paying her off with hush money. So, if we're going to virtue signal, we should hold all the facts accountable and show both sides, not just be picking to try to defend our party line. Do I think he should be charged right now with this? No, I think this is horrible. I actually think this will strengthen his base. I don't see violence happening. I think most of Republicans are peaceful. I don't see that happening. I do think there might be a wall around Mar-a-Lago. Who knows? But we need to hold accountable actual facts and not just pick sides and try to. Until we hold our government accountable, we're not going to get anywhere. If we keep just blindly defending one side or the other, we're not going to come to a conclusion, and this space is pointless in that manner.
Well, this is.
I've seen people I've seen people like Kim, Jim, even myself change point of views because of spaces like this. That doesn't happen because of people selling a party line.
Joe, there's an important update about the Hunter Biden laptop. Hunter Biden just sued the Delaware repair shop owner where he left his laptop for invasion.
I think I'm having connection issues. I don't know.
For invasion of privacy. And for all this time, he and everyone else in the Democratic Party has claimed this isn't real, this is Russian disinformation. And now Hunter Biden admits this is his laptop, and he's angry that all this data is now out in the open, and he's suing the repair shop.
That is interesting validation there. Go ahead, Tom.
So I can I just chime in?
Go ahead. Yeah, who was that? Oh, you, Brian. Go ahead.
Yeah, Brian. Yes. So the thing with the Hunter laptop is that Democrats didn't say that Hunter never claimed that the laptop wasn't his.
you changed your moment there. Brian said Democrats, then changed your mind.
TV interviews, Brian.
Can I say
lying, man. Stop lying.
Hey, go play. Just
well, you can use Google. It's open source.
Let me finish.
Go ahead, Brian.
So the point wasn't that. I'm sorry, my kids are playing here, so I got distracted. The point is that Hunter didn't say the laptop wasn't his. He never said that. He never claimed that. What his problem was that he couldn't confirm if all the data on the laptop at that time was all his. Several people accessed the computer. People tried to.
Brian, you are lying.
I'm not lying.
It's just a lie. I'm sorry, I have to interrupt.
Tell me what I lied about.
Hold on, guys. Go ahead, Brian. Just finish up real quick.
Because Hunter Biden did a prominent TV interview in which he was asked if this was his laptop.
And he said he didn't know. Know.
Yeah, and how do you not know and now sue the guy for invasion of privacy?
Because he didn't see the laptop. If somebody
doesn't know is a lie.
If somebody claimed that they had my laptop in some computer repair shop, how would I know if it's mine or not?
I don't think you need to be.
Because you went there and you dropped it off personally. What the fuck?
We don't know. No, listen to me. We don't know if he dropped it off. He doesn't know if he dropped it off.
He did.
Didn't say
Okay.
How do
all
you
right.
know?
Brian, probably not the best defense.
Wow.
Fine, stronger.
No, listen to what I'm saying.
Go ahead.
Listen to what I'm saying. You're not letting me.
Wow.
Yeah, let's let Brian finish up, though, Brian. I don't want to make us about Hunter's laptop. Go ahead. Good.
So the computer repair shop owner, Isaac, whatever his name was, he claimed that he didn't see who dropped the laptop off. He didn't see who dropped it off.
Hunter Biden said he doesn't know if that's my. I don't know if that's my laptop.
A lie.
Stop cutting me off.
Hang on, Cam. Let's just let him finish, and then we can.
It isn't a lie. It isn't a lie. Just look at the facts.
Hold on. Let's just take a minute here. All right, Brandon, I get your point. Don't know if it's the strongest argument to defend Hunter Biden in his best mind, even. But let me table the laptop thing for an issue. I think that's we do a whole another 10 spaces on that. Let me go, Tom. Your hands up.
I got cut off every 5 seconds. I couldn't even get the point. Can I just finish?
Brian,
please just let me
Let's
talk.
let Brian finish. I'll give Brian 30 seconds here, real Tom. Just give him 30 seconds.
Let him speak. It's amazing.
Okay, we're gonna let Brian finish real quick, and then we're going to Tom, and then I got Mr. Cernovich up. Hang on just a sec. Brian, finish up.
Yeah. So my point is that Hunter never claimed that his laptop. It was his laptop, or it wasn't his laptop. He didn't say. He said he didn't know. The complaint that Democrats had was that the laptop was in the hands of several different people. The computer repairman said that people tried putting information on the laptop. So Hunter Biden said that I don't know if the data is all mine. That was the argument. We don't know. He didn't say that.
Okay, how does this relate to the Trump case?
He said, I'm just responding to Kim's argument about Hunter Biden or whoever was
Don't
talking.
you get how ridiculous this argument is, Brian? Not only did he drop off his laptop, he went
We
to
don't
buy
know
an
if he
external-
dropped
Wait
it
a
off.
minute.
Let's hold on.
He went to buy an external hard drive and went to the repair shop again and gave that to the repair shop owner. To
Is there a so where's the surveillance video of him dropping it off?
Ridiculous is your point, dude. It's ridiculous.
Your point is ridiculous in that we don't. What I'm saying is we don't have any proof that Hunter Biden dropped it off. How do you know it wasn't stolen?
Biden is suing the repair shop.
He figured out that is his laptop.
I just came in as well. I was just on a few calls to try to.
Sounds like a lot of people are going in the weeds on Hunter laptop where, like, I explained this case to my wife and she said this is the dumbest case in the world. I think people are losing sight of the fact that, as Jonathan Turley explained in his column, this is a fake case. They're trying to say that Trump bribed Stormy Daniels to benefit his campaign, where any man who's married in Trump's position would have paid the extortion anyway. So if this should be an extortion case against Trump. That should it should not be an extortion case against him. It should be him as the victim of extortion. And two, people are losing sight of the legal theory on this is so stupid. That's why, of course, people are trying to create alternative history about the Hunter Biden laptop case. I'm not a Trump guy. People know this. So I'm as objective as it gets. The legal theory is that Trump paid off someone who was going to go to the press about an alleged extramarital affair. He did what pretty much any husband with money would do, is pay it off, whether you did it or not. Do you really want to go through that? And now they're trying to say that that's technically a misuse of business funds to benefit a campaign, right? So Tom Fitton, there are other people here who can tell you there's no legal basis for this case at all. Even that's why the Southern District of New York, which hated Trump, didn't like this. So again, I think even Trump supporters are losing sight of the messaging, which is that the case is absurd. And anyone who's not a total rabid Team Mueller, Michael Avenatti fanboy has to recognize the utter injustice of this, especially as the Soros DA is letting people run wild and kill people. We can watch a video of people getting body slammed and becoming paralyzed because of the Soros DAs. So now they want to take in Trump for a fraudulent case. So I hope that people who love Trump remain on message and just explain to people very rationally that there's no legal basis for this case at all. Trump should be the victim here of a potential extortion plot. Remember, David Letterman faced a similar situation. He got the guy arrested. Someone went to David Letterman and said, hey, David Letterman, if you don't give me money, I'm going to go tell everybody that you're cheating on your wife. David Letterman went to the FBI, and actually people can look this up. He had the person arrested for extortion. So that Trump is the victim here of an alleged extortion plot. There's no legal basis for this case at all. Hunter Biden's laptop has
nothing to do with this. This is a Soros DA using Bolshevik tactics to unlawfully imprison a political opponent. And everybody, whether you like Trump or hate him, whether you're a dissent for DeSantis or whatever, should be furious. I'm furious. And again, talk to MAGA people about, whether I'm somebody who's gonna defend everything Trump does.
It is upsetting. Mike,
and by the way,
go ahead.
Just go ahead. No, I've got a question for you, Mike. And anyone else that has questions, please do jump in. Mike, so I'm guessing you're implying this is politically motivated, which is something that many people have said. My question to you is, if this is politically motivated, we've seen a narrative that this and Elon and Viva Frei, which I'll invite to the space, they both said, among others, that this is going to help Trump's re-election, the chance of re-election. So if this is a political strategy, it doesn't seem like a very intelligent one. What are your thoughts?
I think it's the opposite. I think that if they get Trump scalped, that'll drive out Democrat turnout because they'll want to twist the knife in Trump. So I see it as them riling up the mob. This will allow them to drive out Democrat voter turnout. So I see the exact opposite happening. I see Democrats saying, we finally got our scalp that we've wanted for so long. Now we better absolutely vote Democrat and vote against Trump so that we can make sure that Trump goes to jail.
Mike, do you think that there's actually going to be
one of the other issues here?
Go ahead, Tom.
One of the broader issues here, and Mike's exactly right on the extortion side of this. The mirror of this case is that Trump was extorted. I mean, look, she took $130,000. Why was that even an issue? Obviously, because she was going to speak unless she got it. And of course, her then later lawyer, Avenatti, I think was convicted of extortion, if I recall correctly, where he was engaged in sorts of, you give me money, otherwise I'll try to destroy you. So, of course, the district attorney in New York is obsessed, and the left district attorneys generally are obsessed of taking felonies and knocking them down to misdemeanors, except, of course, if you're President Trump. But the other big issue here is, in my view, and this is the kind of the 30,000 foot danger to the Republic view, is that the left is seeking to normalize political prosecutions. And they have this media narrative on January 6th. They have this narrative related to virtually anything that Trump does, that our political opponents need to be jailed. And we need to target them, label them as people unworthy of protection.
Tom,
and then use the legal process to target them.
Campaign slogan. The thing about lock her up.
So I want to go back to...
What does that have to do with anything? I'm talking about what the left is doing in terms of concocting legal charges. I mean, are you suggesting that Hillary Clinton had no legal liability based on her conduct?
No, I'm not.
The Hillary Clinton story, and the mirror of that is to use the system to protect have been protected from normal criminal process. I mean, the absurdity after seeing what has been done to Trump and is being done to Trump now, to say that, well, he said lock her up in the context of a political campaign, when in fact the Justice Department actually did the opposite and protected her contrary to law and prior practice, is just an absurd argument. Stop pretending that what's going on is normal here and stop defending the indefensible. Frankly, you're either on the side of the Republic and the rule of law and constitutional protections, or you're opposed to it. And frankly, if you're supporting what Bragg is doing...
Tom, well said.
Justin, I think you wanted to jump in.
Yeah, Mike, I was just asking, what do you think the impact is going to be? Let's say the scenario plays out, Trump presents himself for arrest. We get the photo op and handcuffs, the perp walk. He's called for across the country to protest this. Obviously, it is distinctly unjust from many people's point of view across the aisles. But do you think there really is going to be an uproar, or do you think fatigue has finally set in for a lot of voters, or is it just the cycle we're in? Tell us about what your thoughts are there.
For me?
Mr. Cernovich, and Mike Benz, welcome back to the stage. Good to have you. But yeah, go ahead, Mr. Cernovich.
Hey, thanks.
Yeah, I think the worst thing that could happen would be for a protest to happen, because now people are giving them their necks in a Soros DA district. I'm really flabbergasted to hear people suggesting that you should go to a Soros DA territory and protest after what happened with January 6th. Remember, the Department of Justice announced that they're going to indict another 1,000 people. They're trying to get everybody now who was just in the grass on January 6th. I'm flabbergasted to hear people saying, hey, Trumpers, go into a Soros DA district and let's just hope that no feds are there inciting insurrections, or let's just hope that things don't go south, and let's just hope another 1,000 people aren't framed up in New York. I really can't believe that anyone would be calling for protests in Soros County. So one, that's what happens next is, of course, up to people and how they play it. Trump has lawyers. He can afford lawyers. It's just the legal process has to play itself out. If people want to protest, they need to do it in the red areas in Texas. They can do it in Florida. They can stay home and show the support that way. But you don't walk into an ambush, which is what's going to happen in New York. So I don't think that people are fatigued. I think this is it's the end of the primary, more or less. So one is the practical scenarios. It's the end of the primary. If Trump's cuffed, he's got the primary, that's for sure. And now you have to think of the general, and to think of the general election, which is going to be a long shot anyway. You have to realize that people need to, remain on message. And I do think a lot of people, hopefully, even though I'm cynical about the so-called moderate vote or the suburban soccer mom vote, I hope a lot of people, if they're educated properly on this case, realize that it's a sham prosecution, and it is, like Tom Fitton said, it's completely un-American. There's no defense for what they're trying to do here, especially when you highlight the crime. And so what I would do if I'm Trump people, instead of filing frivolous complaints against Ron DeSantis because they're afraid of him being in the primary, instead of doing chicken shit stuff like this, they need to be doing ads and TV buys contrasting the violent crime happening in New York under the Soros DAs with Trump. That needs to be the nonstop messaging that this is neo-Bolshevik tactics. They want you to get robbed, mugged, killed, and they'll let you out of jail. But if Trump pays off an alleged extortion attempt, then he's going to be indicted. So that's where the focus needs to be. So unfortunately, I don't think MAGA world is handling this issue well at all, frankly, especially with the whole let's call mommy on DeSantis and try to get him in trouble. Oh, well, now Trump's indicted. This is baseless, blah, blah, blah. Okay, well, then why don't people just explain with massive ad buys, massive multimedia campaign? Here's what Soros DAs are doing to the country. Here's what they want to do to your family. They want your families killed. They want you mugged. They want you body slammed and paralyzed, but they have time to go after Trump. So this is it's a pivotal moment. And if MAGA world handles it correctly, they come out on top. But as of right now, they're not handling it well at all.
So Tom, Mike says that if Trump is put in handcuffs, that's the end of the primary. Do you guys agree with that?
Oh, I think Trump was, personally, I thought I've been surprised as someone who's kind of personally friendly to him, how well he's been doing in the primary and how well his numbers are, even in general election matchups. So, I thought the primary was going to be interesting because people are interested in primaries, certainly presidential primaries. But I always thought the result was, as reasonably as one can predict, preordained. I don't know what the impact of this is going to be. Those who don't like Trump are not going to be given this isn't going to incentivize folks necessarily to vote for him. I just tend to think this is going to be more of a neutral impact on the Republican form of government. I think it's significant and severe. I mean, it's not just Trump. We have Elon Musk being abused by the Federal Trade Commission, efforts to jail Musk for promoting free speech on Twitter, the jailing in retaliation for his work there, the Justice Department targeting state officials of the various states
who were disputing the election, trying to jail citizens who are participating in the process under state, federal, and constitutional law. These are dangerous times for our system, and I just wish there was a reformist wing of the Democratic Party that would explain that they have to say no to the anarchists and the communists who have no problem with just trying to jail their political opponents on pretext.
I want to go to Mr. Cernovich. One other question before we go to other panelists. Oh, two questions, actually. So the first question is, what if, because we don't know what charges there is yet. So what if there are charges? We heard a prosecutor mention it on a TV interview. I can't remember on which channel earlier. We played it here. That there could be more charges, and he listed a few possibilities. If that's the case, maybe there's something we just don't know. Is that a possibility, and would that change your mind?
Trump is the most investigated person in human history. If SDNY didn't find something, no, some chicken shit Soros DA hasn't found anything. Remember how this went down. They investigated him, and they had no legal basis to file any charges. So multiple prosecutors resigned. They went on a media tour. They went on a book tour to argue their case before the feral mob on TV. And then now suddenly they've come up with some kind of chicken shit thing. Keep in mind, remember, what they get Trump's CFO for, either CFO or COO, he took some fringe benefits that weren't tabulated as personal income. He had a driver or something like that, and it was some amount of money that in New York isn't a ton of money over a 10-year period. So they've done all this. So when they tell me they found something new, it's simply not credible.
Right. I mean, especially since the material's been out there since 2018, the basis of this whole investigation, the payments to Stormy Daniels, the alleged admissions by Cohen about what the nature of them was. This is 2018. So there's been no change in terms of the evidence that at least we all know about and can reasonably predict to come out that would suggest that there's been a reason for a prosecution other than the fact he announced a few weeks ago he's going to be a candidate, and the fact that the president of the United States was implicated in a racketeering operation with the Chinese communists this week.
So name redacted, I know you've got something you want to share, and Brandon, I see your hand up, but before doing that, Justin, do you want to play a couple of clips before we go to other panelists?
Yeah, let's go this real quick. This is Katie Fang on MSNBC. She's interviewing Glenn Kirshner, and this is about the comments from President Trump about the indictment and what he wanted his followers to do.
Last block, I asked you about statements that were made by Trump's defense attorneys and whether that could be imputed to him. Assuming arguendo, this is Donald Trump posting on Truth Social, and these statements are being made. Could these things be used against Donald Trump? These posts on Truth Social?
Yeah, Katie, under the rules of evidence, this is what we call a statement of the party opponent. I would slap a government exhibit sticker on this post, and I would introduce it at his criminal trial. And this is a dark moment in our nation's history. And I'm glad you got to break the news, Katie, because what we have just seen is basically come to D.C. on January 6th will be wild 2.0. And I'm sorry to say for months I've been saying on air and online that the moment Donald Trump knows he's been indicted, his first post will be come to Manhattan or come to Georgia for my arraignment will be. He knows precisely what he's doing. He used similar language to incite, first of all, to entice his supporters to come to D.C. on January 6th. And then he proceeded to incite imminent lawless action. And he has done it all over again. But everything Donald Trump does is a miscalculation, Kate.
So lots to dissect there.
This is the new rule. You push a fraudulent, abusive arrest of a candidate with millions of supporters, and then you tell his supporters they're not allowed to protest. Otherwise, we'll designate you as terrorists and try to jail you, as Cernovich has highlighted. This is the end of our republic. This is how you lose a country, where the left decides that we're not only going to abuse you, but jail you if you object.
Well, and keep in mind that one thing I want to point out too is
that Glenn guy, that guy has said everything from Avenatti's going to be president, Avenatti's going to take down Trump. That guy's just simply not a credible voice on any of these issues. There's a whole cottage industry. Remember, the walls are closing in. The walls are closing in. Avenatti's going to be president, and then suddenly Avenatti's in prison for extorting Nike. He steals money from a quadriplegic client. So everything that guy said is discredited on his face because what he said is simply not true. Trump can technically call for a protest. I think that's legal. I think that's utter folly. I hope Trump supporters do not do that. I think that's about the worst thing that could possibly happen. But there's certainly nothing lawless about that. And Tom's talking about weaponizing the legal system, fall of the republic, and while a lot of that is true, the bigger thing to keep in mind here is that the legal system is still working somewhat. Trump can win this case with proper jury selection. A lot of people are acting like it's the end of the road for him and the end of the republic. There's still people winning cases when you play things right and you have the right legal arguments, which is, in my opinion, all the more reason to not protest, because then that'll get hung up on Trump. He can fight the charges. He'll get a jury that's favorable or at least somewhat fair. Everybody's going to see the charges are nonsense, and he can win, comes out triumphant, marches to a big primary win, and hopefully MAGA world gets better on messaging by contrasting what is being allowed in Soros County versus what they're going after Trump for, and then with the implication being, if you're next, if you're a conservative, like you're next, they're going to come for you. They're going to.
But if that's the case,
Mike, I've got a couple
go ahead, Simon. Sorry, go ahead, man.
Yeah, I got a couple of questions. So because your argument is that they should not protest in New York because of the risk factor, because it's a blue state, it'll be basically framed as another January 6th. First of all, can they not protest in other cities, red state cities? And the second thing is, if they don't protest, wouldn't it come across as basically Trump losing his attraction to the public?
No, they of course they can and should do very friendly events in deep red areas. Absolutely, they should. That's where you would do it. You don't want to risk a cataclysm happening in Soros County. It's not worth the risk at all. But yeah, they should show support in all of these other areas, and they should be big, massive rallies and big, massive events with people being a little more shrewder. So don't let men who are in essentially a drinking club. Essentially, don't let alcoholic men who are looking for trouble be anywhere near a protest. Police this stuff a little bit better, and then they do have better messaging, better optics, and then just cut better videos, man. I haven't seen a good campaign video for a long time, and this is a real gimme. As somebody who's made a film that actually was one of the top-selling documentaries, where's the video? Where's the messaging on this? I would like to see that. So there's a lot of ways that Trump can flip this to his advantage, but the worst thing that could happen is a repeat of January 6th.
Yeah, and Mike's right in the sense that not only is a jury trial possible to be result in a favorable outcome, but there could be challenges to these charges that result in a trial never going forward and they being dismissed, or the trial could be put off in such a way as to make it irrelevant politically. But all scenarios though mean that he's been indicted, and that process is a punishment. And the indictment is a smear that inures to his political detriment, I would argue. Some would argue otherwise, and I think it's a fair analysis either way, frankly. I think you're going to have MAGA-type rallies opposing this. I think it's going to be relatively muted, given the gravity of the abuse. In my view, this is just the beginning. And remember, there's this out-of-control prosecutor in Fulton County, Georgia, that wants to jail Trump for exercising his First Amendment rights and his duties as a president. And then we have the Democrats in Washington, D.C. trying to jail Republicans for disputing Biden's election. These are trying times for our nation.
Go ahead, Brian.
Well, they're trying to get far down.
Yeah, this is what just irks me so much, is that everything is, Trump isn't a bad guy. It's Soros County, or it's out of control
prosecutor.
Soros,
or
Trump is a good guy. Actually, he in terms of the law. He's a great guy.
According to you guys, the criminal, the guy that's being indicted, is the good guy.
He's innocent.
And all the other people, the police, the prosecutors, FBI, they're all the bad guys because you can't justify what he's done.
I can, brother. I just did.
What is he guilty of, comrade?
No, brother.
What is he guilty of, comrade?
Comrade. See, that's another thing. You call people communists who you disagree with.
Right, brother. Let me just point out to you very simply. You're a multimillionaire. A woman that you may or may not have had an affair with, let's just assume that you did, says you need to give me $130,000 or I'm going to destroy your whole family. Would you pay that? Would you pay that? You know you would. Everybody with the resources would.
No, I wouldn't do that.
You would in a second if you'd done it. I'm letting my life get blown up out of proportion.
I would come forward and tell the truth and give my side of the story.
No, you wouldn't.
But you never say the truth in these spaces. Why would you not lie to your wife?
Right.
Tim.
All right, guys, let's stop the personal attacks, guys.
Everything's a deep state. Why do you have to attack everything?
Yeah, let's stop the attacks. Let's go. And you guys were going well, Kim and Brian, early on. So let's get back to those. But yeah, sorry. Go ahead. All right. Go ahead, Brian.
Yeah. So I think what I'm trying to say is like just maybe it's the guy that's getting indicted actually did a crime. You don't have the evidence. Why are you blaming everything on George Soros? It's so anti-Semitic. Everything's George Soros.
How is it anti-Semitic?
There you go.
Because you blame everything on him as if he's wealthy and he's controlling everything.
Who's blaming George Soros for this?
I just heard several people say Soros County and George Soros back.
Highlighting the fact that a radical leftist is supporting this politician who's abusing
there's so much money in politics
to target a political opponent is perfectly fair analysis.
Every time someone I don't like
anti-Coke, does that make you like?
Brian, I love that you're laughing, because you're not even being serious. But look up what was said about Sheldon Adelson and how he funded Trump. And once you do that, let's have
that's a great point. So I would never say, oh, this is a Sheldon Adelson County or a Sheldon Adelson DA. I wouldn't say that.
But Sheldon Adelson doesn't donate to DA campaigns, my guy.
Just because somebody donates money to a political campaign doesn't mean that they're controlling all this. Let me finish what I'm saying. There's literally 8 people that are pro-Trump in here. I don't
So first, just I want to give Nick. I know you've got a clip. Just want to give Simon before you jump in. Just want to give love him or hate him. Just want to give a shout out to Brian because he's there discussing the other perspective within a panel that's unbalanced, at least for now. So Brian, do stay with us.
No, it's perfectly balanced, Mario.
Now Tom, you know how we always
opposed to this are in the majority, and you're balanced.
No, I mean, we try to get balanced. No, I mean, we usually get a liberal and conservative split 50-50, but we're close.
You can't have a balanced discussion about slavery. I mean, that's crazy.
Okay, so we'll go to. So you got a clip to play, Nick, I think it was, and then Sebastian Gorka, I'll bring you up now. So you're requesting to come up.
And Mario, just before you play the clip, I mean, we did have more liberals on earlier on. So
exactly. Good for the audience to remember. For anyone listening, we did have a lot more liberals early on, so it's been balanced. But I just wanted to just appreciate Brian because I've been pushing him to stay on the panel for a while. So he doesn't jump off. But yeah, go ahead, Nick, to play the clip. Nick?
Sandman's the one that got the clip. I don't have it.
Oh, okay. I thought you were about to play the clip. Let me play it. We've got Marjorie Greene, another quote from her in an interview, and I see a few hands up, so we'll go to them right after. Let me play that clip for you right now. It's a 1-minute clip.
It is a war. It's a political war, and that is what they've waged against President Trump, his administration, his supporters, and anyone that aligns himself with MAGA. And what this Manhattan DA is talking about doing, he is serving his minister, who is George Soros and the Democrat Party and the globalist elites that do not care about America. They don't care about Americans anymore. They see Trump as their number one indicting President Trump. And if he does so,
there's going to be a big difference for a lot of people. And if they think this is going to turn people away from supporting President Trump, I'm going to warn them right now. That is going to be exactly the opposite. That is going to happen, because we know President Trump is innocent. People are not stupid. America does not trust Washington. And you had Rasmussen on here telling you the poll numbers to prove it. I've been telling them this for over 2 years. Real America does not believe or trust Washington, D.C. As a matter of fact, real America sees Washington, D.C. as the enemy.
So we've got the narrative, the same narrative is just being it's a bit on both sides of the aisle, that there is some a bit more extreme than others. There's just concern that this is a step too far. We're seeing this on the left as well. Not as much. Brian is kind of balancing that out. But we do have the left actually split on whether this is too far or not. So before going to Sebastian, I want to go to Reeve. Reeve, as a former federal prosecutor, would love your take on this, and thanks for giving us your time. Reeve, you got to unmute bottom left corner before we go to Mike Benz.
Oh, sorry guys, I'm not a space expert.
Oh, good. I appreciate being here.
Thank you so much. I don't know. I think I want to go back to the 14th Amendment issue. And really not clear, just Tom has expressed over and over again this morning. You have people on one side saying it's about time something happens to this guy. He deserves everything he gets. But the reality is he's been an overly prosecuted and persecuted American citizen like no one I've ever seen in American history. And the reality is, when you balance out what he's had to deal with based on the facts and allegations for which they've come after him, they're often identical and often much less significant than what has been committed by others. And so I'll give you an example. When Comey gave his infamous speech about Hillary Clinton, I was at the FBI building in New Mexico, where I was working as a federal prosecutor still with my agents, working on a cartel case that we were developing. And I remember all of us just sitting there watching the first, whatever it was, 10 minutes or so, the first 90% of that speech. And we were pretty convinced that he was going to recommend charges. And oh, by the way, the fact that he gave that speech was so contrary to DOJ policy was another thing that caused a lot of chaos within DOJ and FBI, because he has no right to withhold charges. That's the attorney's responsibility at DOJ, not an FBI agent. Anyway, I remember when he finished that and he said no reasonable prosecutor would take this case, I just lowered my head in phony shame, because not only did I know that I could take that case on those facts and secure an ethical, fairly easy conviction of Hillary Clinton on those facts, and thus I'm an unreasonable prosecutor. But I also knew in that moment, as did my agent, that the law didn't apply to Clinton, because for whatever reason,
just quickly, you're just a lot of wind or background noise. We can hear you, but just getting a bit worse.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm outside right now.
Oh, good.
But my point was, that was one of the early examples of how the justice system doesn't play fair. And I was part of that system for so many years, and I took it seriously, as did most of my colleagues. And so then you have countless other examples. The Hunter Biden situation, if the roles were the opposite of that, another similarly situated situation where if Hunter Biden was in fact Trump's kids, you can't tell me that the Democrat machine wouldn't be coming after him, demanding prosecution ad nauseam of these same facts. But for some reason, they're completely silent on that. And then I don't know if you guys saw it. I'm sure you did. You're more politically sophisticated than I am. But that email that Hunter sent to his potential investors concerning Chinese investors
which implicates his father, because if his father either negligently, recklessly, or intentionally allowed his son access to classified information, that is one of the most explosive classified document leak investigations that could be had in this country, yet it's completely ignored because of who they are.
So Reed, let me ask you a question real quick, because it seems that some people are suggesting that this indictment is now possibly coming based on maybe depositions given by was it Kellyanne Conway and Hope Hicks. Is that enough to actually push this forward? I mean, because I've been working on it for like 7 years now, it feels like. So why now?
Well, the other thing, the fact that it's gone on 7 years, I don't know how they haven't burned the statute of limitations. Typically, that should be around 5 years, or typically it is 5 years. I concede I'm not a New York state law expert, but no, look, yeah, it can be enough if that's how they want to present their case. I'll tell you this much: if I were the prosecutor handling the cooperation of Cohen, and he comes on this space today, I'm canceling that cooperation agreement. There's no way in hell I'm going to put him on the stand. He's already presumptively incredible, and rehabilitating him on the stand preemptively as part of the case in chief for the government is going to be excruciatingly difficult already. And now you've got somebody who apparently wants to get even more boisterous. So anyway, a lot of what I see, though, just as a citizen, has really troubled me. And I do agree with Tom when he says things like our republic is in jeopardy, because if there truly is a fair and equal application of the law, then Biden should be impeached right now, or at least there should be an investigation. There's no reason why Trump gets raided by FBI agents with machine guns, and Biden is handled with kid gloves. Pence is handled with kid gloves, and the only inference to all of this is that they're in search of a person to convict for a crime, rather than ethically investigating a crime that may result in the prosecution of a person. Do you understand the distinction? The latter is the appropriate way for any prosecutor to advance a case. The former is unethical and I think criminal. And right. Trump's been the subject of that for 6-7 years.
Okay, can we get over like the Trump pity party? There's people sitting in unlawful detainment for 2 years and solitary confinement, no money, inhumane conditions. There's 1,000 people who are facing protest and ruin for the January 6th event. And it's like a fucking Trump pity party, man. Like, he's a big boy, he's a billionaire. No, I mean, at some point it's like, my goodness, he's not Jesus Christ going to the cross. He's
who's this Mike? Who is this Mike? I don't know any of you guys. I apologize for my ignorance. I'm just a former Fed, chiming in and giving you my 2 cents. But I'm a registered Democrat, and my fear, and I would not vote for Trump. My choice would be DeSantis. Absolutely, there's no doubt about it. But as a citizen, I'm troubled by the fact that that particular citizen has been targeted in the way that he has, where the Department of Justice, the agency that I worked for and took great pride in, has taken great pains to protect others who are similarly situated. And for me, just speaking as a lawyer geek, that's a 14th Amendment problem, equal protection of the law problem. And if that continues, then Tom's right, we really are in jeopardy. That's simply my point. It's not a Trump pity party, I assure you of that.
Well, we already are. I mean, we see that the Kavanaugh hearings were disrupted. No one got federally prosecuted for disrupting an official proceeding. We've watched the January 6th. I mean, I'm a lawyer too. If you want to talk about these issues, this began with January 6th and the disparate treatment and the selective prosecution.
No doubt about it.
At scale. So we're already there. That's I guess what's maybe frustrating to me about this is that this happened when Democrats tried to break into the Supreme Court. That no prosecution there. They occupied Pelosi's office under
AOC's leadership. Nobody got
protest threatened Kavanaugh. They targeted the White House.
Yep.
I mean, you have Antifa and BLM going wild, and you've got the director. Let me tell you something. You've got the director of the FBI, Joe Biden, etc., calling Antifa an idea. I guarantee you this: if I were able to do it, if I got the green light, I would pursue a continuing criminal enterprise case against Antifa, and I would take them out in a matter of a year. Guaranteed.
So guys, I just want to.
There's no justification for
let me jump in.
That organization.
Let me jump in. We do have Bree, who was a journalist on stage earlier. She sent me the following on how Russians are interpreting this. So that's the following quote from Dmitry Medvedev, who's the Russian Deputy of Security. Assholes, oh shit, use the words assholes, okay? Assholes want to arrest a certain person in Europe. He's referring to the arrest warrant for Putin. And on March 21, they will arrest their own in America. Take back your country, Americans, to battle. Destroy the tyranny of Washington. Send to the strike, to the stinking dustbin of history, a corrupt clique of insane swine. Killers, the Biden father and son. Jesus, he said that? That's a comment on his...
Yeah.
Oh, no, hold on.
He is all four horsemen of the apocalypse.
Hold on, he actually said that?
Yes.
Okay.
That's Medvedev.
That's pretty extreme, man. Jesus. I didn't expect.
Oh, I mean, if people think that Putin...
You don't have to take that too seriously, Mario.
Yeah, sorry, go ahead, Sebastian Ian.
You don't have to take anything that has Medvedev's name over it right now.
But what do you think? Do you think, Sebastian? Do you think that the Russians would try to take this opportunity to kind of create more division within America? Is that a political move from them? What do you think, Seb?
Well, it's what they do. I mean, the best way to understand Russia is it's an anti-status quo actor where they always want to stir shit, whether it's in Syria, whether it's in Asia, or whether it's with regards to the domestic politics in America. That's what they do. They destabilize the status quo to see what sticks to the wall and whether it's good for their own personal agenda. So, but Medvedev, is a clinical dipsomaniac. For the last 10 years, he's been an alcoholic. So he didn't write that statement. Somebody wrote that statement for him. He's just a mouthpiece for the Putin regime. But at the risk of let's be very clear what we've been told for the last 6 years. We have been witness to every kind of accusation against President Trump, from actually being a Russian asset, being a traitor. Remember, Brennan said he was treasonous, to extorting other nations to prosecute and investigate his political rivals, to being a white supremacist on the side of the KKK, and then to being a man who stole nuclear launch codes. And you've got to put this recent Bragg decision into that context. So after being told he's a Russian agent, Russian spy, traitor, stole the nuclear launch codes, now we're supposed to believe that his crime is paying off a woman who wasn't a stripper. She was actually a porn star, to keep her mouth shut during an election. That's what the Democrats are going to try and portray to us is justice in America. That's why it won't work. Most Americans will have no idea about the finer points of, election financing and whether it was his money or his campaign's money. They'll just say, hang on a second, you mean the Russian spy who gave away the nuclear launch codes? His big sin is he didn't want his wife to know about his affair, and he paid a woman to shut up, a woman who lost $300,000 in a damages case against President Trump just a few months ago. So that the whole thing's not going to wash. But with regards to how the average person sees it, when I come on these spaces, because my DMs are open, I get flooded with messages from all kinds of people, and usually great ones. Let me just share with you one lady's DM that I received about 2 hours ago while we were on the early part of this DM. Respectfully, sir, if there were indictments on the left, e.g. Hillary, the Bidens, etc., we wouldn't believe that this was a witch hunt. If they had gone after Antifa as much as the January 6ers, we might not think this is a witch hunt. If they didn't torture our citizens in prison, etc. Until then, I don't care what Trump did. from an ordinary. Please pass this on. Thank you for your voice. That
Sebastian,
I think nails how a lot of Americans are going to look at it.
Okay, you just dropped out a bit, but I think we heard most of what you said. Brian or William, I'd love your take on this before I ask one more question to the panelists and I see a few hands up. Brian or William?
Hey, William, you can go. I'm just getting my card here.
William, anything to add to this?
Not to this specifically. It's a bit hard for me to listen to Sebastian speak sometimes.
What's your take, William? What's your take on this whole story? On the allegations against Trump. We've had people on the left kind of say this is, we had Vivek on stage earlier, to kind of with the same narrative that this is a step too far, even though he doesn't like Trump. And we had people that hate Trump. Danish was here earlier, say the same thing. What's your position? Is it wait for the investigation? We don't know what charges they have. Wait to see what evidence they have, and then we can make up our mind. Or do you think that this is likely politically motivated?
I don't think it's a step too far. I think it's a bit funny in a weird way that this is the first thing that he's being indicted with. I think a lot of people are watching what's happening in Georgia with the investigation there, and I think there's be a lot more. This might just be the opening of the floodgates, so to speak, in terms of other indictments or things that are what most Americans would probably consider to be more serious crimes.
Yeah, exactly. So William just says, is an argument made earlier, and we had prosecutors early on in the space, and there's 4 investigations. There's the one with the Stormy Daniels one we're talking about now. I'm going to simplify those 4 investigations. We've got the January 6th investigation. We got the election, Georgian officials getting pressured to overturn election results, the calls between Trump and the officials. And then we've got the classified documents that were pulled out of Mar-a-Lago. So these are the 4 investigations. And I think we all agree that this one is probably the least important one. And yet we're seeing that Trump could be arrested for the Stormy Daniels hush money.
Question you described is pretextual, abusive, and unprecedented applications of the law, abusive applications of the law designed to harass and abuse Trump and his supporters. And, to respond to Mike's point earlier about, the Trump pity party, the challenge that we have is that folks like the January 6th defendants will never get defended if we can't manage to defend Trump or senators or U.S. Supreme Court justices. The establishment doesn't even want to protect presidents. Why do we think that they're going to want to defend citizens who are caught up in this mess as well? So this is a challenge to us all because, as Trump has always said, it's not about me. They want to get to you through me. January 6th shows that in dramatic terms. And, until we kind of grapple and recognize that the partisan left has abused the authority entrusted to them by the American people in the criminal justice system. Again, you're jumping to conclusions without having evidence. You're saying everything's a witch hunt or everything's
okay. I do have evidence. Stop saying I don't have evidence.
You don't. Just stop talking over me. So you're saying that prosecutors are mishandling the cases and it's a witch hunt. We don't know what the evidence is in these cases.
We do know.
Are
we have
you a member of the grand jury
about what's going on? Stop saying we don't know.
It's just
when
exhausting,
we do know.
Tom.
Why are you on Spaces if you don't know anything about what you're talking about?
Tom, we don't have the evidence that.
Okay, you don't think there's sufficient evidence.
Just
I think
talk
there's
over
more
me
than
every
enough
second.
public information.
Guys, we got it.
Yeah.
It's totally
Yeah, go ahead, Tom. Tom, I know you heavily disagree with Brian. Brian, I'll let you finish off because I know Mike wants to jump in as well.
Banana Republic stuff, guys.
So
guys, this is like a banana republic. I think the founders would be very humiliated if they saw what was happening to America.
It's not a banana republic.
This is something that happens in places like Brazil or
Worse than a banana republic. We know better.
But guys, we don't have. But Ian, but we don't have. I know where you're coming from, and I share a lot of the concerns that are shared here.
This happens in my country, right? I mean, it's disgusting. This sort of corruption, this level.
But we don't have. Ian, we don't have any of the charges or the evidence. Maybe there's something worse. Maybe not. I think it's what we're arguing here, and Tom is going to get angry at me now. But Tom, would you agree that we don't know what the charges are? We don't know, and we heard a prosecutor talk about it on TV earlier.
You don't need to get to the charges to criticize the process. We know what the law is that is allowing them to pursue these investigations. Forget about whether there's an indictment. The law is being abused and twisted to allow this abuse of power. I mean, to say it's not a banana republic where things aren't as bad. They raided his home over a document dispute. They knew that every other former president and vice president were similarly situated.
So Brian, I'll let you finish out. He's saying, hold on.
And Brian has an outsized voice, frankly, Mario, on this platform. He doesn't represent half of the population on issues like this. He represents a very narrow portion of the population.
Are you kidding me?
Tom, are you serious right now? The irony is crazy. The irony is crazy. Tom, you represent the radical far right. You are literally making so many assumptions.
You don't know what you're talking about. You're a hack.
Enough.
You don't know
you're
what
making
you're
so many assumptions about these charges when you have no idea.
Hey, Mario. I don't even know why you're.
So, Mike, I know first, Mike, congratulations on the Twitter files and what you did yesterday.
You allow communists
Tom,
and it's no basis.
Tom, I know. I get, every few weeks I get attacked by liberals for allowing too many conservatives and conservatives for allowing too many liberals. I'm used to. I'm trying to balance it out as much as I can.
I'm not dealing. Legate is not a liberal. He's a Marxist.
I understand. And the same argument.
Wait, did you just call me that?
No, he was calling William Legate. Legate.
No, you're very sly on these spaces, Brian, because you.
All right, guys. So Tom.
There's a reason I block your tweets.
Tom.
Because you
reasonable people don't.
Guys. I hate muting you both because I have too much respect for both of you. I will go to Mike if you don't mind, guys. He's been waiting for a while. William wants to jump on to defend himself. So William, I'll let you on in a bit. I'll let you back up. But Mike, first, congratulations on what you did with the Twitter files yesterday. I know you couldn't join us for that coverage, so well done there. Would love your take, and I know that you're seeing how heated this discussion is. And what worries me is whether he's innocent, guilty, whether there's more evidence that we don't know of, or this is politically charged. No matter what, I'm worried about the ramifications, Mike. I'm not sure if you share that concern because we've had Tammy on here earlier say no, we're blowing it out of proportion. There's not going to be a massive response, not going to be massive protests, and others are saying, Kim, for example, saying that this, people will be on the streets, and this is very, very dangerous for the U.S. What's your position on this, Mike?
Certainly. Hey, Mario, I only have about 10 minutes, and then I'll drop down, and you can put another speaker.
Brandon, do you mind if I give you the mic right after Mike? Is that okay, Brandon?
That's what I was going to ask because I've been waiting really patiently to make a point about the Soros issue and the process.
Of course.
Before we get too far past.
Thanks, Brandon. All right, go ahead, Mike.
Sure. So I actually share the concern that you just expressed there, Mario. I think it was pretty easy until the announcement of the indictment this week that censorship was perhaps sort of the biggest issue of the day, in the sense that you couldn't raise any other issue unless the censorship issue was solved, because everything is sort of subordinate to being able to win hearts and minds. I gave a presentation to a pretty senior government official once who stopped me and said, there's one other thing that actually may be above the censorship issue, and that's rule of law. When you have rule of law, or the perception of the legitimacy of rule of law, deteriorate, everything else, it's almost like Maslow's hierarchy of needs, everything else sort of becomes much less important. You have a situation right now where, for example, my mission to restore a free and open internet, the golden age of free speech online, is maybe taking a big fork if this actually goes through with this indictment next week, because you have a situation where the legitimacy of the system itself is going to be called into question by half of the population, and the retaliatory necessity of something like this is going to be overwhelming, in the sense that this is not a well-prepped
situation. It's not like there's been a huge amount of heat on Trump for the past several months that have sort of blended a January 6th style predicate for a full-on indictment. We've had multiple U.S. presidents assassinated, Lincoln, JFK. We've never had a president indicted by our own legal system. This is completely unprecedented, and for something as low tier as this, and we can talk about the substance. I'll try to avoid that. I'm trying not to get into the substance on this to derail, but this is something that, frankly, there's nothing to stop the DA's office in Miami from indicting half of the Biden family over this, and then invoking some sort of proxy federalism, long-arm jurisdiction, evolutionary arms race, if this becomes the new normal. And then you've got, one of the things that Cerno mentioned, which I thought was, an astute observation around the issues of mass mobilization in the traditional means of the citizenry showing their grievances through protests is now something that has been effectively criminalized through expansion of incitement claims and conspiracy claims, principally around January 6th and before that. But I worry, as someone who follows the censorship industry night and day, I thought it was very, very strange that YouTube basically reinstated Donald Trump's YouTube account just hours before. He had been banned since January 2021. And within hours of the announcement that Trump was potentially going to be indicted, I think it was about 18 hours ago when YouTube announced the reinstatement, and 22 hours ago when the article came out about Alvin Bragg in the Washington Post meeting with Secret Service and whatnot. To me, I look at that. Google is very closely embedded with the national security state. The national security state, by the way, 2 days ago, Trump, for the first time, articulated in a video speech his plan to, quote, overhaul the CIA, the DOD, the State Department to end regime change democracy promotion programs abroad and to fundamentally reevaluate, quote, our posture with NATO. I mean, that's a 5-alarm fire to the national security state on one hot button issue after another. And within 48 hours, his indictment is announced. Within 24 hours, he's allowed back on YouTube. And I can't help but think, with respect to sort of bait and incitement, that there is going to be a temptation for him, for example, to try to rally people publicly, and for those words to rally for him to be used as basically another sort of January 6th style mass roundup.
Hold on a second. I just want to intersect here. I just got a text message on my private number from Legate trying to provoke me. How did Legate get my private text? How did Legate get my phone number?
No idea, Legate. You're on. I don't even have your phone number, Tom.
This is why someone like this is very dangerous to have involved in these spaces. Obviously, doing disingenuous.
Did Legate?
Targeting.
Did Legate?
This is not appropriate, Mario.
I agree.
I agree. Shouldn't be on the spaces.
I agree.
It's very dangerous.
Did he threaten you, William? Not sure if you'd want to respond because.
No, he didn't threaten me. But how did he get my private number?
I don't know, William.
I asked for clarification. You called me a Marxist. I'm a business owner.
Yeah. Well, how did you get my private number, Legate?
Why does that matter to you?
How did you get it?
Doesn't matter.
How did you get it?
It matters. How did you get his private number?
How did you get it?
You called me a Marxist. I'm not a Marxist. That's an absurd allegation.
You got to.
You're acting. Are you at?
This is a little bit of an unprecedented situation here. If you guys can take it offline.
Yeah. So maybe what we could do, Tom, what we could do is first, Tom, I'll do you a favor. I'll do you a favor, Tom. I will do you a favor.
Why am I being allowed to be abused?
I will do. No.
I asked you a question.
So let me do this. Tom, you don't want him to answer. Tom. Yeah, but not on stage in front of Tom. Not in front of 10,000 people, because then 10,000 people have your number, Tom. So what I'll do?
How did he do it?
I don't know. What I'm going to do is I don't have your number, so maybe you guys.
You should ban him from the space.
And okay, so Tom, you've also called him a Marxist. I will deal with this after the space.
Yeah,
but
I've not threatened you. I texted you one time asking why you called me.
Okay, so maybe William, what about this? William, can you do me a favor? Do you mind telling Tom privately after the space if you like?
No, I don't want to talk to him privately.
I blocked his number. I want to know.
Yeah, but
he
how?
got my private
Okay, so
number.
Tom, are you asking?
doesn't matter.
Tom, William, can you give me just 2 seconds? So I don't want to mute you guys. So Tom, do you want William to tell you in front of 10,000 people how he got a number?
I don't want him to tell me. I want him to tell America why it is he got my private information and used it.
It's obviously not very private, Tom.
Oh, really? So how did you? So now you're are you going to show up at my house now?
No. Why would I show up at your house?
No, you're a lunatic leftist who has no business in being involved in a civilized discussion, Mario. So when he pops off, let me know and I'll come back in.
I understand. William, I did bring you up to respond to the Marxist allegations, just out of respect. So I'll let you respond quickly to those allegations and give us your take. And then I think you and Tom need to kind of sort this out. But I'll let you respond, William.
I mean, it's just patently absurd. I'm a business owner. I've started businesses since I was 13 years old. Done very well for myself, thankfully. And it's just a patently absurd allegation, borderline defamation, I would argue. But I'm certainly not a Marxist. And I think anyone who searches my name or looks me up or looks at my tweets, it will see how absurd that is on face value. So.
I understand. Okay, and I do ask you to, so it's important, I know you didn't threaten or send anything threatening to Tom, but at the same time, I think people, like, even I don't have Tom's number, I asked him for it a few weeks ago.
That is a massive invasion of privacy.
So I'll make that point. I know.
Even if the number isn't completely private, like getting it like that and then sending someone a text message, I mean, that
I couldn't respond to him. He's blocked me on Twitter. I asked him why he called me.
Yeah, I know.
It's not a big deal.
I know. I understand. I think
he doesn't want to talk. That's fine. He doesn't want to talk. He doesn't have to talk.
No, but William, that's fine. But you know what it is? I do find it it's highly problematic having you on stage after this forum is meant to be a situation where people express their opinions, express their ideas, and express their disagreement. There should never be a scenario where, based on whatever's happened on this forum, you then try and dox someone or try
no. To be clear,
it's not doxing.
That's not at all
doxing. But doxing, hold on, Slayman. First, I agree with you, Slayman. It isn't inappropriate, but also would it be
100% correct? I mean, people on the stage will not feel safe if they feel that they're going to be retaliated against.
I'm not retaliating against anyone. To be clear, I was off the stage. I wasn't even a speaker when those accusations were made. That's why I texted him directly. I couldn't even respond for myself. I would,
but hold on, guys. Can you just say, man, I wouldn't call it doxing, even though I would agree with you it's inappropriate.
No, it's inappropriate.
I'm just giving an example.
Agree.
I'm giving an example to demonstrate.
Oh, okay, understand.
I'm not saying
he didn't call it doxing. He was just using this as an example.
Perfect. Okay.
It's completely unethical. Like, I believe like we have a responsibility that doesn't happen, that people feel like they can express any
no. To be clear, what are you saying is unethical? Because I'll send a screenshot to Mario if he wants to see it, what I sent to Tom. It was not unethical.
No, the message, hold on, Simon, let me wrap this up so we can continue the discussion. So William, the message is, I know it would be a lot worse. I think we wouldn't even have you on stage if you sent him a threatening message or doxed him online. But just sending him a message on his private number, a number he didn't even give me, and I have the number of a lot of the panelists, so I can message him directly when needed. If people do feel threatened, because this is to some it's an invasion of privacy. I understand you probably found it on the public forum, and I know there's various tools to find people's numbers, but you understand where Tom's coming from and why that would, some people would maybe worry about coming on stage or expressing their opinions because of that. So do you understand where I'm coming from, William? I know you're upset about the Marxist allegations, but you also understand the other position, even though you didn't threaten him.
I get that he got spooked, and he's sure, but that's his. He has a few numbers. That's his more private one, but I don't see why me messaging him asking about why he called me a Marxist when I couldn't.
No, it's just it could be messaging about anything. But I think we've made the point. I don't want to kind of stress on it too much. And again, I gave you the chance to respond, and I think we could move on. Brandon, you've been waiting for a long time. I'd love you to jump in on the particular point you mentioned earlier.
Sure. I can't refrain myself from saying that you can't both object to being called a Marxist and then engage in a Marxist tactic like looking up somebody's personal information and sending a message to them to clearly try to send a message to them that you're willing to go that far to privately seek them out. Patently absurd. But I would invite everyone to get into my time machine with me and go back an hour to an hour and a half ago when Brian was asking the question about Soros and how
why we automatically jump to these knee-jerk reactions about something being Soros funded, or that seems to be our catch-all response to everything. So what I would like to do is actually provide a real-world example of exactly why we believe the things that we believe, and we make accusations like things being Soros-backed DAs or lawfare being used by Soros-funded legal firms. So everyone knows I pled guilty to a misdemeanor January 6th, blah, blah, blah. Didn't enter the Capitol. Next thing I knew, in September of 2021, I'm being served, along with 36 other people, including Donald Trump, by a nonprofit law firm out of Washington, D.C. called Lawyers Committee for Civil Rights Under Law. Look it up yourself and look up who funds them. George Soros. And the nature of this lawsuit is so offensive and patently absurd. First of all, they went out and intentionally found 8 Capitol police officers who are Black and brown people. Then they went out and again, they sued me, Roger Stone, Ali Alexander, Donald Trump, and dozens of other people under the KKK Act, alleging that this was a white supremacist attack on the Capitol, that we went to DC intentionally to try to harm Black people. And the evidence that they allege against me are, I'll read one paragraph to you, it's very short. It says, in response to Trump's threats and his continued claims of voter fraud, other defendants promoted the use of force, intimidation, and threats to prevent election certification and Biden and Harris from taking office, including, but not limited to, the following actions. Strzok, me, told a crowd at a November 6, 2020 rally in Detroit that people are out of their fucking minds if they think we're going to sit down quietly and allow them to steal this election. He proclaimed, we're not going to take it, directed others to never ever back down, and pledged that he would do whatever needs to be done to make sure that Donald Trump is victorious as our president for 4 more years. This case, first of all, if that's not legally protected free speech, political speech, then we're in serious trouble in this country. Nonetheless, the case is being brought in the District of Columbia, which, to Mike Cernovich's point, is absolutely a Soros-backed district. And the case is being allowed to proceed forward. So I want to ask Brian, and I also, by the way, Mario, would still like to make a point. Long ago, somebody made a point about Trump fatigue, but I guess we can come back to that because I do have a point I'd like to make about that. But Brian, does it concern you at all how your side of the aisle is absolutely trying to criminalize what used to be constitutionally protected speech and weaponize the justice system to go after political opponents? What's your example of that? Your case? That you're using your case, or are you talking? Everything I just said for the last 4 minutes. I haven't. I'm not familiar with your case, so I can't really speak on that. I just read it to you. I don't know the facts behind your case. I mean, so I just read them to you. You read me your side of the story. I haven't read the case, so I don't want to. No, that's the complaint against me by the prosecutors. I read you the complaint. So I don't know the facts behind it. So that's the complaint. I don't know the facts behind the case. I don't want to go into details about that. But I will say, did what you just heard worry you? Does it? What I just said does that worry you? I think that if you're innocent in what they're saying, then it worries me.
Brandon, to your point, like what you're saying is worrisome. Point blank. It is worrisome if a government's doing that. The problem I have is Trump people inside the White House. There was people that were working there that said Trump was on speed dial to Twitter to censor things as well. So they're both dangerous. I don't get where we pick these sides. Like there was people in the White House saying he reportedly many times asked to censor much information. Only one of them is very public. The people that were staffed in the White House came out and said that. It's wrong on both sides. It's not just on one side, as you try to make it seem. They both try to weaponize it. Weaponizing it is wrong, period.
I'm sorry, what is your example again of Trump doing that?
Well, there's one with some I think it was a tennis star, whoever it was, they tried to censor, but that's the only one that made it to the press. There was an interview on ABC, and there are multiple news reports, and I can pull up the article and post it in the Nest, where the White House staff was saying that he was on Twitter, on speed dial, almost on a daily basis trying to censor stories. It's not a left or right thing. Censorship is bad, point blank. And I think Matt Taibbi, if he's still here, could probably speak about that because he was questioned about it.
I wasn't really talking about censorship. I was talking about lawfare, and I was talking about Soros-backed lawfare because Brian was saying earlier. Whoever's speaking, please just wait a moment.
Censorship.
No. Brian said that we're all delusional because we always default to some sort of fantasy scenario in which George Soros is connecting with districts and DAs to engage in lawfare against conservatives. And Brian was saying, "Where's your evidence of that? Where's your evidence of that? That doesn't happen." So I was just providing literal evidence of that happening.
So he supports democratic cities, which most of the big cities are, and he's a top political contributor to the Democrats. But if you look at the top 10 cities in America, they're all Democrat. So of course they're going to point at the Soros, but there's no evidence that he's funding DAs or working with the
Joe directly funds their campaigns. He does.
So can I just chime in here? So my point isn't that is Soros funding people. I think Soros funds many democratic causes, but
he also funds them worldwide. I mean, look at Hungary. They banned him from funding anyone because
Ian, let me speak.
Ian, please. Yeah, go ahead, Brian.
So I get cut off and I lose my train of thought. My argument isn't that he's funding these people. He funds probably thousands, maybe more causes every year. But there's also thousands of other people funding these same causes. Just because you fund somebody doesn't mean you have direct influence over every action that they make. So blaming Soros when he probably accounted for a small fraction of the donations that DA received. I didn't check the numbers.
But
it's just irresponsible and it borders on anti-Semitism because you're claiming that this Jewish man who just pushes for liberal causes.
Are you kidding me? Dude, do not pull out the anti-Semitism card. Sorry, you're out of your mind.
Hey, Brian.
No.
Okay, Brian.
Yeah, Brian.
Yeah, go ahead, Brandon.
Sorry.
Finish up your point, Brian.
So my point is that people conflate that he makes a donation to that, he's controlling all this stuff, but that's not the case. That's like saying anybody who donates to Trump is controlling Trump. Just because somebody gives him $1 million through a super PAC doesn't mean that they have control over his actions and they're the ones that are behind it. Say some evil person gave Trump $1 million. That doesn't mean they're in control of his actions.
So I'm going to bring Amanda. I'm going to bring Amanda in here.
Yeah, really quick. Okay, you guys. First of all, you guys are the ones that claimed that a million times. Every time they're like, "Oh, the Saudis gave Trump, blah blah blah, whatever." Okay, okay, I don't give a shit. Anyway, the point is really quick.
Well,
Soros
I do. You're
DAs,
claiming me. I'm saying.
Okay.
Well, Brian, I'll let you respond.
Soros,
but I got to let her go.
DAs, right? Soros DAs. My brother works for one of these DAs. They absolutely are placed by Soros, given not just donations, but election-winning efforts that are out of proportion to anything that you're talking about related to like donations to a national presidential campaign. These DAs are actually real. They are actually real, and they are doing. They're performing law to his specifics. Look at what's going on in Los Angeles. Look at what they're doing. It's all motivated. The Soros idea is not this like secret, like anti-Semitic, like mystery thing. It's a real thing. And I'm so sick of any other Jews calling anti-Semitism out just because people represent like Soros. That is a real thing. And also, by the way, second point, and I'm going to shut up because I have something I got to go do. I got to go feed a cat, which is very important. But listen, second thing I'll say, I worked in the White House. I worked in the State Department under Trump, and I worked in communications directly in the arena that was talking to social media companies. There is absolutely no censorship that was ever done. What was done is when they would do insane things to us, like, I don't know, block a cabinet secretary's account for tweeting out our policy or putting a YouTube video out about our actual policy. Reach out to these companies and be like, yo, you just muted a cabinet secretary by a bunch of for no reason at all. So
No, there was never any censorship done except for the censorship that was done under the GEC, which was not directed by the political organization, the executive branch. It was not directed by the White House. That was the CIA run wild via state doing plenty of censorship against Republicans. That is the only thing that happened. Their little bot detection thing that declared everybody a Russian spy that happened to say anything positive about Trump. That's the only censorship that I saw, and I worked in that division. I saw all those emails. I saw all those requests, and I can tell you that that is the only censorship that ever came out of the Trump division.
Okay, there was an implication that I said something anti-Semitic, so I feel like I should at least.
No.
So Brandon,
Dude, you did not. You absolutely don't apologize.
Yeah, so I think
Brandon,
so I think Brian, what you're going to say is that you
that,
didn't mean it. Yeah, you didn't mean it towards. I think Brian's going to say, Brian, he didn't mean it towards you. He meant it in general. But go ahead.
But I'd like to hear him say it. I want to.
Yeah, sure, Brian. Confirm.
No, so I by no means did I say that you're anti-Semitic or that I think you are. I don't think you are based on what.
Good sign when they're losing. They called you an anti-Semite.
Exactly right.
Brian,
go ahead, Brian.
What I did say is that it can be a dog whistle. So when people say that, it's up the eyeballs and brains of people who are, and people use that
magic people.
No,
people.
I believe that President Trump has, in order to get people who have those ideologies on his
side. The
most
pro-Israel president of all time. Fuck you, dude. Fuck you.
Amanda, easy. So I try to, it's very hard to have discussions. That's why no one else does it.
Clearly,
between both sides of the aisle.
I just want to say, it's frustrating to be accused of anti-Semitism just because you question George Soros or you question what he's doing.
The things
or you
I
point out the
personally
fact
had
that he's
directed
doing these
towards
things.
me. The things I've had personally directed toward me on Twitter, in real life, based on things that the president has said, has been disgusting. So,
Brian.
So you can.
Okay. Hold on, guys. All right. So there's discussion between Brandon and Brian. Please, everyone. So Brandon, maybe just to kind of find some sort of middle ground, because you and Brian have shared the stage a few times. Maybe you could respond in a way that could, find some sort of middle ground and kind of ease up the tension. Brandon.
Yeah, it's no problem. I'm not. Look, I'm not boiling mad over here. It's the point. All I was trying to do was respond to his assertion that we're all a little bit delusional by this idea that there are Soros-funded DAs. And I do feel like you're now backing off 2 points that you made. Because essentially,
I'm not backing off. I'm just explaining it more because I've spoken over to so much when I was speaking before.
I understand. And you did just speak over me too, but I do understand. But what you're essentially saying now is that you're not denying that Soros has funded certain DAs, but the issue is not funding. I agree with you. It's not there's no problem in this country with people funding whatever cause they want to fund. The problem then becomes when people are allowed to buy the control of people within those agencies. And that's what we're talking about. And I'm giving you an example of that happening. And if you're going to argue that that's not happening, then my question is, why are these DAs never going after Democrat causes? Why are they never going after liberal causes? Why don't they go after Black Lives Matter? Why don't they go after Antifa? Why are they only focused on January 6th and Donald Trump? The point here is not that George Soros is funding people. The problem is that he's funding them to engage in specific lawfare targeted at only one political ideology. And the other thing that you said that you backed off of was you backed off of that I was bordering on, those are your words, bordering on anti-Semitism, and that is a dog whistle. I would argue that it's a dog whistle from the left to their base when they accuse people like us of white supremacy, when they accuse us of racism. And I'll read one more passage I'll read to you from this lawsuit. And anybody who knows me knows I've actually spent a lot of money from my organization to go into the Black community as a conservative and do events for the Black community all over the country. This lawsuit against me asserts racism and white supremacy pervaded defendants' efforts from the outset. Defendants' actions violated the federal Ku Klux Klan Act, the DC Bias-Related Crimes Act, and other laws.
That is a dog whistle from a very powerful institution in Washington, D.C. to the Democrat base to accuse people like me of being a white supremacist, a racist, and for going to Washington, D.C. to try to harm Black people. I am not trying to diminish anything you've gone through, because believe me, I get attacked on Twitter too, and it sucks. I don't like it either. But I guarantee you that accusation against me is much more damaging than anything you're going through on Twitter. Much more damaging. And I have to legally defend myself.
Pile of letters at my house, probably about 20 of them from the last few years, with swastikas on them, and that were mailed to me. Why?
Let's
see them. Let
Throw them in the trash. If people are sending you swastikas in the mail, that's not very nice. I'll be the first to agree with it, but throw them in the trash. Who cares? I mean, why are you holding on to this?
Because they told me to hold on to them. The authorities told me to hold on to them.
Love of God.
I get nasty letters from Antifa. They found my address. I get nasty letters. What do I do with them? I throw them in the trash.
Okay, well,
Open my mail. It solves everything. Open my mail. It solves everything.
Yeah. Guys, we are really Brian, actually. Yeah. Guys, we are really Brian, actually.
Like the name Trump?
Yeah, but that's not grouping an entire people.
Nobody's
finish the
grouping
sentence.
anyone. We're
Finish
talking
it.
about George Soros, him in particular. So when we criticize George Soros, and anyone criticizes George Soros, whether it is the government of Russia,
He can be criticized. I'm not saying he can't be criticized.
It is not anti-Semitic to defend him.
Ian, I'm not saying.
Okay.
Ian, I'm not saying that he can't be criticized. What I'm saying is that when you link him and try and say that, okay, he's donating money, he's using his money to influence and take power and have influence throughout the world because
which is what he's doing.
Wealthy and no, but you're
guys,
the right.
Come on,
they can.
He's distracted.
The right consistently.
Yeah, go ahead. Bree, go ahead.
Really don't have. I don't want this conversation to blow up into something.
Yeah, I understand. Let's forget about Soros. Go ahead, Bree.
Move on.
Yeah, because you just died. So you
Amanda, you're not helping. Bree, go ahead.
Brian, I'm asking as a fellow journalist. You have on your bio that you are an independent investigative journalist, and I'm just trying to clear the air here. Are you speaking as a journalist, or are you speaking on the space as an activist? Because I'm not
speaking as my personal from my personal experiences.
Okay, I'm not hearing a lot of sourcing in support of your arguments, which is what we do. This is 101.
In what way? What kind of source?
I think he's not speaking as a. So I'm just gonna jump off from Brian. Yeah, I think Brian didn't get 70. All right, go ahead, Simon.
I mean, the problem is what Brian said is, unfortunately, it's another form of stopping free speech and stopping dissent. Like, it doesn't matter what, you know, George Soros's background is, what his religious identity is, or whatever it may be. At the end of the day, the arguments that have been made on this space have nothing to do with it, and so I'm surprised. But you guys are trying to push me in this direction. All I said is that it can sometimes be used as a dog whistle. That's all.
So Slayman, I'm gonna guys. I mean, Slayman, I'm gonna yeah. Sorry, but he's gonna have to respond, Slayman. He's gonna have to respond. That's all. I want to go back to the discussion. Tara and Joe, I appreciate you both coming on. Tara, as an attorney, as a retired attorney. I'd love your take on the developments with Trump, on the allegations being made, and where you stand on all this. I'm actually really curious, actually.
Sure. Look, I do think this was the weakest case of all of the cases that are being investigated against Trump. I think I'm actually quite surprised because Alvin Bragg was not a person who I would have thought would have taken this position. In fact, he's been criticized in liberal New York circles for not prosecuting and not wanting to go forward. I'm sort of taken aback mainly because I think this is a weak case, okay? It would require you to basically raise what is essentially a misdemeanor to a felony because false financial reporting is a misdemeanor unless you can come up with something more, right? In the commission of crime, let's say. And then for them to be convinced that there was a crime, i.e. a violation of state election laws. And that to me is going to be quite difficult. So this is not a case that I would have thought anybody should have brought. It's going to be hard. It's not going to, I suspect, won't ever happen. Trump will delay, as he always does. He will, claim he can't get a fair trial, change a venue. He'll then say he can't get a fair trial anywhere. There's going to be a lot of stuff. It will not come to that if, in fact, Trump is telling the truth. And I don't know that he actually is about his being arrested, because that's another thing. What I would want to say is something a little different. I do think one of the reasons this might have happened now in advance of the other potential cases is because of the statute of limitations. Because the only way you can bring this case, it's basically a 5-year statute of limitations in some cases, if you can claim it's a felony, which will run out in 2023 sometime, and I don't know when. And it would be something about the financial reporting that would have ended in 2018, right? So I think that there is some probably logistics behind this that mean that if it's not brought now, feel that there are cases that might be brought. I think the Georgia case is a much stronger case, and also a state.
The New York Attorney General pushing this district attorney to actually pursue charges against Trump.
Tish James had her own case, her civil case that's moving forward. It's a pretty strong case, I think, but that's a civil case, right? She wanted him to investigate criminality. I was not aware that she was pushing him forcefully, but what I was aware was he was resisting doing much on this case, and all of a sudden he seems to have changed his mind. All I can say is probably someone talked to him, probably the statute of limitations, possibly there was some testimony that swayed him. I mean, we just really don't know, and I really do want to reserve the fact that Donald Trump is saying this to perhaps gin up his supporters a bit. Nobody is going to come for Donald Trump in handcuffs. If Donald Trump's in handcuffs, it's because he puts his hand out and insists on being handcuffed, because that would be it would be a motivator for his supporters, right? So this is not going to happen the way he said. And I also want to say one further thing. Everybody can ask for people to protest anything. There is clearly, that is part of, the right to free speech. However, as a responsible president, as a person who should support democracy, and given what happened the last time Donald Trump encouraged supports to, protest basically about our nation, I would have thought that the better way to go here would have been to say, look,
you know, I'm going to be found innocent. This is a trumped up charge, but stay home. It's fine. I got great lawyers. This will never happen. They, you know, whatever else he wants to say. But the idea of him saying, let's all protest, given the background and the history that we know about, to me, is not responsible. Let's just say. Thank you.
So I want to bring Joe in here in just a second, but Brandon, just based on what you've just heard, do you think that it is maybe inappropriate to call for, you know, mass protests and pushback against the government on this?
Absolutely not. And can I just ask, can you hear me okay? Because I switched to my Bluetooth.
Yeah, it sounds fine.
Okay, because I can switch back to my other one. No, and in fact, now this actually kind of opens.
Never mind, I changed my mind. It doesn't sound fine.
Okay, then give me 2 seconds. Don't cut me off, I'll never get the mic back. No. Hold on.
Oh,
yeah. 2 seconds. I'll plug it. It'll be 2 hours before I get the mic.
A lot of unprecedented things in this space today.
No, I'm trying to be rude.
Mine's really quick.
Okay.
All right. Yeah, Joe, we'll get you right after Brandon.
What I think way earlier in space, somebody asked the question about fatigue and Trump's base. And that is something that I was actually very concerned about going into 2020, because it was just years and years of the media pounding away at Trump, false accusations, false investigations, just nonstop. And I started to see the base get worn down, not because any of it was true. They all knew it was a lie, but it just became exhausting to have to deal with this time and time and time again. However, when they raided his home months ago, Mar-a-Lago, I mean, that was to me one of the most gut-churning things I've ever seen in politics in American history. It was such a bitch flex, basically signaling to all of us, this is where we stand, this is where you stand, we're not afraid of you, we're going to do whatever we want. And I think that woke a lot of people up. But then I think also what has been revealed with the Tucker Carlson tapes and January 6th, people are starting to see more and more and more now that our rights are in danger, our civil liberties are in danger. We are in danger of being targeted by an out-of-control DOJ and FBI and corrupt agencies. And so I think the question becomes, should people get out and protest? And absolutely. I think at this point, people are starting to see there's too much at stake here. I mean, taking a simple stance like, my lawyer's got this, I've got a good team. I mean, American conservatives, to use this term again, have been treated like little bitches for years and years and years. And there's only so long people are going to take that. There's only so long that people are going to be disrespected and intimidated, which is exactly what's going on too, before people have to stand up and say, look, no, we got to put our foot down because we're not going to take this anymore. And I think that Trump's right. It's time for people to get out and start pushing back.
Do I think that in his best interest, is that the best move to make, and possibly get a judge to get really aggravated at him and maybe issue a gag order at some point? I think that the best way to handle it is not always the Trump way to handle it, but that doesn't mean he doesn't have the right to call for a protest.
You guys do it
all
the time. You guys do it all the time. Democrat leaders were doing it while the country was burning.
I said he had the right to.
It's not, but you're acting like it's somehow distasteful or it's not the greatest idea.
No.
Why were you not speaking up when the country was burning down?
Hey, no, that's not my argument. My argument is that from a legal standpoint, I think he could screw himself. And I also think that there's better ways to handle it. Let people protest if they want. Don't be seen as the one that wants to protest with violence.
Right.
No. Hey, let me finish my statement. Jeez. So we saw what happened January 6th, right? He called for a protest. People stormed the Capitol. He's blamed for it. So why even go that route? Why take that route?
That you're right about. That I will say you're right about, because one thing conservatives are horrible at is organizing and executing a well-organized plan. Big problem there. And I actually said the moment that they stormed that they raided his home at Mar-a-Lago, the first thing I did was make a video and start posting that people need to start making a plan now about what's going to happen when they come and arrest him.
because there needs to be a well-organized plan of how we're going to respond. It can't just be 75 million people going, well, what should we do? What should we do? What should we do? And you are right about the point that him just simply saying, get out, protest, protest, fine, and it should happen, but it needs to happen in an organized way, because you're absolutely right. That's the kind of stuff that opens the door to a couple of boneheads doing stupid stuff like what happened on January 6th, and then everybody gets blamed. A few boneheads did, who were probably leftists by.
1 2/3 of them. So this was a person who already had an unprecedented record of lawsuits against him and things of that nature. And everyone here who voted for Trump voted for him most likely because he didn't follow the rules. And that's going to turn on the warning bells of federal prosecutors. I think it's normal that someone who's a rule breaker is going to constantly be put into court, especially when his record, his history has been in the courtroom, right? Yes, I believe this is the weakest case against him. I don't believe this should have even been brought up. I do believe it's politicized. I don't know by who, but the kind of press coverage this has gotten shows to me that it's being politicized. But it could have been someone in the DA's office and thinking it's placed to their advantage. Who knows?
Joe, do you
right?
even believe that Donald Trump could get a fair trial in New York?
Well, let's take it a little farther. What about the whole country? Because that's what he's going to claim. And in point of fact, if you get a jury of 12 people ever, my suspicion is there'll be 1 or 2 holdouts for Trump regardless. I just don't think a trial of his peers, truthfully.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Okay, Harry, I want to bring Harry in here. I want to welcome you back to the stage. Your TikTok videos have bombarded my feed, so I'm sure you'll have a very interesting take on this. How you feeling, Harry?
Yeah, well, I appreciate it, my man. Yeah, I mean, I've heard, I've been relatively quiet. I've just been kind of listening, and I've heard a lot of people say a lot of different things. I wish Tom was here, because I would love to say to Tom that I think he's a little crazy for kind of coming to assumptions without having all the evidence. I mean, he's just like, no, nothing's wrong here. And I think that's, being shared by that sentiment is being shared by a lot of people farther on the right, that, no matter what, Trump didn't do anything wrong. There can't possibly be anything here. But I guess I don't think it's fair yet to say that it's necessarily a weak case. I agree with what Brian said a little bit earlier, that I don't think the DA would bring this case or indict Donald Trump if he wasn't confident that they could not only prove his guilt, but get a conviction. So there must be things that the public doesn't know. And of course there is. I mean, people have been testifying to the grand jury for around a year now. They just had Michael Cohen in the other day, who of course is at the center of this all. Stormy Daniels was just in there the other day. Michael Cohen said that every single grand juror asked him a question, and he provided the most detailed account yet of everything that happened with the hush money payments. So I just think it's a little premature to take kind of any side, whether, be on Tom's side saying, oh, there's nothing wrong here, or be saying it's a relatively weak case. I just think there's a lot we don't know. I think that the sentiment that Trump has pushed on True Social, and a lot of people up here have said that, they're coming for Trump, which means they can come for you, right? And I think that's kind of silly, because that's kind of the point. We have rule of law in America. So no matter who you are, no matter what office you held, if you committed a crime, you should be held accountable for that crime.
But Harry, here is the issue that obviously a lot of people are having here. And are you going to rule out that this could be politically motivated? The fact that we're looking at Democrat attorneys general looking at these and saying, okay, yeah, we need to try to find something on him. We're going to, they're literally running for office, campaigning on the idea of putting Trump in jail. So does that not make a little sense as to why people would be apprehensive to believe that there's any sort of fair system or justice system here?
Sure. I mean, yeah, I can see how some people would think that, but I don't necessarily agree. Just because he's a Democrat, just because the DA is a Democrat, doesn't mean he's doing it for political reasons. I mean, folks, we got to remember that, again, Michael Cohen, who's at the center of this,
was Trump's guy. He was his fixer. He was his lawyer. He has done countless things for Donald Trump, including orchestrating the payments. You know, this is not just, oh, let's bring in every Democrat we can to testify and see what they say, and maybe we got something here. It's like, no, the crucial people have been brought in here. And so yes, I understand that there's a lot of, obviously politics is a backdrop here, right? You know, you have a Democrat DA, you have Trump running for the presidency in the Republican Party in 2024. And of course, the Democrats despise Trump, the Republicans love him. Of course, politics is a backdrop here. But if there's evidence, there's evidence. Politics doesn't change whether there's evidence or not.
Right. It's definitely worth noting that Michael Cohen, who you just mentioned as Trump's fixer, Trump and Michael Cohen did have a falling out. What you want to make of that is up to you. But we'll go ahead and bring Lewis in. Welcome to the stage, Lewis.
Yeah, Lewis, we brought Lewis up specifically about the issue that was discussed earlier. So it'll be a quick 2-3 minutes. We don't want to get into a debate about it. But the reason I brought Lewis in was because he has worked for several prominent Jewish organizations in the world. And so therefore, he just wanted to make a couple of comments because we were concerned for, about some of the issues that were discussed. So go ahead, Lewis.
Thank you very much, and I appreciate the fellow panelists. The reason I felt it important to just circle back and clarify for posterity's sake and the sake of the listeners who will be hearing this on the replay is that it is very dangerous to leave an open-ended insinuation or accusation of anti-Semitism. And so what I would like to say is that with respect to individuals like George Soros, who is admittedly a very secular individual who has a very strong aversion and quite a bit of enmity towards religious Judaism, towards Torah and mitzvahs, and I would wish all of you and all of the listeners a good Shabbos and a Simchas Hadar, with trying to raise the shield of anti-Semitism as a sort of cloak to protect individuals like Soros and others who have committed legitimate atrocities and legitimate issues that deserve to be scrutinized by raising the specter of anti-Semitism in an attempt to insulate these people from all criticism, whether justified or unjustified. Brian, whether you're doing it intentionally or not, you are diluting the meaning of the term anti-Semitism, and in so doing, you are providing very fertile ground to foster real Jew hate, because eventually if one gets accused of being an anti-Semite enough, just like as we've seen with racism and sexism, one starts to wonder what the purpose of protesting the label is. And then unfortunately there is a path towards radicalization that leads to truly abhorrent anti-Semitism. Go ahead, Brian.
So I think the issue is that what I said and what people thought I said being cut off every literally 5 seconds is not the same. All I said is that it can be used as a dog whistle, claiming that Soros is behind things and powerful and using his money. I said it can be used as a dog whistle. I didn't say anybody was anti-Semitic.
Thank you for clarifying, Brian. Thank you. So what I would just say, so you could understand, is that some individuals certainly have. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, no, it was just tough to get a word in, and it was all chopped up. I don't know what people are hearing, and I don't know if I'm repeating myself. So it's just a little bit difficult when people jump down your throat.
Brian, we got your point. Lewis,
I can just close very quickly. Yeah, thank you. Brian, I understand what you're saying. Yes, some abhorrent Jew haters and scumbags and anti-Semites do use Soros as a way to try and bring people into the fold. But what I am telling you, Brian, is that when you try and say that all criticism of Soros is inherently anti-Semitic, then the people who have
criticized it. I agree.
Let me finish, Brian, please. But when one says this, so not you specifically, and I'll take you out of this equation, but when one says that all criticism of Soros, whether justified or unjustified, is inherently anti-Semitic, then people who recognize that there are real concerns with individuals like Soros and others who happen to be of the Jewish faith or Jewish ethnic heritage, that then leads those people that recognize these issues to say, I wonder what's going on here. And unfortunately, there is a pipeline that will lead them into the arms of the modern day
Amalekites, the modern day Jew haters that we have to, rebut and battle. And I tip my hat to all of the speakers on stage. I've listened very carefully. None of them have engaged in anti-Semitism. None of them have engaged in Jew hatred. And in fact, many of the speakers on the stage have fought very prominently and have acted as a sort of light upon the nations, as righteous among the nations. I would say, Dr. Sebastian Gorka, for example, is truly a Shomer Yisrael. He's a guardian of Israel, and many people should recognize the efforts that some of these speakers have done to fight against anti-Semitism. So I just unequivocally state for the record and for the replay and the listeners in the audience that no one has engaged in anti-Semitism. There are legitimate criticisms to be made of individuals like Soros and others who are of a Jewish background, and it is important to have these conversations. Thank you for allowing me to clarify.
Thanks, Alvis. Okay, so if we can go back to Nick, I'll pass it back on to you. You're going to continue the discussion?
Sure, I'll continue the discussion. I don't exactly remember what the discussion was before. Oh, Harry left. That's why. Anyway, let's see who's still up here. Sebastian, does your head hurt after all this, or how are you feeling after all the conversation you've heard here, especially over the past hour? Maybe not. Ian always has an opinion, though.
Yes, I do. But I'd like to hear from Amanda. I mean, she hasn't had much of a chance to speak here, so I think she should weigh in on this.
Amanda's not up here.
Is she not? Oh wow, I'm still seeing her on the speaker list. That's weird. What about Jim?
I've just brought up Amanda. She was just in the request. She's up now. Jim is not here either, Ian. So I'm not sure what screen you're seeing. Go ahead, Amanda.
That's bizarre. Yeah, I'm seeing like a lot of people who are not actually up here, and there's like, oh, I see Amanda here now. So yeah, let's go to Amanda and let her speak and have her weigh in on this.
All I was going to say is that if you think that was being cut off, you've obviously never really had an argument with a Jewish female. So I don't know what you're getting so upset about.
It's a bit of irrelevant discussion. So just want to get back to the to the crux of the case, and what we expect next. I think it's
a banana republic.
I wouldn't go to that extreme though, Ian. Like a banana republic is a lot worse.
It's like we want more Amanda.
We haven't seen, but guys, we haven't seen.
It's an abuse.
Yeah,
it's lawfare.
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine.
Of the legal system to go after someone for a political reason. I mean, you see this in third world countries.
Is Trump in jail? I keep saying banana republic. Trump wouldn't be alive. Would be in jail. That's what I keep saying. It's could be a lot worse. I just think
we're getting there.
We're not there.
Mario, it's all about setting precedents. It doesn't just happen overnight, right? It happens through things like this. And I'm not saying that he's necessarily even going to be indicted, right? I mean, I'm not saying that's happening, but even the possibility that they're indicting him over something
it's concerning.
Frivolous.
It's concerning. It's concerning. I agree with you.
It's more than concerning. I agree with Tom when he says it is more than concerning, that this has a horrible precedent, and we are going to see protests. Make no mistake, this idea that we're not
depends, but we don't know where this will go. Like this could end up being an investigation where I can't remember who.
If there's an indictment, 100% there will be protests.
Ian,
you underestimate how popular Trump is. A lot of people think, there's fatigue after 3 years of people doing nothing, blah 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 blah. It's like, no, people are tired of this shit. They're seeing their country go down. They're seeing their banks collapse. They're seeing society implode. They're seeing crimes go unpunished in many of these cities. I'm not saying that the protests will happen in these cities. I think they'll happen across the country, where people are tired of being ruled by a class of out-of-touch middle manager laptop people, right, who don't have their interest in mind. And now they're going. I'm the biggest fan of Trump. I'm a fan of DeSantis, right? Personally, I like to see DeSantis win the primary. But this is going to push everything over the top. You have guys like Mike Cernovich, who is not Trump's greatest fan. Like he openly criticizes Trump every single day. And he's pointing out that this is going to fire people up. This is going to absolutely fire people up. And he doesn't want to see that, right? Because it's going to lead to more January 6th style prosecutions, which we will see happen because these prosecutors are going to politicize the whole system to shut down any sort of dissent and point out that the far right or whatever is going to destabilize the country. It's going to be bad for democracy if they're even allowed to speak. This is what we're seeing right now. And this is the culmination of years and years and years of demonizing the right, the populist right, the anti-establishment right. Anyone who has dared to stand up against censorship, who has dared to stand up for justice, is now being demonized as either a Russian disinformation agent or as an anarchist.
And meanwhile, actual anarchists who are burning cities down, who are committing crimes, they're being let off the hook. What do people see? What kind of message do people see when they see their country being torn apart like this and nothing is being done about it? And anyone who dares to speak up is suppressed, is jailed and arrested. Brandon Straka, is facing, he has faced all these charges for what? Walking on the White House, not the White House, the Capitol lawn. That's insane. That's absolutely insane. And we're going to see this even more and more. So this has to stop. Like, this is insanity.
I was going to say,
I think Tira brought up a really good point that I know a lot of people argue, would he get in a courtroom by his peers? They're ever going to get a conviction against Trump because they're going to be Trump fans in that boardroom, most likely, when 1/3 of people in New York City are, right? So where in all of US would you ever have a fair trial for one side or the other? Like, I don't think it's ever going to happen.
to Ian's point, I just want to jump in real quick and say he's right. And I can't speak for Ian. I'm not trying to put words in his mouth, but I think what I'm hearing that he's saying is it's not about us being, in an absolute banana republic right now today, but we see the direction that this is going, and we see the gradual erosion that's getting us there. I remember being a kid in grade school and taking a social studies class and learning what the word impeachment meant. And I remember our teacher telling us how serious it was to impeach a president. It very rarely happens. It happens under the most serious of circumstances. I grew up believing that to impeach a president was one of the most serious things that could possibly happen in the world of politics. Now it's a joke. It's a joke. They'll do it again. They'll do it again. I don't even take it seriously. Oh, they impeached him a third time. They impeached him a fourth time. This is the erosion of standards in this country that are taking us down the path to become a banana republic. And they're normalizing these things. The only people who are seeing this is the right. The left thinks it's great. I went to the Women's March for years to do street interviews. These hats on their heads with all these signs. They impeached him twice, impeached him twice. We got him. I'm like, how dumb are you, lady? Like,
but
what
Brandon,
like,
didn't that happen because of Clinton? Didn't this all start because of impeachment for Clinton, where this became ridiculous?
Because he sexually assaulted one of his interns and lied about it? Because he abused his power?
Assault?
When you're the most powerful man in the world and you intimidate an intern into having sex with you, that's sexual assault.
Not even she testified to that.
Oh my God, you guys will change the meaning of anything. Like, literally, I didn't think we'd get here to where it's like, it's only sexual assault if like a Republican does it. You guys are arguing that like a guy potentially doing a potential supposed knowing or not knowing payoff to an actual fully grown prostitute is an issue. But then like Clinton actually having sexual acts in the Oval Office and lying about it to like a practically teenage girl, that's cool. And that's actually where we started down the slippery slope. Y'all can change the meaning of anything. It's wild.
Tara, let me ask you, because you are a former attorney, I want to know,
I'm still an attorney. I just don't practice. I am registered still. Thank you. Yeah.
Sorry, retired attorney, my bad. Is it fair to think that, to Brandon's point here, Trump was impeached twice. It did seem that maybe there was a little bit of political motivation there. There's a lot of political motivation.
They also called him a Russian agent. Are any of the Democrats on here going to admit that that's not the case?
Nick, is there a question?
Here, Amanda.
Love to answer.
Yes, there is a question here. Do you think that it's fair to say that the American justice system, and because obviously this is lumped in with the American justice system, whether it should be or not, it is going to be. Do you believe that this is a fair reason for people to lose trust in the justice system?
The American justice system has serious issues. It has serious issues because of systemic racism is one of the main things, and we're not even discussing that. It is not, I think, bad because they might go after Donald Trump, who has sufficient resources to get any lawyers, who are willing to work for him, let's just say, and all the time that he needs, okay? So I'm not
this is not, to me, an example of the worst of the American justice system. The worst of the American justice system is that blacks are systematically overcharged, are given higher sentences for the same crimes, etc., are not given parole, things like that. Okay, that is by far the worst, that we don't have an equal justice system. But I also don't think the answer is to place one man above the law. Now, I have said I don't like this particular case for a variety of reasons, although I don't know the details. None of us do. But I don't think this is like an example of, oh my God, we're going down this path. And I do think, and I'm sorry, Brandon, that I'm going to say this because you seem like a perfectly nice person, but I think the fact that you were charged, you basically pled guilty to a misdemeanor, that was your choice. And you were charged in a civil case, I guess, by the National Committee, the Lawyers Committee for Civil Rights, if I'm right about this. This is not the worst thing that's ever happened in the world. If we look at Donald Trump, for example, he has been a huge beneficiary of the legal system. He has used it to his advantage over and over and over. He has stiffed contractors. He has delayed in every single case that we've seen over the past 8 years. He's gone to every court, gone up the chain, lost repeatedly, had his lawyers file election claims which were systematically thrown out, etc. He, in fact, is one of the best beneficiaries of the legal system, and the fact that it allows for unlimited delays and all sorts of appeals. And that's maybe a strength, but that's what he's done. So I'm not really concerned about this being an issue for our legal system. Thank you.
Well, I would like to respond to that, and perhaps you can help illuminate this for me, because this is something I've wondered for a long time. To me, it seems like a astounding cognitive dissonance for somebody to, within the same breath, say that the legal system has corruption issues, that it's systemically racist, that if you are a black person, I'm putting words in your mouth to some degree, but I'm assuming you probably believe that the prisons have black people in there who pled to crimes that they did not commit. So in the same breath, this seems to happen all the time with the left. When they're prosecuting and maliciously and politically targeting conservatives, the government never lies. If a person pled guilty to a crime, it's because they were guilty. The system worked perfectly. No one was coerced. No one was intimidated. No one was threatened with charges that they crimes they didn't commit. That a black person gets convicted, the system is corrupt. The prisons are filled with innocent black people who didn't commit the crimes that they committed. They had to take plea deals and admit to things that they didn't do because of the corrupt system. So how does that work exactly? Can you explain?
Did you have
a
lawyer, Brandon? Did you have a private lawyer yourself? Did you, when you were doing your plea deal? Were you able, did you have the resources? Yes. What I'm saying is that there are people who don't have resources. And those people are...
but why do they need the resources if the system isn't corrupt?
No. I'm saying the system is corrupt, but it's more corrupt if you have no resources. If you have resources, you have a shot. Okay, that's why I'm saying I don't feel badly for Donald Trump. He can spend billions of dollars, he can delay, and he will delay. Let's get real here. Do anybody really think any of these cases, even if he's charged, will ever go to a trial? No, he will delay.
But there seems to be a borderline sociopathic disconnect from you about what I went through and how that seems, you're willing to believe without any evidence whatsoever that everything happened on the up and up, that there was no corruption whatsoever. But if the exact same situation happens to a black person, you're willing to bend over backwards inside out to convince everybody in this room.
So you've called women retarded. You have called me.
I called retarded women retarded.
No, you've said a lot of things that
yes, you are allowed to do that.
He's allowed to do it, but I don't particularly like it. Okay, so I don't think it's really very. I don't know. I don't think you have enough evidence to make those sorts of claims. And as far as I know, you don't, but that's fine if you want to do that. I don't feel badly for you because what you've described is one plea deal where you had the advice of a lawyer and you got off without, I assume, jail time. And it's a misdemeanor.
He didn't do a crime.
Wait. And you've described a civil suit against you. Look, we have too many civil suits. There is no question that anybody can sue for anything in America. We have accepted this. I'm not a big fan of this, and I'm a lawyer, but I think it's ridiculous, some of the lawsuits I see. But if you look, you'll see people filing all sorts of frivolous lawsuits all the time. If, in fact, it's too bad for you, but it doesn't mean
I guess I'm not feeling sorry for you if you have the resources to fight it.
You're not feeling sorry for me because I'm white and because I'm a conservative.
Not feeling sorry for you because you have resources. That's what I just said.
You're completely out of touch with your own biases.
That is so absurd. It's like you're saying the system is corrupt and that therefore it's okay that people with resources get screwed over by it. I mean, that is just patently absurd.
No,
you should be railing against the whole system.
That's not what she said. And I would like you to cite one example of a black person whose house was raided by the FBI. And I did go to jail. Thank you very much. The FBI raided my house, got me out of bed, put me in handcuffs, took me to jail. I sat in jail for days. And then when I finally did plead guilty to a Class B petty offense misdemeanor with no previous criminal record, I was never accused. I was never even accused of violence, vandalism, theft, or destruction.
Hey,
they know that I stood.
Brandon, you've made a video. That's why you had to go to prison to get the Constitution. You made a video, you scumbag, and you're the wrong skin color.
Right. I stood outside of the building for 8 minutes and I ended up they charged me with 2 felonies and a misdemeanor and threatened me with a 3rd felony of obstruction of Congress. Yes, I made exactly the right decision, if you see how these trials are going in Washington, D.C., to take the misdemeanor plea deal. It sucked, but it was the only path forward for me. And on my Class B misdemeanor, I was given, after spending days in jail, 3 months of house arrest with an ankle monitor, 3 years of federal probation, 60 hours of community service, a $5,000 fine, $500 restitution payment, and court-ordered mental health services. You name one black person with a misdemeanor charge who's ever gotten a sentence like that. And by the way, that's happening to every
this is ridiculous. So as Sebastian said, you're the wrong skin color. Do you realize that 38% of inmates are black and they only make up around 11 or 12% of the population? So don't get
This
is not guys, come on. All right. This is not a road we want to go down, but I guess we'll do it for the next, minute or so. Go ahead, Ian.
Yeah, I just want to say that, you want to point out the 38% statistic or whatever. Why don't we look at how many people are committing crimes? If you're committing a crime, you're going to do the time. It's as simple as that.
But there's so many African Americans in prison for senseless drug crimes, like having marijuana on them. It is so biased towards them right now. So to say that, Brandon is the wrong skin color, come on, that's just ridiculous.
I love you guys imagining that the prisons are filled with innocent people, and my brother's a prosecutor, and your Soros Diaz.
That's not what I said.
Nobody
said
that.
Nobody said
that. Okay, so you're saying that the people that are in prison are guilty, in fact. So the prisons aren't filled with innocent black people.
They're guilty of marijuana offenses, which are nothing.
Okay.
Things that.
Is this that? That's the the prisons are everything up to overcrowded because do you see crime?
Fact that you're like,
it's not a fact. You don't know what you're talking about.
You didn't let me finish what I'm even saying before you.
The FHA and White House policy.
Change the subject. We don't need to keep.
Oh yeah, Robert.
If I make a point to Brian,
not really, bro. No, I do, man, because I know he'll have to respond, and we'll move off topic. That's all. If you don't mind, Ian.
Go for it.
But can I ask Tira? I'm sorry. Can I ask, because that's how this whole thing started. And I apologize if I'm saying your name wrong, Tira. I'm based. I don't know how to say that.
No, it's fine. That's absolutely fine. Don't worry.
Okay, no worries. Are you willing to acknowledge that I believe that you are out of touch with your biases? Because if what happened to me happened to a black person in a reverse situation, you would be outraged. You would be screaming from the mountaintops. And you're sitting here telling me, I don't really feel that bad for you. I don't really feel anything. I know you don't. Trust me, I hear every day from liberals who scream about the criminal justice system needs to be reformed and how corrupt it is and how unfair it is. And a complete sociopathic disconnect from empathy toward what happened to me or anyone else. And by the way, you can have it both ways. You can feel bad for black people, and you can also feel bad for white people who voted for Donald Trump, who are the victims of DOJ corruption.
It's not an either or. I actually feel bad for Black people who are the victim, Black liberals, Black Joe Biden supporters. I feel bad for Black Lives Matter protesters who are innocent if they got arrested and thrown in jail, which didn't happen, would never happen. But if it did happen, I would be the first one speaking out on their behalf, and Antifa as well.
So I think your use, can I just,
we have to let Tara respond.
So I think your use of the term sociopathic bothers me once again, but that's your choice. Got it. I would certainly be the first person to say that I don't understand all my own biases. I learn every day, and I'm grateful that I get the chance to learn. And I will think about what you said, because I think it's interesting. And I think my real bias here, to be honest, is that I don't think January 6th was just a group of people picnicking through the Capitol. Got it? And that's sort of where
I don't either. I don't either.
No. But what I'm saying is I hear a lot on these stages, oh, these were patriots. Whatever. I don't believe that. Okay. I think it was they were trying to disrupt the electoral process in an inappropriate way. I think most of them should have been arrested. I don't have much sympathy for people thinking they're just patriots and they shouldn't have been arrested. So that I think is I guess I'm really being honest here. That is the source probably of my bias.
For what crime? Do you think the same about BLM?
I don't know your case, Brandon, so I can't really react to what you may or may not have done. I don't know.
But you already did.
Well,
you already did, and you said you didn't feel sorry for me because you basically said you got what was coming to you.
If you said that you didn't like what happened on January 6th and that there were people walking around the Capitol, what crime should they should they have been charged with, and how should they have been treated if the law was equal?
Well, everybody who I'm aware of was either charged with misdemeanors or trespassing or seditious conspiracy, in the most extreme cases, felony destruction of property, things like that, right? I don't.
So they should be in jail for 2.5+ years. That's what they've been in jail for.
I would say if those were the charges and that's what the courts decided, that was probably okay. That's probably
awaiting trial.
Yes.
Awaiting trial. They're awaiting trial for
2 years.
Look, I'm not. You have people like Shanley. Shanley was there for 11 months, but his ultimate sentence was 41 months. It was reduced by the 11 months he spent in prison. So that's ultimately what's going to happen with many of the people. So the ultimate jail time will be the same. Okay. Once again, I don't know if these cases are taking too long. I think there's something people should look at, or if this is disproportionately, they're staying in jail longer. But I suspect that this is fairly common if you don't have bail or aren't given the opportunity for bail. But like I said, I'm trying to be honest here. I think my bias is I hear so many people saying, oh, January 6th was a nothing burger. And I really don't agree with that.
The law is being applied disproportionately. That's the issue. I think you can quite easily have a position, and this is my view anyway, that those who what happened in January 6th and what their charges were completely disproportionate. They've not received due process, and that's a significant problem in the American judiciary and the American system. And you can also have the same position that there's a significant disproportionate number of people of minorities in the United States. And I don't think that's a contradiction, but that's holding with the same position that unfortunately there's significant issues with the American judicial system at the moment.
Can I voice something here? So the reason why people are saying it's disproportionate against the January 6th protesters is because they're being prosecuted for misdemeanors, while many minorities or Black people are not being charged for more serious offenses elsewhere. And you can point to the statistics and say it's unfair, it's disproportionate. Yet, if you actually look at what the crimes they're charged with and what they actually go to jail for, 12.5%. 12.5%, like that is the proportion that Blacks make up in the total U.S. population, and they are responsible for 70% of violent crimes in America. Right, that is a statistic that you cannot disagree with, and you can say that it's because they're being charged disproportionately. That is not true. The point is that I think a lot of people can make is that they're disproportionately committing these crimes. Therefore, they are going to see sentencing or charges that are proportionate to what they are doing. So it's not racist if a person goes to jail for beating somebody up if they actually did it. You're going to have to prove that they went to jail because of their skin color, which I don't think anyone is able to prove because it's simply not true.
Yes. Can I just say something very quickly? I want to just take a second to apologize to Tira. I want to sincerely say I'm sorry because I should not have used the term sociopathic. I only said it because I was upset because you rubbed me the wrong way by saying that you didn't feel sorry for me about what happened with my case. You seem actually like a very nice and reasonable person, and so I sincerely apologize for saying that. I should
I
not
really
have said that.
appreciate that. Thank you. I truly appreciate
You're-
it.
I think she
You're
seems
welcome.
like kind of a sociopath, so I'll say it.
Okay, well, we're not going to go.
Well,
there.
that's
So,
really nice of you,
let's-
Amanda, and I appreciate your sentiments.
Mario.
No, learn some empathy.
Let's.
May I give you like three examples of how far out of whack the judicial system has gone? I want to talk about a simple thing: Ashley Babbitt's mother being prosecuted for jaywalking. Tell me how many times people have been arrested for jaywalking in Washington. She's like the only one singled out, right? And then we get some more serious ones. Now, Alan Weisselberg, Trump Organization.
Robert,
CFO.
correct me on that video. Again, correct me. I've seen it once when it happened. So that was the initial narrative, and I think we were inviting her. And then the video came out. They were getting everyone off the street, and she was the only one standing her ground. And they're like, "We're going to arrest you. Can you move off the street?" She said no, but no one else was standing their ground with her. She was the only one. So she was arrested. I don't know what happened afterwards. So correct me if I'm wrong on that particular one. I don't want to disagree with your general point, though, about
Sure, but
you just
tell me how many people are standing in the middle of the street in DC that ever got locked up before. There's right now, there's probably 100 people standing in the street in DC that they're doing something that is just much worse. But no, I think it's an unfair system of justice. Let me go to Alan Weisselberg. So he's arrested, or he's tried for basically for using Trump organization money for travel, leases, cars, things like that. That again is a selective application of the law, politically motivated. Tell me that there aren't tens of thousands of people in New York City who should not be, tried the same way. They don't do it. Are they going to go after your airline miles? All the other corporate entities and employees who are getting the benefits of tuition reimbursement, car rental, apartments, things like that. Come on, they're singling out people just solely for political purposes. Now let's go to Michael Cohen. Michael Cohen, I believe this was judicial prosecutorial misconduct by the FBI and squeezing him because he had unrelated crimes with taxi medallions or whatever. They threatened him with long prison sentences. So guess what? They probably made a deal, and a really unfair deal, where he's got to, on an ongoing basis, even today, to continue to smear Donald Trump. That's the quid pro quo they squoze on him. It's like, we're going to put you away in jail for a long time, or you be a snitch and smear Donald Trump forever. That's what's going on right here. It's totally an unfair system of justice by those three facts.
Gabe, maybe welcome Gabe to the stage as well.
Okay.
You sound disappointed, Nick. Like, okay. Hey, Gabe,
No. Nick can speak right now if he wants to. That's fine.
Nah, Nick is a co-host. Don't worry about it. Us co-hosts don't get the right to speak much.
To bring you in, Gabe.
Yeah. No, I mean, I do want to say that, like, obviously in terms of the potential charges that Trump faces, like, this is the lowest one in terms of, I would look at like a definitive, like, you're going to jail kind of thing. And I do want to bring up the points that Tira, and I think there was another, maybe Joa also pointed out, which I think there's, no matter who it's going to be, whether it's Trump gets indicted and there's a trial, or Biden gets indicted, or whatever it is from the right, there's always going to be a political bias, because you can't ever enter a courtroom without someone already knowing the background and history of one of these people and already having like a predisposed kind of sentiment toward those people. So, I mean, we've never obviously tried a president. This would be setting a historical moment, obviously, but it's one of those things where I don't even know if it's possible to get something done like that. I don't know if we would ever be able to convict or even put a president on trial. And so when I look at it, I definitely see, like, this is, of all the other potential charges of Mar-a-Lago documents, Jan 6, and so on and so forth, because there's never a shortage of charges against Trump, obviously based on his dealings. But
there's just a shortage of evidence.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, I don't know if this is the strongest case that they have, and whether, to Tira's point earlier, which is the 5 years of
statute of limitations.
The statute of limitations.
then maybe that is it, and maybe it's not. I can't say. Obviously, I'm not a lawyer, but it is interesting to see the like, we would have never really known about this, like this potential Tuesday thing, which it looks from his own team, it sounds like they've corrected and they said there's been no coordination to say it was going to be Tuesday. It sounds like he just made up Tuesday for the same reason that we knew about Mar-a-Lago, right? Like, he's the one who told us. He went on to Truth Social and informed everyone that he was quote unquote raided, even though it was a legal search warrant. Or he went on to Truth Social this morning and had his 3 or so posts in all caps telling everyone how it was a stolen election, or a Stalin election, actually. And there was, the border and this and that, and, the unfair process and treatment of the president. And no one would have never known that this was happening unless Trump didn't say it, right? Like,
because he's
he told
banned off
everyone.
everything else. You're mad. He invented his own social media platform because he got kicked off of everything else, and you're mad that he's even able to communicate on that?
No,
like,
not
you guys
at all.
are such
No,
psychopaths.
that's not what I'm saying. But what I'm saying is,
TV trucks were there by accident outside Mar-a-Lago as well, right?
Again.
Donald Trump
Here, let me finish. What I'm saying is, the reason that people on August 8th, if I remember correctly, August 8th was the day that everyone and their mother knew that Donald Trump had Mar-a-Lago searched, right? The reason we knew about that is because he bitched and moaned and whined about it online. The same reason we know about, potentially, though it seems to be a lie, that he says he's going to be arrested on Tuesday and he wants people to protest, which, again, totally fine within your rights as an American citizen to protest. However, we know the history of Donald Trump complaining and telling people to march and go and let people know exactly how you feel and protest, right? We know how that ended on January 6th, right? Brandon is in this chat and he's talking about how he's the victim, even though in unsealed court documents, we know that he gave very important information. He overturned information on Ali Alexander, Kylie Kramer, a bunch of other people, especially a Nebraska native who was unidentified at January 6th. But this ability to play victim, you have to understand that this guy bitches and moans on Truth Social, complains about how he's the victim, right? And then says, oh, we gotta stand up and we gotta go protest, we gotta march, and we gotta do this, and we gotta fight to show everyone that I'm innocent.
So we should just let the FBI fuck us in the ass and be quiet about it, is what you're saying.
No,
just close your mouth.
What I'm trying to tell you,
there's nothing wrong with asking for a fair system of justice.
That is totally fine. That is totally fair. You can do that. I'm not complaining about that. If there was a
Mario, when he's finished, can I respond, please?
You're definitely responding.
Yeah, you need to respond.
Yeah, Gabe, you got 15 seconds, man.
Yeah, cool. But basically what I'm saying is, like, yeah, if there's a crime committed, you have due process. You totally have the ability to defend yourself, in terms in the court. But we know what it's like for this guy to say we should go protest. We've seen what happened before. And to play dumb like it won't happen again, potentially, I think is naive.
So Brandon, go ahead and jump in, and then I have to. I'm going to jump in with news after that. Go ahead.
And I'm going to make this brief, and I'm actually kind of glad this came up because I've never had an opportunity to speak about this in a public forum before. So I did take a plea deal for January 6th. I was facing 2 felonies. They charged me with a felony trespassing, even though I was outside the building, and people inside the building got charged with misdemeanors. And they were also threatening me with a felony obstruction of Congress charge, which they said this charge carries a maximum of 20 years in prison. I made the decision to take a plea deal. A condition of taking a plea deal, which is true for every single person who's taking plea deals, which is the vast majority of January 6 cases, is that you have to sit down and interview with the government. That's a condition. The government sat down. I sat down with the government. I answered their questions. Of course, they had questions for me about Ali Alexander, Kylie Kramer, and a number of other people who, through the January 5th event, the January 6th event, and a number of other events leading up to it. As I told them, just like I told the January 6th committee, and you're welcome to read my public deposition there, it's available for anyone to read. There's no evidence of any criminal activity. These people didn't do anything wrong. Ali Alexander did nothing wrong. Kylie Kramer did nothing wrong. There's nothing to tell. Now, if you want to talk about the person, the individual from Nebraska,
Yes, it's true. I was contacted by somebody who said, I have identified somebody in, can that person mute, whoever that is?
I can't see them.
Oh, no, it's okay.
Sorry, it's sorry.
I was contacted by somebody who's, so my whole case revolved around the video that I shot myself, the 8 minutes I spent outside the Capitol. Somebody contacted me and said that they had identified somebody in my video. They said, I am 100% sure.
Brandon, the background noise is from you.
No, it's not. No, it's not.
It's Sebastian, I think.
Yeah, it's Sebastian.
Okay. He shows muted for me. So
Sorry, I'm off muted.
Yeah, because I'm in my apartment by myself. Somebody reached out to me and said that they had identified a person who was standing near me in my video. This person said to me, I am 100% sure that this person is either an Antifa operative or that they're an FBI agitator that was put into the crowd. Then I researched this person because they provided me with the person's name. And I saw that this person is convicted of raping a 10-year-old little girl and has a very hideous criminal record. I went to my attorney and I said, I don't know what to do with this. And my attorney said, we have to let the DOJ know about this. Like, this is a really bad guy. And so I scheduled another session to sit down with him. I said, look, I don't know this person. I only know that this is, in fact, who he is because I was given his identity. I looked him up myself, and he was convicted. It's not an accusation, it's a conviction. And they've got a long history of details about the way he groomed this little girl and raped her. She was 10. So yes, I did in fact provide the name of a guy who raped a 10-year-old girl to the FBI, and who I was also told is probably an FBI informant. And for the record, this guy who raped a 10-year-old little girl was standing in the same restricted grounds as I was, that I got charged with a felony for, was being just as disorderly, if not much, much more than I was. And the government has expressed no interest whatsoever in talking to him and visiting him, of charging him. It's been 1.5 years since I gave that name to them, and they're not interested in any way, shape, or form in talking to him. Now you're telling me that this DOJ is going to deprive themselves of the opportunity to have that headline? Child raping Trump supporter arrested for his role in insurrection. They're going to deny themselves the opportunity to have that headline. So yes, that is the extent of my cooperating with the government and the FBI. And for the record, not a single person of the people that I was asked about has ever been charged, has ever been interviewed or visited. So I must be the worst FBI informant or an FBI rat and snitch in the history of crime, because not a single one of these people was ever even visited by the FBI after I spoke to them.
Yep. So I got to jump in here real quick. Thank you.
Can I say something?
Sure, Sebastian. Go ahead. Sebastian?
Can you hear me, guys?
I can't hear Sebastian. So yes.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Now you're muted again. We'll come back.
So important to listen to what
quick.
Brandon has to say, because this isn't theorizing. This isn't, armchair quarterbacking. This is a man who's been there, who recorded a film and then was threatened with felony indictments. This is how they do it. This is what is the weaponization of the judicial system. I had to respond to that previous person. I don't know who he is, Gabe or something like that, who repeatedly used the phrase, President Trump bitches and moans. Is it the same President Trump?
Tell me, would you disagree?
Is it the same President Trump who was accused of being a Russian asset of the Kremlin? Is it the same President Trump
who is a Russian asset,
impeached twice? Is it the same President Trump who's investigated by the former director of the FBI for 20 months? So I think he's got a right to bitch and moan as somebody who has been politically targeted by the federal government and the establishment for 7 years now. So I don't know who you are, but guess what? We have a right to bitch and moan in America.
Are there people on here who think that the president is connected to Putin still? Is this still? I'm just of the leftists. Can I get a just?
Yeah,
vocal,
seems to
do you
think
guys
so.
actually
why don't
think
you speak up and tell us how you think Trump works for Putin?
Who's the president?
What?
Okay, so you guys still exist?
He's not the president. So if we can just have like 5 minutes of calm, actually just 2 minutes of calm, orderly discussion. The fact is, just 2 minutes, just 2 minutes. Do you guys actually believe that there's no connection between Trump and the Russian government? If you do, if you do, that's okay. If you don't think he's a criminal, you guys don't think he's a criminal?
He's not.
You
No,
think he's
you're
connected
making
to Russia?
You're going to have to
You guys don't think that he's defrauded hundreds of thousands of people and not paid hundreds of thousands of contractors? Just think, guys, be honest. Be honest. It's okay. It's okay if you're honest about being a crook. I can have some respect for that. There is no world. There is no
The question was, do you believe he's connected to the Russian government still? That was the question before you deflected.
Yes, 100%.
I
mean, look at the story that came out this week where it's shown that Trump Media, which is the parent company of Truth Social, received $8 million loan from oligarchs connected to.
Talk about Hallie Biden and the 3 million from China, you hack.
But I'm okay with it. He's just an opportunist. I'm okay with him being an opportunist. Can we just get that clear? I'm okay with him being an opportunist.
I just want to know, are we done? Wait, right. I really just want to know. So there are people on this thing that believe that Russiagate was real. Okay, that's the question. Was Russiagate, the whole entire thing, was the Russian influence over the Trump campaign and then presidency? Do you believe that was real? Do you still believe
you're being
that?
You're being a little vague, but I mean,
do I believe it's completely
false?
Do I believe it's completely false? No. Do I believe it's completely right? No.
I mean, Paul Manafort handed campaign data over to a individual who was directly what? Oh my God! Do you refute what I'm saying, or are you saying that I'm lying?
No, I don't refute what you're saying, but do you think that he deserved to be put in prison for that? That's something that. By the way, also,
Amanda, he gave polling data. He gave polling data.
I'd like to say, where do you think the polling data went from the Hillary campaign? Like, where do you think that
that's a connection? You just asked if there was connections to Russia.
No, I asked if you still believe
numerous
in
ones.
Russiagate.
There were indictments and convictions based on those connections with the campaign.
Okay. No. Okay.
None,
so then,
yes.
Tell me what they were. Yes, you list them. List the convictions that have not been overturned.
Let me get them. Okay, I'll be right back.
What about
your swastika letters while you're out there?
When they were agitating.
Amanda, relax. What is your problem? Why do you have to be so crass against everything? What are you talking about?
I think you don't know who I am. I'm sorry, but that's kind of my brand.
I don't know who you are. I mean, I know that you're being rude to pretty much every guest in here.
You know, it sucks to go to dinner with me sometimes.
Yeah, maybe not Sebastian.
You should see me at my family.
Here's an honest question. Do you guys think that Trump had no connection with Russian operatives or the Russian government?
Zero.
None
at all.
None. You're going to have to prove it. You're going to make assertions like that. You're going to have to prove it. You can't just make.
That's a good argument.
That's good. It's a good thing that you're asking me to prove it. Hold on, give me.
Giggle a little bit more, Digital, because that's Ciceroian debate style.
Amanda, let Sebastian speak.
Yeah. Of course, Seb and Kim. Kim is back on stage. So Seb, I'll let you speak, and I thought I'll drop by quickly, guys, because I saw Kim up on stage just to welcome him back. Seb, I know you're responding. Sebastian, you're muted there, bottom left corner.
Seb will throw it to me on this.
And then we'll go to Kim.
Seb?
Yeah, how can I help, Amanda?
Let me answer this. Okay, so if I'm supposed to refute this, can I ask you guys, can anyone refute any of the facts and plot against the president? I mean, not one single thing. That movie disproved Russiagate 100% and is still, by the way, the #1 movie on Amazon and iTunes if you'd like to check it out. Obviously, most of you who are on here have not. Not one single thing has been refuted. The Nunes memo was proven completely correct. Every single thing about Russiagate was proven completely false. And the fact that you guys still live in a universe where you think it's real means that you're the crazy people and we're not. And
you're not saying what Russiagate was. There's
and you,
because that's
you
what
pointed
leftists
to
do.
Paul
You guys are
Manafort.
not honest, and
Amanda,
you're total
let me
bullshit.
just talk here.
Yeah, they arrested
Amanda,
him for
you
suits,
pointed
for
to
expensive
Manafort,
suits.
Manafort went.
Freaking time. Thank you. All right, Brian, finish your point. I'm going to let Sebastian respond, and then we're going to move on.
Yeah, so Paul Manafort, you pointed out that, his conviction was overturned. Do you know how his conviction was overturned? President Trump pardoned him.
Hey, Sebastian? Let him mute. Sebastian?
Yeah, I'm muted, Sebastian. Got on mute, bottom left corner, and then we'll go to Kim.
There isn't one.
Kim, how are you?
Yeah, we'll
Very good, very good. Hey guys, I don't know if you realize this, but this space is a perfect representation of everything that is wrong in the United States. You guys are infighting here like crazy. No one is talking about the real issues. You're all distracted with your aggression towards each other.
Rule of law is the issue, Kim. You should know that better than anyone. Rule of law is the number one issue, Kim. You, of all people, should say we're not distracted by that. If you don't have rule of law, Kim, what do you got?
And we've been talking about it.
Yeah, we've been talking about it, but the problem is there is just no consensus even about the basic truth that this is a political attack. That this is all political, that the Democrats are trying to position themselves for the 2024 election. And everyone here is just yelling at each other. And it's just, for me to see this, there's no hope that the US is going to get out of the more significant problems than this political infighting, which is the massive financial collapse that you are facing because the US government is basically bankrupt.
Is our justice system fair and not politicized, Kim?
Yep, we're all gonna die.
course
I gotta
not.
go. Thank you guys. I'll see you later. Bye. My phone's running out. It's been a pleasure.
Thank
Bye.
you, Amanda.
Thanks, Amanda. And name redacted. I know you've been waiting for a while, and you've got something to share.
Well,
Nick, go ahead. I'll let you give you the. Yeah, go ahead, Nick.
Sure, I'm gonna get him in right here, right now. So Elon Musk just tweeted a few minutes ago. And let's see here. All of a sudden, it went away on me.
Are you
We
talking
were talking
George
earlier
Soros
about
tweet?
George Soros. Yes, I have it right here. Because obviously, one of the arguments that has been made is that the DA, the district attorney in New York, Alvin Bragg, has been funded by George Soros. It was a tweet by Cat Turd that said, corrupt New York City District Attorney Alvin Bragg received $1 million from George Soros in his election for the NYC District Attorney. Elon Musk responded a few minutes ago saying Soros figured out a clever arbitrage opportunity. The many small political contests, such as district attorneys and judges, have much higher impact per dollar spent than the big races. So it is far easier to sway the outcome. Name, you've been waiting for a while. I want your overall take, but I also want your opinion on that as well.
Don't really have an opinion on that tweet. If someone else wants to make an opinion, but I wanted to talk about the other investigations that I don't think anyone has talked about today. So basically, this merger with Digital World Acquisition, which is a publicly traded SPAC, the merger between them and Truth Social, Trump Media Technology Group, to try to bring, basically Truth Social to be a publicly traded company. They have been under enormous investigation and scrutiny since last June. And I'm not sure if everyone's even aware of this, but just to highlight, obviously Trump started getting investigated, being accused of a Russian agent or whatnot. That's a whole different topic. But the extent of the investigation sought on him and everyone connected with him too, by the way, Sebastian knows about that. The SEC launched immediately when this merger was announced between Digital World Acquisition and Trump Media, which is Truth Social. The SEC immediately launched an investigation into the SPAC itself. They issued grand jury subpoenas against the entire company, each member of their board of directors. They're looking at all documents related to did Digital World Acquisition do proper due diligence in seeking other mergers?
just because they're connected to trying to do a merger with Truth Social. This is not normal. When a SPAC does a deal to bring a company public, they don't get an automatic SEC investigation, as far as I'm aware. Now, furthermore, not only is the SEC investigating Digital World Acquisition and Trump Media Group, Truth Social, but the Southern District of New York has issued federal grand jury subpoenas against Truth Social, Trump Media Technology Group, and all their or certain current and former personnel of Trump Media Technology Group at Truth Social. So everyone associated with Trump and the company trying to bring Truth Social public, to the stock market, everyone's being investigated. The SEC is investigating them. The Southern District of New York is issued a federal grand jury subpoena against Trump in this situation for I don't know what reason, but
you're saying for Trump in his personal capacity?
No, they're asserting that the very
exactly
law, when there are hundreds and hundreds of SPACs doing deals, the allegation is that for some reason the DWAC had known a little bit ahead of time that they were intending to maybe look at this kind of acquisition and merger with this particular SPAC entity. I guarantee you that happens all the time in all the SPAC deals. They are doing their due diligence to find out the right merger partner. This SEC thing is another witch hunt. It's another great example.
Yeah, exactly. This is just another example of every part of the government apparatus looking for any angle to investigate anything to do with Trump and anyone associated with Trump. So what this means, like the Russia collusion investigation, is every single one of these people, the board of directors at Digital World Acquisition, every single member of that board is facing a grand jury subpoena for their actions. They're all going to have to hire lawyers, and then all of these people that work for Trump at Trump Media Technology Group, which is Truth Social, most of them are also received grand jury subpoenas from the SEC and from the Southern District of New York. So they literally opened a criminal investigation on Truth Social just over this merger.
This is the
and
same,
then whatever
the
else
same SEC.
It's a total witch
hunt. The same SEC that let the whole FTX debacle occur. They never looked at the fact that SVB just gave away $73 million of depositor money, and that would have gone a long way, like $1 billion way, to protect the depositors of the bank. Why aren't they investigating that?
So the point of this too, just so everyone's aware, is that this SPAC, Digital World Acquisition, they have to close this deal by this upcoming September. So this is sort of like a waiting game that if these investigations don't go away, and I suspect that they are not going to go away, this merger is going to fall apart. It's not going to happen. And then Truth Social's on its own, basically left to Trump if he wants to fund it personally, but they won't be able to get the $1 billion of funding and go public. But there is another separate criminal investigation by the Southern District of New York. So would I be surprised if they bring some charges related to this merger against Trump or anyone associated with Trump or Digital World Acquisition? I would not be. So this certain arrest coming this week is due to the Stormy Daniels payment, but they're trying to find other angles to indict him on other criminal charges just related to Truth Social and this acquisition, or maybe these loans he got from a quote like Russian person related to Putin, whatever that's about.
But they're using a false statement. But so this is again a discredited Michael Cohen, pressured into shortening his sentence. He makes the false allegation that there was some tie to an illegal campaign contribution. Not true.
Yeah, but that is such a BS argument, because Cohen. You think Cohen's going to lie under oath to a federal investigator and face up to 5 years in prison just to what?
In my opinion, he did lie. It was not an illegal campaign funded thing here.
Well, besides the point here, the point is they're actually criminally investigating Truth Social and the company they're trying to merge with Digital World Acquisition. So we're going to probably be having spaces
in another couple months on maybe more indictments that are handed out just over this merger situation and who Trump took loans from or whatever the hell they find or what they accuse him of.
So what this has is a real chilling effect on anyone associated with Trump or is even thinking of associating with Trump. And this can be used in a broader sense to attack anyone on the right. So Trump right now, he is the tip of the iceberg, right? This is how they go after him. This is how they go after his associates or anyone who is connected with him. They shut all these people down through criminal investigations. They mire them, right? Completely to destroy their businesses. They mire them in all these lawsuits and in these prosecutions and these investigations to basically make him a toxic property. So no one will even in their right mind want to associate with him. They won't even want to defend him because they will know what that comes with what the ramifications are in dealing with him. And after Trump goes down, or let's say he doesn't go down, I mean, what's to stop them from doing this to anybody else? Anyone on the political right is now going to be subject to the same kind of prosecutorial harassment.
The court system stops it. Judges don't just allow frivolous cases like this.
It doesn't matter, Brian. It doesn't matter. The SEC can launch an investigation into anyone they want.
SEC is different.
And the Southern District of New York, they're just specifically that it's a typical further.
Stop saying witch hunt. Stop saying witch hunt.
Well, we don't know there's anything criminal related to the SPAC deal. So what kind of basis to
any
investigate that?
Any investigation that's criminal and any warrant that's received or any grand jury that's approved, it's not like they're just doing it politically without any oversight. A judge is the one that has to sign off on it. And yeah, you can say, oh, it's a Democratic appointed judge, but many of these judges aren't. And a judge typically is not biased. They're going to uphold the law. They need probable cause for warrants. They need probable cause for any.
I get how the system works, Brian, but it's just like it's another example of
no, you don't. You're literally calling legitimate investigations.
We're seeing the same thing happening to Elon Musk when the FTC goes after Elon Musk over this whole Twitter thing. Oh, like with the journalists, they wanting their names. They want to know if he provided any details that were violating blah 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 blah.
Yeah, FTC is different. FTC is different, I believe.
This is completely politically motivated, and we see this in different forms, right? We see it with Trump. We see, the SEC going after him, and we see the Southern District of New York going after him. With Elon Musk, we see the FTC going after him, and we see, all these different organizations. It's federal overreach, is what it is. It's like anyone who dares to stand up against the system is being systematically shut down through these frivolous investigations.
Is it federal overreach?
Call it a witch hunt or not, it doesn't really matter. The point is this, that it's rare to see a SPAC deal like this get investigated so much. I've never seen this happen where a public SPAC announces a deal to merge with a company and they're automatically served with SEC investigations and federal grand jury subpoenas from the Southern District of New York. It was just automatic. So we'll see where that plays out. But
So correct me if I'm wrong. That one of the investigations into the SPAC, did all conversations that took place. A violation of law, securities law.
Related to Truth Social and this merger coming down the pipe.
for that. Let me ask. Does he profit on the fact that he's thinking about
it creates
creates conversation.
Yeah, controversy, traffic to Twitter.
Thing he's just trying to build controversy. Sometimes it's a better investment to, even if it's not true, pay them off. You are, whether or not, it doesn't. What they said about you is true or not, just fighting it.
Your fidget or your audio is horrible.
Okay.
Michael Cohen, who had tremendous other. He got squeezed. He's the kind of source they're using is laughable.
Going through these replies now. There's a lot of good ones here, but we definitely need more. Go down to the bottom right hand corner. Maybe Mr. else, but Brian, same thing. Do you are a nightmare for somebody that's a public figure?
No, I actually don't think there's anything illegal on the surface of just paying hush money. But in this case, I believe what they're going to say is that he falsified business documents about where this money came from. Documents about where this money came from. Or what it was for, and he did this in order to cover.
Nick, can you tell Brian? Yeah, I'll bring him down and back up. Tell him that so I can bring him down back up. But I've got a question about Biden.
Brian, we're going to drop you and bring you back up.
All right, so this one is a topic that Trump post came out, and that's about the story with Biden. Now I've been covering the financial, the whole Silicon Bank, the whole bank run that we've seen in Europe and the US. But my question is about the Biden story. I know Kim did a space on it. I want to try to bring him in. He was in earlier.
You're going to bring up how 250 banks are now going to face
SVB.
Well, we'll see.
Okay,
we'll see.
So what's the story, Robert? I haven't heard it.
Well, there was somebody put out I think it was actually Bill Ackman. Maybe.
The report that 250 banks could facing similar liquidity issues. Sorry. Yeah, is it 250 banks facing similar big liquidity issues?
I think
potentially, yeah.
These kinds of things unless they're confirmed, because it does incite panic. So unless these kinds of things are confirmed, it's best to not advertise them unless they are verified.
Yeah, that news.
I don't know anything about it anyway, but yeah.
Yes, agreed. That news that was trying to put out that maybe 186 banks are in a similar situation to SVB, totally false. That nothing. SVB has its unique problems. So no, I think that's Mario, you've been doing a great job on those spaces, but maybe we should stay with this, huh?
Yeah. So my question is about the Biden story. Not sure who can give us an overview. And Simon, have you? Because I know you've researched it, preparing for the space that we're about to do on this as part of the daily news space. What's the Biden corruption story? I tweeted. I know the basics.
I mean, I can explain it, but Ian, you were the co-host in that the space.
Oh, perfect. Yeah, Ian, it would be great.
The Biden corruption story?
Yeah, please.
Well, refresh my memory, please. I've been on a lot of spaces.
The one with Kim.
Oh, right. Yeah. Sorry, I'm coming up blank.
So
Sulaiman, you want to like
I'll
jog
go
my
for it.
memory?
Yeah, I'll go for it. Sorry, I wasn't trying to put you on the spot. Yeah. So basically, there was the subcommittee did an investigation, and what the investigation found was that the Bidens and one unnamed Biden were receiving significant amount of money.
Yeah. They were receiving money, right? Receiving money from Chinese interests.
$6 million from CEFC.
Haley Biden even got paid for this, right? They used her bank account to receive money. And now keep in mind that she isn't some high-powered CEO type person. She has she's a teacher, I believe, right? And so there is a question now as to what that money was used for. That's where we're at so far.
All right, so
and also also on top of that, so you had basically various members of the Biden family receive money, one of which is unnamed. So the question is who that unnamed person is. Is it the big guy who received 10%? So yeah, that's basically the story. And so and they did it through another party, you see, who basically received the money in his account and then passed it on.
Yeah, like a shell accounts. Yeah, like different shell accounts relating to the Biden family. And so the question is, what are they getting the money for? Well, what were they being paid for? And what are the implications of them receiving money from China, right? This is a question that I don't think a lot of people are asking.
Okay, so Sameh, what is the full? Are you on that space as well, Simon? So what do we know as fact? What are the assumptions we're making? What are the allegations? How serious is it? Do we know if Joe Biden's involved? What do we know? I'm curious.
Yeah. I think it's significantly serious in terms of various members of the family receiving money, in terms of what work did they do, what consultation work did they do, and then, as Ian said, for example, Haley, what work did she do to receive that type of money when she's basically a teacher in the United States? In terms of inferences we're making, the inference we're making is in terms of Joe Biden, because it says an unnamed Biden received some money, and then there's other reporting, isn't there, from Glenn Greenwald and such, who said that 10% to the big guy. So so that was code for Biden. So one assumes that if that is Biden, then that has.
Why didn't they say so? Why didn't they in the report? Did they intentionally hide the unknown Biden, or they actually didn't know who that Biden is?
So it's a good question, actually. It's a very good question. I assumed, and I guess
it's
it
worth
wasn't
pointing out, right? It's worth pointing out that this is more than just a strongly worded letter from James Comer. This is an actual investigation that's being carried out right now. So I believe James Comer, right, Rep. James Comer, he sent a letter first, last year, and didn't really get any sort of response. So he actually turned it into an investigation. So it's a much bigger issue than it was, right? Because he wasn't making any sort of headway. And Republicans, they like to write letters and they don't accomplish anything. So this is actually a step forward to actually holding the Bidens accountable for what their business dealings, right?
But to be fair, we don't know if they're business dealings or not.
Nick, you got muted.
The left.
Did I cut out?
Also
Simon, are you there?
No, Joe is speaking.
Oh shit! Oh, sorry. Yeah. So I have just so you know, guys, I have a glitch now. So Nick, Slayman, you guys are better moderators than me. So you take over moderating. This is a glitch when a space goes on for too long. So I will not be able to hear any new speakers from Brian. So Brian, Harry, Joa, and Grant Cardone, I cannot hear you guys and any new speaker that joins. So this is a common glitch when it goes on for too long, which means the space could crash in the next hour. It's a very common glitch. So yeah, boys, the mic is all yours. I'm in no capacity to moderate.
Yeah. The left tried to hold Trump's feet to the fire because he was getting money from Chinese government officials because they were renting hotel rooms. We don't know the whole Biden story. We don't know if it was from consulting or business deals or anything else. We don't know. All we know is they got money so far. And maybe they are nefarious, maybe they're not, but I wouldn't jump to conclusions just yet.
All right, so
I think the common sense question is why is Haley Biden receiving $1 million in her bank account? I mean,
that's odd, but also the money is going to basically an escrow, a lawyer who is then sending the money out. He can have that money sent to whoever he wants. He's living with Haley Biden at the time, so I don't think it's unusual for him to say, "Hey, I want this amount of money going into my girlfriend's account." We also don't know. Did Haley Biden help him? Maybe he consulted with his firm, and maybe she helped him in some way, and he was compensating her. So I mean, yeah, you can jump to conclusions and say,
No,
yeah,
no,
this is
it's pretty unusual to send $1 million to your girlfriend, bro.
Yeah,
it wasn't $1 million. It was 25,000. It was 25,000.
I do business, right? and I guarantee you, no one is going to be saying, "Hey, why don't you just pay my girlfriend the amount that you owe me?" Like, that is insane. Like, what are they doing? You know, like,
Ian, it wasn't the total amount; it was a very small percentage that she got.
Yeah, it was like something
It was
like
$25,000. They lived together for 3 years. It was practically his wife at the time. It's not like sending 2.5% of the money to somebody you're living with is like totally out of the picture.
well, why don't you do it from your own account?
Yeah.
Like,
Why send it to another account? Why not send it to me and I'll give it to my girlfriend?
It's the same thing.
No,
it's the same thing, right? So like,
sleazy is
does
what
it matter?
is.
Tax implications, maybe.
It doesn't point to a crime.
Tax evasion.
It doesn't point to a crime on the surface. Sure, you can come up with theories that could be accurate, but I mean, on the surface,
if this was the other
nothing.
way around, you'd be freaking screaming.
No,
You'd be swinging from a tree, screaming.
His son $25,000. If Trump had a lawyer send his son or Melania $25,000, I'd be like, big deal.
Yeah, you would make it a big deal.
No,
Wait, it's only $25,000. That's the amount.
no, it was up.
Haley Biden was 25,000.
No, but she was asking for. She was asking for Hunter, who's really the cash flow manager for the whole Biden family, because he's got this $6 million coming in from China Energy Finance Company, and Haley's complaining she's got some bills at Sidwell Friend Tuition. So I think it might have been up to almost $200,000. So Hunter authorizes her, his lawyer say, go ahead and top her off.
Yeah, I mean, it's not on the surface. It's nothing illegal though. That's what I'm saying. And Hunter made $1 million.
Well, we're getting beyond the surface. This does have tax implications, but the biggest.
Nor was Joe in office.
The tax benefit to him would be it would reduce his tax bill. She's probably in a lower tax bracket if they're not filing jointly, and it reduces his tax bill. It's slimy.
Yeah,
slimy.
So I mean, maybe you could make the argument that there's some sort of tax violation.
She received $35,000
for
two transfers in 2017 from Rob Walker, who got $3 million from China.
He got $6 million.
You're a businessman.
6 million? Okay, yeah. I see the number jumping around.
It'd be super easy for him to say, "Oh, she consulted me, so I sent her the money." I mean, the same kind of thing happens with nepotism within the Trump organization, where they're doing certain jobs they're getting paid for. You know, you could point and say, "Oh, he's trying to avoid inheritance tax." Like, you know, it's just too easy to get around.
It could be. But if you have a drug problem and you're having the other ethical issues that he's having, there's might not be time to plan and organize, and it's a last minute. Hey, by the way, we didn't think this through. Send it to her rather than me.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's fair to say what's going on there, but I don't think it's fair to jump to the conclusion that it's a crime right off the bat based on what we've seen. I mean, there's a million reasons. Some of them could be possible crimes.
Brian, let me ask you this real quick. Have you ever called for the arrest of Donald Trump?
Have I called for the arrest of Donald Trump?
Yes.
I don't know. That's a good question. I probably have.
Okay, yeah, because you have.
But Brian, go read the Marco Polo report. Go to marcopolousa.org. Read the Biden laptop report. It has this exact crime alleged in it, and it has 400 other state and federal crimes alleged in it. Take a look at it. It might be enlightened.
Yeah, I think it's very, very worth noting here that it seems like there's obviously a partisan divide. When it comes to obviously the argument is that the left calls for the arrest of the right, and the right calls for the arrest of the left, and that just seems to get more and more obvious here. So we'll go to a person like Catherine. I would love to hear your total overview on this, and then I want to ask Grant a question too.
Oh no. I don't know my overview. I mean, I think Nick, you kind of said it. I mean, I think everybody tends to look at everything through their lens of who their favorite or non-favorite person is, and so I mean, and I don't know, in Trump's situation, the arrest. It doesn't sound like. I mean, it's past the statute of limitations, so it does seem to me that it's just for show. And in this situation with Biden, I mean, I don't think we have. I think a lot of times people do jump to conclusions and don't have all the facts. But you know, if I imagine if I felt very strongly about either person, maybe looking at it through that lens, I would have that kind of strong guttural feeling of wanting to go after either one of these guys. And so I think that's what tends to keep happening, and we're not really able to kind of look at things in a truly objective way and like just look at the facts, and we kind of make up our own stories and narratives. And I think that's kind of what's been happening with all of this, and I don't think it's very healthy.
Ian, I just want to ask you a question. It's something Joe, some of Joe brought forward, and his argument was that just as the Biden family was receiving significant sums, which seem highly problematic, from Russia, or from people connected to Putin, although it's a couple of degrees of connection. But similarly, Trump also received, or Truth Social received 8 million from, sorry, I said that, he received 8 million from Truth Social, for Truth Social. So isn't that the same thing?
Well, it depends, right? Is one a legitimate business interest, and is the other a sort of payout, or perhaps a payment for access? I think people are missing a lot of the point here, right?
But what access, Ian? What access? What access do they have?
What access do people have to
president,
Joe Biden?
Nor was his father. Biden wasn't in office at the time.
But yet he was the slated to be the front runner for the presidency. Don't you think that's a concern? And prior to that, when he was VP, he orchestrated a lot of the business dealings that, you know, like with Ukraine, for example, with Burisma. I mean, Biden's influence in the whole, you know, geopolitical sphere is well beyond. It's unmatched by perhaps anyone else, except for maybe, you know, the Clintons. Right. So this idea that, you know, you're paying him money and you're getting access to him, that it doesn't amount to anything, that doesn't make a lot of sense. I mean, you look at Hunter Biden. The guy's a fucking loser, right? He's a drug addict. And why is a energy company in Ukraine, which was previously, you know, courting the Biden and, you know, sorry, Obama administration under Biden, because Biden was the guy tasked to handle this whole thing. Why is he, of all people, getting paid to, I don't know, sign a single contract, and they're paying him for consultancy work? That doesn't make a lot of sense, given that he has zero expertise in energy.
So just one thing. So Hunter Biden was also a Yale Law School graduate. So I mean, you can't undermine that. And there's many functioning drug addicts. There's many.
He didn't do any work. He just read an email, signed a contract, and that was his entire role in that whole thing. Well, yet he was getting paid the most amount of money.
We don't know that. We don't know what his role was. We don't know exactly.
No, we do know what his role was, because we have his emails.
I hate to say it, but I'm actually going. You don't have all the emails. Sorry, Karen. No, it's okay. I interrupted you, but I hate to say it, that I actually, to some extent, have to agree with Ian on this, because I do think that in sort of the political arena, I mean, Hunter Biden probably has some of his own connections and things like that, but ultimately, why would anybody want to do business with him if it is not for the connections? Now, I do think that Biden was indeed not in the White House. He might have been a front runner, but I don't think that that's necessarily an issue at that point. However, he did have a lot of political connections, and I mean, he has been in political power for a very long time. So having that access to his dad, and the access that his dad sort of provided to him and he would provide to others, just the influence is there. And that's something that
it goes beyond that, right? I mean, Hunter Biden himself, when he went on Meet the Press, he said that, you know, he would not have had any of these opportunities if his last name wasn't Biden. He literally said this on camera.
No, so I agree with both Ian and Catherine on that. I think that not obviously, but likely, a big part of the reason he was hired as a consultant or whatever his role was because he has connections, because he has name recognition. It's not something that's foreign to have.
But Brian, I just got a question for you. It's not just name recognition. That's something else. But what about the argument that Ian and Catherine have laid out, that basically you've got a scenario where this guy is getting paid significant amount, and just take your damn hat off and just think about it from a logical point of view. Like, this guy is being given significant amounts of money, which ordinarily for consultancy you probably wouldn't get. Do you not think that this is problematic in terms of the type of influence that this organization or CCP want to exert on the American government through these contacts?
So I mean, it's very common for politicians to leave government and consult, be board members of companies, and make millions, make just as much money as.
Which is a problem.
It's all corruption,
I
Brian.
agree. But there's nothing inherently illegal about somebody that's.
But it's corrupt. It's unethical. It's unethical when you.
I agree. I think
and they need to be held accountable for this. They need to be held accountable, and the public needs to know about it. Like, we can't just sweep it under the rug and say, well, it happens all the time, therefore
no,
it's okay.
Right, but it's not illegal.
It's not illegal, yeah.
I mean,
the problem
it's not illegal, but you have to investigate it, and you have to.
No, but the problem is, I think overall we have this system in general where a lot of politicians are part of this game, right? Where they leave office and they do these speeches, they get so much money, and how do you correct this? I mean, we talk so much about the problem.
You make it illegal. You hold them accountable.
I think it should be illegal. I think the lobbying should be illegal as well.
Taking the position that because it happens, therefore it's okay.
I mean, I don't want to bring this up, but I do. It's Jared Kushner, $2 billion loan as his father was in office.
I think the guy's corrupt as hell. I think Jared Kushner is just as corrupt as
it's a systemic issue. It's a systemic issue that
and they all need to be held accountable, right? They all need to be held accountable, not just Hunter Biden, but Jared Kushner as well. 100%.
No, but the point
they're not in any way the same. Nothing that what you just described about Kushner getting a $2 billion loan or part of a deal is not even close to the
exactly because he was an advisor to the president making policy for Saudi Arabia. Yes, and then he got $2 billion from Saudi. It's totally worse.
Robert, explain why it's different, because if you can explain for us.
So my understanding is that, and we asked Garrett Ziegler to come on. He'll cite this chapter and verse exactly all the crimes that are implicated and alleged from the laptop itself. But when Joe Biden was vice president, he had the portfolio of Ukraine. So why is he and that's a broad-based portfolio. You've obviously heard him on camera talking about how he leveraged to remove any kind of investigation over there about corruption in Ukraine. He got the prosecutor removed. He bragged about it, right? So that's exactly happening at the same time as Hunter, who's kind of the cash flow manager for the family. He's on the receiving end of $6 million from China Energy Finance Corp and other entities with respect to all kinds of energy, gas deals in Kazakhstan, Ukraine, elsewhere. This is a pay-to-play arrangement that should not be this should not happen. It is
no
nothing
evidence
close
of that, though. There's no evidence of that.
Yes,
Robert,
there
have
is.
you seen
Read
the
laptop
performance of
report.
Affinity Partners?
This is exactly why the House
It's
Oversight
absolutely
Committee
miserable.
is taking it up. This James Comer has subpoenaed, and the Biden family, surprise, surprise, is stonewalling. They don't want to send any evidence. There's suspicious activity reports that have been alleged through J.P. Morgan Chase, through Cathay Bank, that are the flows of funds that are evidence of the crime here. It's very nicely laid out in the Biden laptop report that Comer and the House Oversight Committee has. They are pursuing it. Let's let it play out.
So I want to bring back.
I don't think Robert could hear me when I was talking, but
Go ahead.
If you look at Affinity's pitch deck, which has been leaked, there's not a single expert in that company. They have not performed well. Saudi Arabia has actually made pretty smart investments. Like this investment in Affinity Partners, which is Jared Kushner's fund, makes absolutely no sense. So if you're talking about pay to play, there's plenty of speculation that this was also pay to play. Just like there's speculation, Hunter Biden is no energy expert. Plenty places to speculate there too. But you have just as much for Affinity Partners. They're not a great fund. And they typically work with the best funds that are around.
Robert?
Yeah, no, I hear. I don't. I had to look in the details of the affinity that you're talking about. But look, that's a separate side arm's length deal where this is there's not the direct line of influence here. That would be a third. That to me, that would be just a standard third party arm's length arrangement. That if you're alleging that the economics are bad, great, okay, but all kinds of politicians get into stupid deals all the time. But with a Biden family, this is a much more direct control of the family. This is like the mafia making. When you're made by the mafia, you've accepted their money, then you've got influence over them. That's what's being alleged here in the Biden family. Not even close in the what you're talking about with affinity.
But Robert, shouldn't there be a scenario, and I think we've discussed this, and I think Brian, Ian, and Catherine were talking about this, shouldn't there be a scenario that if you're in office or you're fighting to be in office, as Biden was in that point, or he was thinking about doing it, and you've not left the political sphere, there should be a scenario where you're not basically being financed by foreign governments?
There is. That's what they allege that with Manafort, right? And we have the ongoing, ethical rules about taking money from foreign governments. Those again here are, I think, being selectively applied. That's the whole point of this today's space. We think that the justice is supposed to be blind. It's not. It's looking one way when it's a Republican. It's looking the other way when it's a Democrat.
Well, it's whoever has the power at any given time. They sort of make the rules at that time, and I think it's like,
unless they're
how do you make?
They're stupid.
Well, yeah, but how do you make? Here's the thing: how do you we talk so much about the problems, but we don't really come up with rules that would apply to everyone, that would be sort of universal or bipartisan or not, that would be passed to make sure that this isn't something that when you're in office you can look away, and when you're not in office you can pounce. Like this will continue on and on and on forever, and people will argue over it unless the rules are put in place. But when it doesn't, whoever's in power at any given time, I guess it's not in their interest to pass that. So how do you move past that?
Yeah, and I think we'd all love to see laws put in place that would limit the financial connections that people connected to politicians have, but I think the issue is when are you kind of squashing people's freedoms as Americans? Like why, where would you draw that line? So Hunter Biden can't make money in another country. Is that fair? What about Marjorie Taylor Greene's husband or her son? Where do you draw that line, and how do you go about it without actually squashing the rights of Americans?
Well, part of it is you're there to serve, and there is a sacrifice. Now, I mean, they are family members, so it's a little bit different, but still they kind of sign up in a way. There is a familial kind of sacrifice when it comes to immediate family. And, listen, I was working for a company in China, and I quit that job because I actually felt like maybe that wasn't the right kind of thing to do. And I wasn't in a political power or anything. So when you're looking at a politician, somebody who should be serving the people, the interests of the people, I think there is a level of sacrifice. Now, I'm not saying they shouldn't then be able to make any money for the rest of their lives, but at the very least, they should stand by. I mean, they're saying that they're serving the U.S., or, if they're representative of, say, Canada, then that's Canada. And at the very there, and if these entities have political interests, it's not like if they're getting offers
for companies that completely unrelated to politics, I don't see so much of an issue there. But when they are things that have a conflict of interest, then that's a problem, and for their spouses as well, I think.
Yeah, for spouses, I understand, but like for extended family, for children, I can't see that as being fair. I mean, a
But
son
Brian, it
doesn't,
has to be
a son
because
or a father doesn't
because
have.
you know why, and I agree with Catherine. That was my point. That when you're in office, afterwards, fine, but whilst you're in office, that's the sacrifice you and your family have to make, and that's the decision you have to make.
Yeah,
You know
but,
why,
but
Brian?
I don't
And the reason
control. I don't control
no,
that.
no,
If
I'm
my
not,
dad ran for office, I don't control that.
But the thing is, because a good way of gaining control over an individual is through one's children. And actually, for a lot of people, they'll have more weaknesses when it comes to the children than themselves. Therefore, and that's the reason why you need to have some kind of policy in place. So this example is Hunter Biden. Hunter Biden would be a good way for the Chinese CCP to control Joe Biden. And so that's an example of why there's a concern. And so
No, I totally understand where you're coming from, but like take an example of say I was going to run for president, and maybe I didn't like my father. Like that would screw him over. He doesn't have any control over the decisions I make. He shouldn't be penalized for decisions I make, and I shouldn't be penalized for decisions that he makes. So I get your point, but I think that it's just tough to sell that.
That's a fair argument you're making, a very logical one. But the point is that then you shouldn't run for president because you are a risk to the country. And
before you run for office, and a lot of people kind of bow out at a certain
to sign up, to join the army or the Marines or the they cannot say no, right? I'm just using that to illustrate. As to serve as public service. Rich off of deals like with NVIDIA semiconductors right after passing the CHIPS bill, which she was responsible for. And she buys a bunch of NVIDIA stock before that even happens. I mean, they have access to so much privileged information that anyone else, if anyone else had this kind of information, they would be busted for insider trading. So they have even more privileges than the
what happens is they get a free pass potentially because they have a lot of power and people don't want to go against them, maybe because of social structures, maybe because of the power structures that they have. So I think the accountability isn't being applied as it should because of the dynamics facto aristocracy, and the rest of us are not.
Buddies, I've been in politics for what, 2.5 years now. And I'll tell you what, I'm disgusted by most of what I've seen.
Yeah, to your point, Ian, a lot of these people, and I trade a lot of times based on what some of these senators are doing. All of it public info, and so because it's public, they work within the law. Be, and then they buy.
Yeah, and oh, sorry.
Yeah, and then they buy stock in those companies, knowing what the decision is going to be. But it is public info, so that's how they get through buy it. I think there should be a law against it, to be honest.
Yeah, and I think I think we agree, Ian. I think back to some of the unfair actions that those in power have.
It happens on both sides of the aisle, right? I mean, it's not just Pelosi that we're going after. There's a lot of Republicans as well. I mean, look at Patch McCain, right? He has made a lot of money on the defense industry. Why is
I would love to see a stock ban. I'd love to see Congress not be able to trade stocks while they're in Congress. That's one of the things you give up if you're going to be somebody.
I do want to ask you a few things about some of them where, you're talking about that how we don't just arrest people in America that we don't like. You said in this case, neither Soros or Bill Gates have broken any laws of evidence that no one else does. Your feelings do not trump our legal system. So I want to ask you here, do you believe Trump is a criminal or not?
I need to see that. So some of the evidence that he told yes, it was that he needs to find where he's trying to set up the elect. the law. Do it.
I